Well, good morning, everyone. It is so good to see all of you today. I know. Thank you, Mother, for getting these for us. Very helpful. Great. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance today. Member Bassett, would you lead us in that? Thanks.
Please join me in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, everyone. I know we have a jam-packed meeting today, and with folks that are excited about new opportunities. And again, welcome to everyone that's here. With that being said, do we have any public comment? Okay. Oh, I was just saying, I'm just checking to see if we had any public comment. Thanks. Normally I use my principal voice, but I think I'm still waking up today, so thanks for that. Okay, we have a consent calendar that we will need to approve. I just wanted to make a couple comments on that consent calendar. We have our January meeting minutes and December financial report. We have our administrative denial policy and process and have completed the 30-day public comment period. We have no comments and it is recommended for approval. Lincoln Academy, George Washington Academy, and Lakeview Academy request credit enhancement program certification letters, and the staff has recommended that for approval. And then lastly, we did have some business that I would like to follow the request of the oversight committee that we're going to have a special board meeting sometime in the next 2 weeks that we'll be able to meet virtually. We'll use this as our anchor location. That has, so you'll see there was some potential other items on the consent agenda that we did take off. So I just wanted to give you and if you want, we can definitely speak more about that at another time. So again, we just have the three items that I just discussed on the consent calendar. Is there a motion to accept the consent calendar?
I'll make that motion to accept the consent calendar as Ellen.
Thanks, Member Bassett. A second.
I'll second.
Great. And a second from Member Marshall. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Excellent. The consent calendar passes. We have a board member thought this meeting that we have not had, and we've just been very busy the last couple months. So Member Biesinger, thank you so much for being willing to do that today. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
Thank you. I know our calendar's full and I'll try to be concise, but I want to share a story that means a lot to me and hopefully it can add to our meeting. As some of you know, I had the opportunity, my wife and I spent a couple of weeks, about 15 days in Kenya, just a few weeks ago. We went there because we have a component of our business there. And so we were there because of work and humanitarian efforts. My business partner, sister, started a school in Africa about 18 years ago. This is a high school, or it's a boarding high school for women, for young. And I just need to give a little background here, and I want to tell a story. In Kenya, this will be a simplification, but education of our equivalent, like kindergarten through junior high, is a free public school. When you get to your last year of junior high, you take a multi-day nationalized test, and that produces one score, and that score is really your ability to get placed in a tier of high schools, which is amazing. But high school is not free, and many Kenyans can't afford to send their kids to one of these high schools. So this school that was started in Africa, they are aiming at young women who tested in the very highest percentile of the nationalized test and come from the most humble background where there's no way they could afford to go to any school, let alone grade school. Just to give you a sense of the demand, they had thousands of applications for this year. They interviewed 1,200 young women and they could only accept 90. So that's That's how tough it is. Now, there are other school options, but that's what this school does. When my wife and I were there, we had the opportunity to sit in the interviews, a round of interviews of these young women. I showed up one of the first days in Africa, halfway through the day, talked to a couple of the young women outside, and then went in to sit down. Upon sitting down, the founder of the school said, "We have two young women left, the two I happened to talk to outside." And then she said this, she goes, "Now, we've had a full day. We've had 20 interviews. These young girls are not invited because they didn't have the requisite scoring, but they have stayed around. And frankly, my staff didn't have the heart to tell them to leave. So we're going to honor their effort and interview them, but it'll be short and we'll get on our way." So that's kind of what I was braced for. Girl number one comes in, Marianne. And I see the same thing I saw outside, a tired girl who probably hasn't eaten all day, kind of a low, quiet voice. And they do some get to know you for a minute. And then after about 20 minutes and 4 questions, they end the interview. And she walks out, and to my amazement, the founder of the school stands up and says, "Well, that's not what we expected." And I'm like, "What did we expect?" She went on to say, "That was the best interview of the day by a long ways." So what do we do? So then they started looking at her scores, and her math scores were really low. They're like, "Oh, how do we, she'll always be behind." And so there was this debate, but then they said, but her interview was so strong. Like, and so they went through this process, and I'm sitting here like, what did I just see? Like, I don't even know. I just saw a tired girl come in. It wasn't like she came in the room and shook everybody's hand and was this dynamic person. She was this kind of tired girl that came in. So a bit of time went on. I got a chance to ask this founder, "Hey, can you just help me understand what I just saw?" Because, I think I saw a girl who wasn't invited get a token interview, and now she's your favorite interview, and best I can tell, she's being considered for the school. And she said, "Yeah, let me just break this down." So the brief version is they asked these 4 questions. They've asked the same base 4 questions for about 18 years. The first question was something like, "Please tell us, as a young woman in Kenya, what education means to you and other women." Okay, pretty powerful question. The second question had to do with, "Please tell us how you define leader and what does leadership mean to you and why is it important?" The third question is tied to the second. "Tell us how you have been a leader in your life." The fourth question is really the tough one, because what they do in the morning is they get these girls around and they basically say, "Look, we're going to interview you all, but we're not going to be able to take very many of you. So just please know, but we thank you for coming." So the fourth question is, "We told you you were not likely to get in. If you don't get into the Daraja school, what will you do?" And to that last, and she answered all those questions. But she pointed out her answer to the last question, which I was reminded of. This girl said, Marianne said, "If I don't get in, I will probably go back to the same grade, try hard to study better, get a better score, and come back next year." And I'm like, when I heard that, I'm like, I think that's probably possible. Like, But what that answer, along with her others, really changed her life. Because what the founder of the school said, "Look, we've been doing this for 18 years. I can count on one hand the number of girls that have answered the question. Almost all of them would say, well, I'll probably just go home and we'll see what comes next." But that question to the staff and the team represented intellectual curiosity, it represented grit, it represented leadership, and it represented kind of the answer that they really want to capture. So it was amazing. Like, I really got to have a moment to sit at the front line where literally this girl, again, showed up uninvited, underqualified, and the 2 girls, by the way, that were sent out to tell them, "Hey, thank you for coming," because they have this happen now. They have a reputation as a school. People show up and they have to go out and kind of say, "Thank you, but we have a full day." And so, but as those girls went out, these girls, they were participating, and they, on their own initiative, this girl helped clean up tables and put away chairs. And they were kind of touched by this. And so what did I see? One, as the founder stood up and said, "Well, that was the greatest interview of the day." And then they made this debate when they said, "We're going to add her to our list." And frankly, she said, and she's at the top of my list. The girl next to me, one of these young girls that was supposed to go out and tell her, hey, thanks for coming, but we're not going to interview you, stood up. And this is kind of the emotional part for me. She stood up and she goes, yes. And she starts celebrating. And she said this, she says, I saw myself in that girl. It was just an amazing takeaway. I just need a second. Number 2 takeaway. On this board and in this organization and with all of you here, we get to help change trajectories. That's what this school does. And we, and even in where we live, get to participate in the trajectory change of young people. And that's a worthy cause. And it's hard, it can be frustrating, and it can be thankless, but that's what we're in the business of doing. So I'm proud to be a part of that. Number 3, for any young people who aren't going to watch this, but if you ever do, make sure you help out. Make sure you be friendly. Don't be afraid to give an authentic answer. And then lastly, it was such a privilege to literally see somebody plucked out of poverty and given a chance. So tomorrow, on February 13th, Mary Ann will show up at Daraja. And I just can imagine the day. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
And I just love you so much.
I can imagine the day, like 10 years from now, right? What is her life going to be? That it never would be, because her mom said, hey, you should go try to get an interview. She stayed around to help tables. She waited around all day without food. And she just tried to be authentic. And so my last thing is I didn't see it. I saw what I was conditioned to see. I saw a tired girl come in with a tired voice and answer some questions for about 20 minutes and then get up and leave. I had no idea what I was witnessing. I didn't know. I think there's a lesson that I've learned. We can all look deeper, right? Sometimes on the surface, we're going to see a situation that is underqualified, not going well, probably deserves to have some hands slapped. But sometimes if we look deeper, we can see the potential. And that was a great lesson for me. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Thanks, boss.
Thank you so much. So well said. And what a powerful and beautiful opportunity for your family, for you and folks that you care about to have an impact. I think for many of us, we do education work because it is one of the only things that truly can change generations. And what an honor it is. Thank you so much for sharing. I think that was a beautiful way for us to begin our meeting today. I so appreciate all of you. Just want to say that. Especially at a time. This is okay. I'm going to use this as a segue into my thoughts, and I'm mindful of it about our time today. I think that it is very clear. I think all of us, because of the work that we do, we're in a perplexing time in our country, regardless of wherever we stand politically. I think we all care deeply about who we are as humans and our society and humanity. And I think that if we can remember that, it pushes us to be the best that we can be and have integrity and compassion in times where we have to really have incredible leadership. And I see that in this room right now, not just around this table, but all of you that are here today. Every single one of you are models for our community. We need more of us out there to outshine some of what the ugliness that we hear instead. So I hope that today is just an example of how we all rise above and we're models for what we're doing in our state and in our country and in the world. I do believe that. And I think that your story really amplifies and exemplifies that. So thank you so much. All right, let's talk about sharing our voice. I have a few notes that I want to highlight. So, right at your area, you'll see that there's a handout. The first page is the upcoming conference is in dates. I had been talking to just a variety of board members, and I was talking to Marie as well about how we can continue to represent and learn in terms of what's happening on a national and state scale. So you'll see at the top of the sheet is our UAPCS summer conference and our UCN summer symposium. I'd really like to encourage all of you to attend. If you would like to attend either one of those conferences or any of the other ones on this list, please let myself know or let Marie know, and sorry, I should say associate executive director. And then we'll take care of registration and if there's, and if there's travel involved. I think we just want you to be aware that these are conferences, especially the state ones. I would highly encourage us to attend and definitely have a voice and present. Many of you are doing incredible work in your own space, and you could share that expertise as well as at the national conferences there. We wanted you to have those dates to put on your calendar. Okay, great. Next, due to a couple conference conflicts, we wanted to consider moving the June meeting from June 11th to June 18th. I'm also going to be out of the country on June 11th, so that could work nicely for my own personal schedules. I appreciate that. Yeah, I have a child graduating college and a child graduating high school this year, so we're doing a big celebration. So with that, we'd like to have our meeting on June 18th, and we can review our calendar next month, and we'll have it on our consent calendar just so you can put all the dates for the upcoming year on your schedule, and we can discuss if there's any other conflicts that we need to work around. Any questions on that?
I may not be able to come, but.
Okay, no worry. And we understand that with the summer, we usually take July off. We had considered meeting in July instead, but I had mentioned that I would rather keep July just focused on summer for us. And then lastly, I would like to just provide a update on our executive director search. As you all know, in December, our executive director resigned, and we've had just a great opportunity to have our executive director step in as the interim, and we really appreciated that. We are currently in the midst of the first round of our interviews. We had over 24 individuals apply for the position in state and out of state. So we feel grateful for that pool. And I mentioned to members on the search committee that I feel that's a sign of the health and the vitality of where we are right now. And that people see this as an exciting time to be part of this work and be part of what's happening in Utah. So with that, after our first round, we'll then be based on how this round goes, we'll either be moving into a second round, potentially of a larger pool, or then from there, we'll be inviting a smaller pool of candidates to meet with us as a board. So we'll continue to keep you posted just as that develops. I can see most likely even in that special board meeting, we'll probably be able to share some dates for that next round of interviews. And we're happy to continue to share information as you'd like. It is our goal that we have the search concluded and an executive director ready to step into place as of April 1st. So at the end of, by the end of March. Yes.
Is it possible for all of us to have a list of those who have applied at some point?
Yes, we can easily share that. I can generate that, and I can actually, I can share, we have resources that we can share with you so you can see the application materials as well as the names. And I'm happy to share that with all of you. Yes.
Thank you.
And in the final round, that's when the names will become public in that space. Anything to add?
No, nothing to add.
Okay, remember Giesinger? Anything?
No.
All right, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Marie for our interim executive director report. Sorry. That's a mouthful. I feel like I just want to say it different. That's probably why I keep changing it every time. So anyway, please, thank you.
That's great. Thank you. All right, we've got our slideshow up there. Well, as you know, last month was very busy, so we didn't have a director's report. So you've last heard from us in December. And so I did want to frame today's executive director's report a little differently than we did then. In the interim executive director role, the focus has really been on stewardship, maintaining stability, strengthening relationships, ensuring that our board has clear, decision-ready information. And so in this report today, this update is to ground you in what we're seeing, how we're responding, and how as your staff we're supporting your priorities during this transition, and really provide a snapshot of the work that we're doing on your behalf. Next, please. All right, so when you last heard from us in December, we presented kind of a 90-day plan. And so rather than introducing anything of a new initiative, the team has really focused on maintaining stability and keeping all of our systems moving forward. We're intentionally grounding the work in your previously adopted strategic priorities, such as building our organizational capacity, strengthening our partnerships, and supporting schools across the authorizing life cycle, while still also maintaining strong oversight. And so today you'll see some examples of that strategy in action. Next, please. Probably one of our biggest things we're working on is the internal operations and IT transitions. We're continuing to make steady progress on this to support our long-term organizational capacity and continuity. This includes a planned staff technology refresh, connectivity coordination here in the building with DTS, and then a new provider starting in the summer, and then data and email migration. We're also actively evaluating our website as well as our authorizer tool options and plan to use a phased approach if we make transitions there. We're coordinating closely with USVE to ensure that there will be a seamless transition with no disruption to operations or communications as they've come to expect. We, as a team, are actively migrating all of our Google and local drives into SharePoint and OneDrive. And just as an awareness item, with this migration, all board members and staff will soon have new email addresses and phone numbers. And so we'll be sending detailed transition instructions to you as we shore up those timelines to ensure that there's no lapse in communication and accessibility. Next, please. Across the authorizing pipeline, our team has been engaged in multiple stages. We're actively supporting the newly approved schools as they prepare to open and getting charter agreements in place. We're having readiness to open meetings that are beginning for the schools that will open this fall. At the same time, we're working with the new proposal schools, back in the this is my idea of a charter to provide early guidance, following up with the denied applicants to provide clarity and next step feedback. And really the goal across all of this work is transparency, learning, and consistency. Next, please. With supportive oversight, our work continues across the team, including ongoing compliance reviews, comprehensive reviews, and financial monitoring. Some highlights are that all of the drafts of the 2025 comprehensive reviews have been completed and are in the finalization stages there. And so the team is preparing for the spring 2026 comprehensive reviews, and we'll plan to share those with the board in an upcoming board meeting. We've also been refining our internal tracking systems so that information is easier to follow over time and has a more consistent look across schools.
Currently, we have 2 items that are pending being entered into the research and review phase, 8 items that are in research and review for our team, and 3 active notice of concerns with issues that are related to daily school operations. As mentioned by our board chair, the oversight committee has suggested another meeting where we walk through warning, probation, and really the direction the board wants to move with oversight. Our finance work also continues to move forward steadily, ensuring that schools receive appropriate support while still maintaining strong accountability. Next, please. In addition to oversight, our team continues to provide direct support and professional learning to schools. This includes some staff-led training, as well as partnership with contracted vendors. Some highlights from the past 2 months were the ability to attend the UAPCS Winter Admin Conference, attending a school's board meeting to provide finance training, attending another board meeting for a charter agreement signing, conducting comprehensive reviews. We have a picture here from Charter Day on the Hill. We have kicked off cohort 2 of the West Ed Mentorship Network with 8 schools participating in this round. The Innovation Committee work hosted the C-Form meeting with LEAs from across the state. And our team put in a special note to thank Chair Spiker and Member Hutchings for presenting at that conference. We're also working on getting the next cohort together for Leverage Ed, which would be cohort 2 for them. And meetings have been occurring with the schools that have received innovation grants from the State Charter School Board to talk about their reporting to you. We also have continued to hold business administrator meetings. And ultimately, the team said, strong school board members are the key to school stability. And so training and support helps all of our schools stay compliant and perform better. Next, please. We've also been focusing on supporting our team as people, not just staff. And so we do have Andrea is currently on maternity leave after welcoming a new baby. And mom and baby are doing well. The team has adjusted responsibilities to ensure that there's continuity while supporting her time away. And so with Director Kramer leaving and Andrea being on maternity leave, the team has definitely stepped up to make sure nothing falls through the cracks. That flexibility and shared ownership has allowed our work to continue without pause. We're following up on procurement and payment items. Shout out about the sweet swag you got. So hopefully that is fun. Name tags, again, just keeping our organization moving forward. Next, please. So again, a theme that you'll hear consistently from me and the team right now is the importance of relationship building. We've been very intentional about working collaboratively with USBE, trying to have regular communication and meetings, coordinating on shared responsibilities and alignment during this busy period. We've also continued to engage with other bodies as needed to ensure that our work is coordinated and our expectations are clear. A few noteworthy things. USBE recently posted the school report cards and the academic data. So that's being entered into the academic framework. Also, the financial data is being entered into the financial framework. And so staff hopes to present a summary of where we're at with those frameworks in the next few months. We've also been able to work with the USBE communications team to provide some updates on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, specifically about Charter Day on the Hill, and just continuing to partner with other organizations as the team follows that direction from the board. Last slide, please. So overall, our organization is operating well. Our core work is moving forward. Our relationships are strengthening and our systems continue to improve. Our shared focus remains on continuity and readiness so that our board feels well supported and our next executive director will step into a stable organization with strong partnerships and clear work already underway. In wrapping up and asking our team in our meetings, what is something important for our board to know? I really appreciated this thought. They said, we love the work we do within our education community in Utah and beyond. Taking the time to share the importance and value of public charters, any work that we do is time well spent. The more that people understand where public charter schools fit in the overall education landscape of Utah, the better off all students are. We are an important part of the public education system. We have expertise and knowledge to contribute, and we belong in the conversations and opportunities that impact all students and educators. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Yes, please.
Thanks for everything that you're doing. I just wondered, not anytime soon, because when we have these very big meetings, there's a lot of very important work to do. Would it be possible to have going a little deeper on what trainings we do for charters, and maybe some people who are in charters kind of know, but those of us who aren't,
Yeah,
and sometimes they get questions about it.
agreed.
So if we could,
I think that would be
Maybe
good.
that's
I think
it.
we could even aim for that in March or at the latest April. I think that would be fantastic.
I'll write it in my notebook.
Okay, please do. Any other questions or comments? All right, excellent. So a large part of our morning agenda today is that we've received 6 satellite campus applications and 3 large expansion applications from our currently authorized schools. This is at the time of the year that we usually review these applications. It's after our January meeting where we, if you recall, last month we reviewed all of our new school applications. So this is now an opportunity for schools that are currently existing and within our portfolio that want to explore potential new options or opportunities based on their success and community need and interest. So with that, in just a moment, we are going to ask each applicant to come to the table, just briefly introduce yourself. At this time or on this particular meeting and for this work, we don't invite a formal presentation, but we definitely as a board can engage with folks and ask questions based on the information and the applications that were provided. In fact, I encourage you to do that. With that, I've asked interim executive director Stephenson to provide a short information piece related to the school startup funds. This recently has come back to the forefront again because of the applications that are in front of us, but also just due to legislation, sorry, I don't have my tea this morning. The legislative session that we're currently in, and just comments and potential impacts on our startup funds. These funds are it's not an endless pool. So we think that it's important for us to discuss where we are before we dive into these applications. And it'll give us a moment to then think about the decisions that we're making based on the money that we have available. So Marie, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you. And I just started presenting, and so our staff has worked together to put together some information for you about what we currently have available, and then what has already been allocated, and then if everything was to be approved, so kind of the two extremes there. With what's allocated, and then if everything was approved, what that would look like. So starting on our left-hand column, right now we have 3.2 million in startup, and that is as they then project into the coming years, they did not add into that amount yet. So obviously there will be legislative allocations that are coming into like fiscal year 27, fiscal year 28. Right now, based on our current authorizations and our current formula for startup, which is something that you as the State Charter School Board direct what that formula looks like. We have a number of small expansions that are still receiving payout right now during fiscal year 26. Looking to fiscal year 27, again, I'm on the left-hand column here with the new schools that have been approved. And again, the funds pay out over 2 years. We have about 1.8 million going out to that. And with the satellites that were approved last year, another 330,000. And then the George Washington large expansion funds from last year. And so for fiscal year 27, about 2.3 million has already been allocated. And if we look ahead to fiscal year 28, with new schools again that you approved last month, with the satellites that are already approved, another $639,000 roughly there. And so without any additional funding coming from those legislative allocations, which there will be, we anticipate for fiscal year 27 and 28, we would have 136,000 remaining from what's in our budget right now. If we move to that right-hand side, I'll scooch over here and scroll back up. Hopefully you don't get dizzy there. So again, we have 3.2 million roughly in our funds right now. Again, with the fiscal year 26 already allocated there. Looking to fiscal year 27, with the new schools, and then this, again, in their projection was if the board was to approve every application that you have coming before you today. That moves us up to 1.3 million going out in satellites and a little over 500,000 going out in large expansions. And so that would bring us up to 3.7 million needing to be allocated next year if everyone was approved. So that is a difference between, if you see there on the left and then here on the right, about $1.4 million difference there.
Great, I hate to interrupt you, but can I just ask you?
I was gonna say, is my math wrong? I'm sorry.
No, so just to confirm, I mean, obviously, these numbers are based on a formula, I assume it's per pupil. But, is this, assume we don't have these funds, is the thrust of what you're saying that these numbers could then be watered down and formula would have to change so that there's less money available? But it would still be split and allocated at least under the same per pupil sort of pro rata split.
Yes, and our staff did reach out to USBE Finance and also the policy team at USBE, you know, talking about what does the code say, what does the board rules say, you know, what would this look like? And I can jump into that as well. In our code here, let's see, the code is 53G 6504. And specifically, it talks about in item 6 here, if the legislature does not appropriate funds for the increase or enough to cover, you know, the increase there, then item B says they can be considered tentatively approved, any new schools or expansions, and then they would take priority funding in that following year. And then it does give our board the ability to provide some priority to new charter schools or expansions or satellites that are opening in high growth areas, as well as to give a lower priority to those schools that are in areas where student enrollment is stable or declining. And in working with state boards to talk about what this would mean, basically the thought was that since we maintain what that formula looks like going out to the schools, that would be something for our board to consider how they want to adjust the formula and adjust for prioritization.
So Director Simmons, can I just jump in? Because this is going to be at the core of what I want to understand. If we have more schools than formula money to give out, did I say that right? More schools and not enough for, we have basically, this is kind of us, we have some discretion here.
Yes, both on adjusting how we're what our formula looks like.
Okay.
For example, a few years ago, our startup funds were over 3 years and
Yeah.
it was a smaller amount.
We moved to
Our board moved it to 2 years and increased the amounts as building costs have increased. We could certainly look at decreasing those amounts. We could look at 1 year. I mean, really, we could go back to 3 and smaller amounts all 3 years. We're only limited by our imagination, right? But then there is also the ability to prioritize within that. And so that isn't something we've done yet within our funding. But per the code, we could prioritize certain schools maybe are receiving 100%, maybe some are receiving 50, or maybe they go into the next year's cycle. And so it would be if we want to add prioritization, and it would be something our board could look at, or if we wanted to continue to fund all of them at the same amounts with some adjustments being made.
So we have a pretty wide runway to operate within as far as how allocation happens.
Yes. And that was also supported by USBE, both the policy team and the finance team.
And I don't mean to interrupt, well, I'm doing the very thing I don't mean to do, I'm interrupting your presentation, but we have the carryover funds too, which has been a fairly, so is that accounted for in that 3.6 million? Because
Yes.
in my mind, my simple mind math was like, this year with all these schools, we're probably okay because we have such a large amount of carryover.
Yeah, so as we look up here, we have carryover starting from fiscal year 23. About a little over 100,000 is still carryover from fiscal year 23 in startup funds. And then 24, 25, we're currently in fiscal year 26. And so that's where some of that carryover is remaining.
And there's a 24 there twice, 155 and then 1,000,003.
Yes, that money was used to cover some of the projection shortfall for some of our new schools, and it has been put into a separate startup type fund to help with projections and if there are
So is it
differences over
encumbered?
2%. Lisa, is that? I said I might phone a friend during this.
Yeah, that's great.
Not encumbered at this point.
The 1,000,003 is not encumbered.
So it was set aside, like it was used. That's how it was actually used by Wallace Stegner when were basically a couple of years ago, they weren't given any students at all because they thought that they had enough money in their reserves that they
yeah.
could just cover it. And then Wallace Stegner was like, no, we can't do that. So we moved this money over and gave it to Wallace Stegner. And then they paid it back when the updates were done, the
Yeah.
mid-year updates. And then, but USB had us put it aside for this special purpose. And because there's a new law that came into effect last year that requires us to do this if it comes up again, that if we have funds that are available to use it, we haven't moved it back over just in case. But they're not encumbered, and if we do need to move them back over, that should be just fine.
Okay, thank you.
And we did have one school tap into that this last year. It's if their projections are 10% or greater, different from what was, entered from the Common Data Committee and the USBE, then an adjustment can be made sooner than waiting for the true up that occurs in October, November.
Can I, just a quick follow-up, sorry. So from what I'm understanding is we could have a few options if we need them. We could change the formula, how much we allocate to each of the schools. We could prioritize the amounts, giving some more and some less. But that doesn't change the authorization that we've given them. But if they don't receive as much as they need, we would then work with them to maybe start later, a year later or so, but they would still have the authorization.
Yes.
Okay.
We will want to keep in mind though, that also within our code, authorization expires 36 months after. the approval.
Right, okay.
So that typically gives us a 1
They
year
would give them a
delay.
year. Okay. Okay.
Just to finish out on this.
I think you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering. What are those limitations specifically? It mentioned, prioritization for schools that, the local enrollment is either stable or declining. Is that prioritization in the funding component, or is that determining who gets priority and who we approve and move forward? Are both of those things?
Yeah, that section doesn't mention the funding on high priority and low
Yeah, to
priority.
me,
I
I read
assume
that.
that's just approval.
Yeah,
It
that's
says the
approval.
state board, meaning USBE, gives approval or gives high priority and low priority based on growth or decline of growth.
I think that otherwise that would be a decision of this board,
Yeah, that's.
based on our funding formula.
because the previous, I think, 6 indicates that this is, the trigger is whether there's trying to read it. If there's money available, if that money is not available, then the condition would come into place. Is that true?
Yes.
This this is not part of new school startup grants.
This is part of new schools.
This is part of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
we're
that goes
talking
to
about our
new
current,
schools and.
we're talking about our current situation at this moment. But as we have seen, it could change at any moment.
And that's,
Right.
so for timeline.
Yeah, we need.
We
to-
can grant the authorizations today for these schools, but when will we know for sure? It's probably April. Or so that we would know for sure how much we actually could offer April-ish.
I am guessing we get the same amount at this point, but it was in there,
Yes.
that was one of the items that was tagged.
Yeah.
It is not currently on the list, but that could change. Anything, okay,
Yeah.
we just,
So
so
I
that
would-
we're aware that. It, especially for the future,
For this session.
Yeah.
There is, we need to keep in mind that it could be reduced. And we
It
would
could be-
probably know the amount it would be reduced at the end
Yeah.
of the session, but then it still takes
yeah,
several weeks to true up.
for the
budget,
money
so.
that we have, and that's a little bit more for the future, because. With the carryover, with money that we have, we can kind of use that,
But we need. to-
but thinking about next year and so on, we. Have to realize that we set a precedent, it's what, it could be different,
We may have enough this year, but.
yeah,
Keep next year. in mind.
yeah.
And so playing that through, again, if we were to approve all of those schools, that would be our total of 3.7 for fiscal year 27. And then for fiscal year 28, we would be at 1.14 million. Again, if everything was approved. So without any additional money coming in over those next 2 years into the appropriations, we would be in a shortfall. But again, that was without them adding anything from the legislative into those years, just to show you the finance space. So
What's the number if we get the same allocation legislatively as we did last year? Do we know that?
Lisa has
Are
got
we gonna
that.
require that?
That's Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Going from memory, it's $1,590,700 if it remains what it was last year. And I know
That's-
we had talked about a little bit of a reduction in that. I don't remember that number and I didn't see it on the list, so I don't know.
Would that be FY 20, or we're in 26,
This
right?
is FY 27 we're talking.
Okay, so this goes through FY 28. So if we had $1.5 million, FY 27 and another $1.5 million, those aren't guaranteed numbers, but if we did, then we would not have a shortfall.
Correct.
So this needed for future appropriations assumes no allocation in 27 and 28.
Correct.
Okay, 2 cycles. Okay,
And
thank you.
I guess this is just one from my understanding. When we give approval. We're giving approval, but we're also giving money, but we could give approval without money.
We could.
And that is a possibility, and then they could. Figure out how to do it, but okay.
That would be an option.
Okay.
I'm so glad
Chair,
that
back to
we
you.
decided, thank you. I know this came up the other day, so Marshall, thank you so much.
This was very
It's-
helpful.
It's, I think, very helpful for all of us. So thank you for this information, and Lisa, really, thank you so much. I think we, as always, we want to be responsible stewards, and we don't want to be deliberately putting ourselves in a situation where we're spending money that we don't necessarily have. I think that, and to remember Paul's first point, it was a little, it has been a little touch and go.
We almost didn't have it at all.
Right, so I think that this is really important for us to always keep this in the back of our mind. We always like to think that we have an endless pocketbook. I know I'd like to live my personal life like that, but unfortunately, that is not the case. So, excellent. Any other questions before we ask our first school to come forward? All right, great. So, Great, we're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm just mindful of time, so thank you. Spectrum Academy, would you please come forward? That would be fantastic.
It's right here.
Oh, we have some folks online. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting. So, we can be sure to have folks introduce themselves once we. Moment. Wonderful, thank you. Can we start here? Would you mind introducing yourselves?
Yes, thanks for the opportunity. My name is Joe Dixon. I'm the Director of Related Services here at Spectrum Academy.
Excellent,
And I'm Amy Lurcher and I'm the board chair
excellent,
for Spectrum.
wonderful. And then folks online, could you unmute and introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Courtney England, and I am the Executive Director of Finance for Spectrum.
Great, all right, wonderful. So, board members, and potentially we, actually, could we do just a short, I know we have these applications, but could we do just a, maybe a 2 to 3 minute overview of the ask, and then we can move into questions. And I guess that would come from you all. So I'm
Yeah,
looking at
love
Marie and she's looking at me, so I apologize. We have lots of documents in front of us, and so I'm just, yeah, so, yeah, and probably within 3 minutes, if you could share with us your events.
Absolutely. So we're looking to expand out into the St. George region, starting the 27-28 school year. We currently are a school that has 2 locations, both in North Salt Lake and Pleasant Grove, and serve about a little over 1,600 students, where our main charter is really focusing on supporting and educating students on the autism spectrum and other neurodiversities. As such, we have seen a lot of wonderful success with our students and have a lot of stakeholders that over the last few years has been asking us to expand, especially into Southern Utah. And so we've been really trying to network and build some community partners down there with both families, agencies, businesses, and other educational institutions to see the need, but then also to see what would be the best plan in supporting that expansion down there. We currently serve, like I said, about 1,600 students, a little over 80% of which are on individual education plans, IEPs, and seeing wonderful academic growth in our CTE programs, in driver's education, in employment numbers with our transition programs, and seeing them be able to more fully access the communities and prepare for future educational and employment services. So we're hoping to be able to start a satellite K-6 location down in St. George, and then slowly organically grow it each year, building upon 1 grade level as the years go forward.
Wonderful, thank you. Questions or comments?
Yeah, you just started to answer my question.
Okay,
I want to hear just a little bit more about it. By the way, you're doing amazing things at Spectrum Academy.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
A wonderful statewide reputation for what you do and the specific niche that you've carved out to help students in Utah.
Thank you.
As you consider phasing this in, considering that you have a high cost model based on students that you serve, help us understand a little bit better how you're dealing with, I guess, not growing too quickly, making sure that you're growing in accordance with the market and the needs that you have in that area.
Yeah, that's always the magic, balance of supporting the individual students, but also ensuring that our support systems are in place and we can continue to provide the level of support that we want. That's one reason we've taken quite a few years to really gauge the interest down there and the need down there. We're projecting starting off around 150, 200 students K-6 with 3 classes per grade level. We have parents emailing us almost monthly asking when we're coming down to the St. George and Cedar City area. Just because of various needs, the sizes of classrooms down there, the support systems or lack of support systems, and just as St. George continues to grow, there's more resources that are needed down there. In our current state, we have a wait list of over 400 students, just currently with our 2 campuses, and we continuously see that number growing. We even have had international requests. We've had families move from France a year or 2 ago to be able to attend our school and from other states. And so we're seeing a high request continuously over the last 19 years that we've existed for more students to come into our program. And we've been deliberately purposeful in the way that we've expanded. Our last expansion was in Pleasant Grove 10 years ago. And now that we feel like things are really stable there, things are continuously growing in North Salt Lake, that it's time to then look, because of the need and the community support that we've already started to grow in that area, that we can sustain that growth in St. George.
Thanks.
Can I,
Yeah, please.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just want to say, I've been to your North Salt Lake location. You do amazing work.
Thank you.
Just, you fill a great need. And
So-
I know it's a hard work, but I'm sure very meaningful.
We love it. I think, with all of our other fellow charters, it's the best work that we all have, and being able to see our kids grow.
I work on the Davis Technical College campus, and we see some of your kids coming and participating in those programs.
We love
It's
our
fun to see.
partnership, with DTC, and seeing our kids being able to go there. We thank you for, partnering with us in that.
Love that. The question is, could you, and I may have just missed it, but could you be a little more clear on what your ask is for the St. George campus? I'm not finding I'm not tracking your numbers as far as the enrollment ask.
Sorry, let me pull that up exactly. So what we're looking for, are you asking just what our projected enrollments or kind of
What are you asking us to approve?
approval to open up and to expand so that we can start a K-6 satellite down
Do we
there?
need a number? Are we approving?
Do you
that?
want kind of our projected students? Looks like he has a breakdown.
Okay, do you know what age that is?
So we're looking at 3 classes per grade, which is a typical model that we've been doing. And so looking at starting off on our first year between close to about 220 seats.
It's 3.
And then-
I track different numbers. That's
Yeah,
probably
and I
why.
apologize about
Yeah.
that discrepancy in there, but
okay.
our classroom sizes average about 12 to 14 students per class. And so depending upon how many students we put into the actual classes there, would kind of give us that range there. But around 220 is where we would like to start.
Do we need specific numbers in our approval, or is that not?
I think we probably.
Isn't the LEA max authorized?
Yeah.
Then yes, for that enrollment cap.
So is the cap you're requesting what's on page 15? You've got a range under total seats requested.
Yes.
And Member Hutchings, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I
No,
want to make sure we get an
yeah.
answer to your question.
That's correct. Those are the total seats that we request.
So, okay, but you would prefer to have the higher end of that range, because ultimately we'll approve a number and not a range. And then
Okay.
you'll be able to fill up to that cap.
Yes, we would.
So it would be the 252, for example, in year 1 rather than the 228.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you for clarifying.
And in addition to that, you're planning a high school. You
Okay.
have a longer term, but that's not what you're asking for right now.
Not currently right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we would love to start just with the elementary school. And the reason for that is from our learning history of opening up Pleasant Grove. We feel as we start a little bit smaller with the elementary school, there's some other variables that we don't have to focus on. It can really just getting our systems and our culture and our staff supports going well.
That's some good experience
Thank
talking
you.
right there.
Can I jump in with a question?
Yes, please.
I'm done, thank you.
Thank you. I want to echo the comments too. I might dare say there's not a school that is more rooted for in all of Utah than Spectrum Academy.
Thank you.
Everybody loves you. They love what you're doing, and I echo that too. I remember talking to Brad Nelson in somewhere around 2010,
Yeah.
and he's like, Clint, I get bribed every year at our lottery. And he wasn't joking. It wasn't like this. He was like, no, really, I get bribed. He told me we just had a family re-immigrate from Canada to come here. And I just think it's such a amazing thing. There's just such a need in our society for what you're aiming at.
Thank you, sir.
I want to ask you, to me, all this looks good. Your financials look good, you're well run, but and I'm not suspicious here, but I do want to ask you about just the potential dilution of staff and that. I mean, staff planning, you make the comment, the success of our students is inseparable from the quality and dedication of our staff. Our learners benefit most from educators who are highly skilled, compassionate, patient, and committed to individualized instruction.
Mhm.
So you have to hire a bunch of unicorns. really.
Absolutely.
What, can you just help us understand what is the process that you've gone through in this intentional time?
Yeah.
To make sure that you can staff up and not dilute what you're doing as you try to get bigger?
It's true. Our staff are the reason our students are growing, and in partnership with the parents and the community, we've got some incredible staff at Spectrum Academy. Part of our model has been to try to grow our own unicorns. Because we find that when a staff really fits in, they have the mindset, they have that empathy, and they have that vision. And we see that growth and that desire to continue to grow. And so as we've looked at this expansion plan, we've started to identify some of those unicorns that already exist in our system that could potentially be interested in moving down to St. George to help with this process. So that we can have a stable base of individuals who already understand our culture and processes, help lead the charge down there with the new staff. Now, it's always a balance because we don't want to dilute North Salt Lake or Pleasant Grove campuses at the same time. But appropriately and efficiently identifying those key players and creating a planning or an individual plan for them to how to better prepare them over this next year and a half in preparation for the opening of the satellite office. So it'd be a combination of looking for those unicorns down in the region, partnering with educational institutions such as SUU and Utah Tech, as well as other local businesses and support groups down there to identify other individuals that would fit within our system, as well as utilizing some of our current staff to help us with the charter.
And just as a follow-up, do you have? Maybe I direct this to staff too, but as far as licensure, is that the standard licensure that any school would undergo, or because of your population, do you have or require extra licensure or?
We probably have a lot more special education licenses within our system than than our other schools, you know, with our other brothers and sisters in the charter program. But there's not a specials per se licensure that's unique to Spectrum or that we'll need in addition to any other charter school.
Just as a, this is I wouldn't say this is necessarily a plug, but we were at university, the teacher education program, we just started last year, or they just started last year, a dual. Every student that is in the elementary ed program is also going to have the opportunity to get a special education license. So we saw this need within the state, and so it's not a requirement, but we're really hoping that this will help infuse more highly qualified special educators into the system. So
Wonderful.
just as a note to self for the
Absolutely.
future, thought I would mention.
I love that. That is exciting.
And then I just have one more if I could.
Absolutely.
Somewhere in here, and I'm not gonna find it exactly right, but you mentioned a $15 million grant for a facility in St. George. Can you
Yes.
just describe that a little more?
Absolutely. Actually, I'm going to, Courtney was nice enough to join us as well.
Sure.
Finances are not my strong suit, but she's amazing at them and she could speak to that specifically.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so when this financial plan was put together, it was my understanding that there is a federal grant out there for charter school startups that can be applied for to help with building costs. And so we were at the time this was put together, we were hoping to be able to get that $15 million amount to start our building. As I did more research after this was published, that is not going to be the case. That looks like that grant is capped at about a little over $2 million. However, we do have a private donor that is willing to provide a building and land for us. So that is a possibility. As of today, I know that that is something that that donor is willing to do. And if that would fail for some reason, we would be able to bond the building since we are part of the credit enhancement program.
Yeah, so Courtney, just as a follow-up, thank you for that color. So have you, I just want to understand your internal confidence about those different scenarios. Like even in the bonding, we don't get it donated, we have to go borrow it scenario. Do you have confidence? I couldn't quite square all this up in like projections, so I just want to understand what your current status and confidence is in kind of affordability.
So I actually have really high confidence in our donor at this point. They've showed interest in donating a building to us for several years, and they haven't gone away. However, if that were to fail, I have complete confidence in the bonding process. We've bonded our buildings for both North Salt Lake and Pleasant Grove, and it's been a seamless, as seamless as it can be process. Our financials are strong. We've always come up way higher than we need to on any of our required covenants for those bonds, as far as our debt service coverage ratio, our days cash on hand, our cash in the bank right now. We're very strong. We're very financially stable.
Okay, so Courtney, I think I'll promise this is the last one. On your projections then, your
Yes,
3-year, so I see the no expansion, the expansion only, and then 3-year budget. I think it's like combined 3-year budget expansion of 300 students.
correct.
That coverage level, was that assuming, what was the assumption in those coverage levels? Was it the grant, is it the donation, or is it the bond?
It was the grant,
Okay, so you don't assume any more debt.
correct.
Okay. I mean, I just.
So
think
the
you'll have to think-
financials, if we were to bond, sorry, I cut you off there. If we were to bond, obviously there would be some debt added to those financials and they would look a bit different. But that's something I'm happy to put together and present if needed. It's just like I said, at the time that these were produced and sent over to you, my understanding of that federal grant was very different than what it actually is, and I apologize for that.
No worries, that it's a pretty fluid world as far as federal funds right now. Depends if it's a Tuesday or Thursday.
Right.
But yeah, I do think it would benefit you to I mean, I have a high confidence in your financial strength. And you are eligible for the credit enhancement program, but this is not breaking news to you, but buildings are expensive. If you get it donated, we're totally rooting for that. What a great thing. But if you don't, to the degree that you have to borrow money, I just want to make sure you're gonna partner, or you do the analysis or partner with a group that can help you do that analysis, just so that you don't get too diluted financially. Just because you have such a high, your salary and benefits is probably higher than average, and worthily so, but you just have to really dial in on your facility component to make sure you don't harm yourself and, in growth. So I don't see a red flag here, but I do think you probably would help yourself to do the worst case scenario calculations before you commit to, putting money down on land or something. I would just make sure there's an end to that road that comes out, safe for you. So those are my comments.
Absolutely. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions.
Can I just add on to that a little bit? I'm sure there's gonna be strong demand down there, right? There's gonna be a strong interest for students to participate in your program. You had mentioned that there's about 150 parents or families that have shown interest in your program. Is that done through a survey, or how do you come up with those numbers?
Yes, through some surveying of some of the population down there. We've held some events down there to try to meet with stakeholders and discuss, engage interest on that as well. So some various means to try to gather as much information as we can without over promising anything. We didn't want to overexcite the community without having everything in place yet. But we've tried some different ways to gain that information.
And was that under the K-6 model? Is that kind of
Correct?
those would be those individuals that'd be interested in?
Yes. Yes. And we've even taken some of that information from some of the surrounding areas, including Cedar City, all the way down to Mesquite as well.
Thank you for asking that question.
Are there any other questions? There are no other questions. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion. I might need a little help that we approve the St. George satellite. Or sorry, the Spectrum Academy, St. George satellite. For, what is our number? Did we determine what our?
200 and.
That's around page 15 of their
I
application.
was gonna say with
Or maybe just say that.
the scale that's there, and that would include the next 5 years going up through K-8 and up to 413 students over 5 years.
Okay, that.
Okay. Excellent. So we have a current motion on the table to approve the satellite application for Spectrum Academy in St. George. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, there's a second from Member Bassett. Is there any other discussion or questions? Please.
I'd like to propose a small adjustment to that motion. I'd like to give them a little more cushion on their cap, just because those were like exact numbers. I don't think we harm anybody, so if we could just bump it up to like, yeah, like, I was even gonna say, for 450,
Yeah.
just go to 500.
Yeah,
I just
I
want
was
to
gonna
give,
go to 415, so this.
let's go 500. And I just think just give them some flexibility. Cause I too think there will be demand. I'm not worried about them
Yep.
recruiting, but just give them some flexibility.
It sounds great. So with that, Member Hutchins, do you approve
I
that
think
amendment
that's a-
to your motion?
Just so we're clear, you mean from year one or you mean?
Oh,
Just
No,
total,
that's
just
the way it works.
500, and then I think they're gonna start smaller and grow
It's
up.
all the way through.
Just one number. that they
500
can-
by year 5.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't even know. if
Or
we're that
up to
prescriptive,
500.
just up to 500.
Up to 500 by year 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be.
Have you?
Can I ask a point of inquiry?
Yes.
So if we're looking at that table on page 15, we could just approve, K-8 up to 500, like that could be the approval.
Yeah.
That essentially starts as soon as they open, or we could, limit, okay, the grade levels are limited as listed on that table. Or if you wanted to do like 300 seats year one, like, and growing it that way.
My
or we could
comments,
just
if I
start off
could,
with-
I think we just K 500, because if their donation falls through, they may need to think about opening a little bit more than 220. And so I don't want to be as prescriptive as, now, maybe if there's another voice here, I'm totally fine with it, but that would be my comment, is just K 500, and then they'll manage themselves to get to at or near that number.
Can I ask, is there any downside if we authorize 500 and they get to 250 the first year? And even if they choose to get to 250, is there anywhere that looks bad for them?
I think the only downside is, back of the napkin math, if their numbers drop below and they have to bond for a building, prescribing it to the 228 to 252
I
might
agree.
make it very difficult
Yeah.
for them
Okay.
to meet their debt service and some of those financial things.
I think we have lots of schools that are not operating at their authorized cap.
Yeah.
Now, I think in the wide spectrum, that throws the USBE, our partners there, in a little bit of but the reality is what they really look at is what did you enroll last year, and that's kind of the marker. So I expect a school to grow up. But I'm not aware of any downside in authorizing them to work up to that over 3, 4, 5 years. And frankly, they may only ever get to 413, which would also be fine. But I think we help them by giving them a little flexibility if we feel good about them moving forward.
Could I ask, based off the presentation on the finances, that does change the outcome potentially for funding, correct? Because we would be adjusting up to 500.
Did we use the 400 number or the? So yeah,
I use the number off that first.
I think it was 300.
So if that's the direction we're headed,
Yeah, that is true.
it does
To keep that.
Yeah.
modify some of our.
Those numbers.
Well, and I'll make a comment. This is Clint's opinion, so. If we have to start reallocating funds. $1 for a brand new school feels like $5 for a school that's 3 or 4 years old, and feels like $10 for a school that's, this is a more mature school, they have financial strength. So I do want to help them. I think if you get a yes, it's nice to get some support with your yes financially. But I probably start personally from a position that more mature schools would probably be, if we had to make cuts, not that we want to, but if we have to kind of maybe pare back a little bit, that more mature schools already have the balance sheet and the cash, and nobody has too much cash in the state. I totally get it, but the new schools don't have any. And so I guess that's the lens I maybe would start a discussion with is just and this is a good mature school, so I want to see them get every dollar we can, but if we have to adjust, I probably would start from the idea of maybe the mature schools who have kind of some built up means. That would be maybe where I would see limitations coming.
Yeah, I would agree, being able to withstand potential.
Maybe in the spirit of the conversation we had before on the finances and knowing that we potentially have some flexibility in determining how that all kind of plays out. We don't have to make any determinations on the finances currently, right?
Correct.
We would just be able to make those adjustments. Okay.
So it's helpful for them to know that we can't guarantee anything in that along finance line.
Okay.
Again, that's specifically referring just to the startup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The startup grants, it's just,
Right.
it's not going to have anything to do with your other funding for operating the
Right.
school, which is going to be based on your enrollment anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, we can make those adjustments, I think, down the road.
That's a great
In
clarification.
fact, there's a slight increase to WPU, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're only talking about that
That's
few hundreds of thousands in year 0 and year 1
Yes.
that
Mhm.
they would be eligible for.
Okay,
So we need
so
to make another.
yes, we have I think we
Have
have
an
an amended motion. Which was accepted, and that was to approve,
Up to 500.
yes, but I think and
And
K8. And so we should add the K8 piece to that. Okay, so we have a motion to approve Spectrum Academy's satellite in St. George up to 500 students, K8. And there was a second from member Bassett.
I seconded the original motion.
Oh, the original motion, and do you
I will
accept that?
second.
Okay, great, accept. Great, excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Is that what should we do?
We typically done a roll call.
Yeah, let's do roll calls. Let's just for the nature of these today. So I'll start with the maker of the motion, Member Hutchins.
Aye.
Member Bassett.
Aye.
Member Beeson.
Yes.
Vice Chair.
Yes, for me.
Yes.
Yes.
Great, and I'm a yes.
So
Congratulations. I
much.
know folks in St. George are probably cheering, right? This is like almost like a gold medal for them. So we're excited for you and for the children and families that are really going to be so appreciative of what you're going to bring to that community. You'll be able to work with staff on next steps.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
do you think that we could get a 5-minute potty break?
we sure can. And I'm sure, and folks are cheering for that as well. So thank you for bringing that up. Let's go ahead and we'll meet back here at 10:30 and Utah Military Academy. Please be ready. which is great.
For now.
So board, we're gonna continue with our new satellite applications. Next up, we have Utah Military Academy. Is looking to have a satellite in St. George as well. Let's go ahead and begin. If you all could introduce yourselves, and then do we have any folks? It does not look like we don't have anybody online today. Thanks.
Chuck Williams, board chair for Utah Military Academy, retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel and former Assistant Secretary of Defense. Our school superintendent, Lieutenant Colonel retired Bill Orris.
Board member Andreas Weisman, call sign Baron.
Excellent.
Matt Rockford, support.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much for being here and for your service. If, to my points earlier today, I'm very grateful because it helps, I think, ensure and provide a vision for what we all hope can be, what can be here. With that, 3 minutes, give us an overview of what you're asking from us today.
Chair.
Oh, yes.
First presentation, we had Director Stephenson give a summary, didn't we?
We did
were,
not,
and then-
but thank you. What could have happened, and so that's why.
Want me to do it?
That's
No, go ahead, whatever you have.
no worries. It actually makes me feel better, Member Biesinger, that you said that, because I was just talking to Member Bassett about just how full our brains are at the moment. So thank you for that. I'll pass it over to you all.
You just said something about.
Marie's not going to, but if you could give us just a 3-minute overview of what you're asking for in terms of your satellite in St. George.
First off, Utah Military Academy has been established for about a decade. We've got 2 current campuses, one up in Riverdale, our Hill campus, and another in Lehigh at Camp Williams. With it, in terms of bonds, we owe 20 million. In terms of appraisal, it's 33 million. That we owe, but my point being is we got some good equity holding on to our current properties right now. Our enrollment's 1163 on 1 October, which is great because our cap is 1200. Like many schools, we're at the behest of those students. And what I mean by that, Utah in its strangeness allows anybody to enroll anywhere multiple times. I'm an old Florida guy. When you come from Florida, you disenroll from a school to enroll in the other school. So there's no silliness going on here and having no shows along that line. You get hard enrollments. We feel great with this point right now. We do have to make mention that we're asking for a campus in St. George with it. In 2017, when we did our original application, believe that there was an ask for 3 campuses. One Hill, Lehigh, St. George, with it. With the approval, there were conditions. All right, you got Hill, but now let's conditionally open Lehigh. There wasn't a condition for St. George along that line, so that's why we're here today with it. A year ago, a little longer than a year ago, we asked this board for a small school expansion to add the 6th grade, which was a very helpful addition to our program and added us another 26 students with it. We think it's very successful because that was our cap and that was our plan with it. But the unique thing was we were also authorized a hybrid school component. And so within the hybrid school component here, that was already established in 2017. For some I would say unrational reason, we were asked to stop it on or about 2019. And so as we move forward, we came back and said, we really would like to open this back up again. So for us, it allowed us to operate a small hybrid component in St. George. Currently, we opened with 79 students down there with it. The hybrid aspect is we have a brick and mortar building. They come in there every day. They do their online work. We have guides that support and assist them with their work. The hybrid piece is they take their JROTC class there once a week, and that's one full day that they all come in and take their JROTC component right there. So that's where the hybrid comes into play. The unique thing is, we've got 79 students there right now. To me, that's demonstrating serious interest. We had to cap ourselves at about 75. We allowed a few more simply because of this was all very new to us with it. Once we established that cap, the projection is will likely be 100 for next year into that particular component right there. The facility itself will allow us to grow to 150. Well, that's being funded out of our general educational income with it. Because again, you can see the logic and the value of having 79 students there. That's roughly $1 million of income that's coming into us that we otherwise would not have had with it. So we're very happy with our success down there, but we personally believe that that demonstrates capacity and interest in the program in the St. George area.
Please.
Can I start?
Please jump in. Thank you for that overview.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you, and I echo my appreciation for both your service and education and to our country. I'm grateful for that and have a lot of respect for each one of you. To me, there's a gorilla in this room. It's your financials, right? And even in the application process, there's number 6 that says, hey, by the way, they're not meeting the financial metrics they need to meet by USBE to do this. So I'd like to just kind of go back and forth here. To try to be prepared, I did some work yesterday. I had one of my actually staff people prepare a projection for me based on, not a projection, but kind of create a summary based on your audited financials. And I even spoke to your business manager yesterday just to get some facts, not to get any sort of opinion, but so I believe the last few years enrollment went from roughly, this is October 1. So in FY22, 961, 912, then to 906, then last year up to 954. And this year, you're up over 200 kids, at least your October 1, about 1163. So you've been a school between 900 and 1,000 kids. You kind of had a downdraft. You have a high supplies and materials. I asked about that. It appears to be great spending. Uniforms, sports and military supplies for 8-man football, a basketball program, a marksmanship program, a drill team, which is not, I don't think, like the drill team like my daughter was in. I think it's
Yeah.
And I'm going to guess that you would say that's led to this increased enrollment along with your 6th grade expansion. So if I can just kind of cut to it, schools in Utah that have a facility burden that's pretty low as a percentage of revenues, which you do, with 900 to 1,000 kids should be doing good financially. And to be candid, you have not been doing good financially. Now, what I can discern here, and this is part of my question or discussion I'd like to have, is your salary and benefits are high, right? And when I say high, I'm not saying they're unfair or inappropriate, but versus kind of the spectrum of data that I typically review, your salary and benefits is kind of at around 70%, where most charter schools are going to be closer to 60. And now as schools get more mature, as their facilities come down as a percentage of what they get, I think they often move a little more into that, and it's great. And I'm going to trust that your staff is great. But the challenge I have is on your audited financials. I mean, you lost money every year, and I know there's some explanations, right? But even if I play some of those through, like even the ERC money that wasn't booked in 23, it looks like it was booked in 24, and even that was a modest loss. Now it looks like in 24, from what I can glean, you bought some buses and built a teen center. So that's great. But unlike the federal government, in state government, we have to live on our budget, right? We can't negatively budget. So I don't want to be insulting, but schools that have your enrollment shouldn't be this tight financially. I looked at some of your disclosures. Your bondholder had to waive a covenant or a default covenant in 2023. So I'm grateful they're supportive of you, and I think they had some patience, and you appear to be managing through that. But the problem is you're coming today to kind of do something that requires financial support, and I want to have like understand a confidence level in where you think you are, what you think versus what I see. Are we the same there? And because if you didn't get these 200 more kids, like, I don't know, it just would be tough, right? And I don't know if you haven't downsized because you were planning for future growth, but can you just kind of dive into this for a minute where you think it's going to be most beneficial? And I'm not asking for like the whole Bible, but I just need a few crucial verses that you can point to if that's possible to build my confidence here.
I'd like to start with the way the accounting system, I think, works with you. You know, it's a hybrid, in my opinion, a hybrid system. In other words, you have a cash.
Let me just, because of time, I'll acknowledge that, but cash is cash. And quite frankly, schools with 900 to 1,000 kids should have a little more than you've had, right? So I don't think this is this isn't like Gatsby. That's okay. I'm really just trying to understand, like, how are you going to run a ship where you have a bottom line every year? And I know you're not a bank, but if we're in the business of kids, we have to stay viable. So I'd like to stay from, I just don't want to go down the road of, well, the accounting interpretation, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, how are we managing like salaries and costs and what are we doing? Because quite frankly, your ratios are anemic. And when I look at why, it seems like it's kind of a decision by the organization to maintain really high costs. And so if you have enough kids, you can afford it, but if you don't, you appear to be operating at a loss. So I don't mean to cut you off. If you want to add to that, that's fine. But I'm not really, it's not going to help me to understand the interpretation of accounting principles. I really want to get into.
I don't want to necessarily talk about accounting principles. What I want to do is address the way that you have to operate. You know, in Utah, you get a grant. And once you get a grant, you have to pay for those grant items before you get the reimbursement. And so the timeliness of those reimbursements is what I'm talking about and how they're counted in terms of your accruals along that line. Fundamentally, if it's not there by 1 June or 1 July, it's not counted, even though it's been promised and it's on the pipeline coming forward with it. For us, it was wonderful. We won $1.5 million grant for safety and security. We invested $1.5 million into safety and security components for our school. For example, like video cameras and window films and upgrades on our doors and our safety and security staffing model within the program. Unfortunately, the reimbursements for those items didn't coincide with.
So let me jump back in.
Yeah.
I'll even acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But that's not the gorilla in the room, right? From my seat, right, I have 138 schools or something that also, some of them get reimbursement grants, but they still manage a bottom line at the end of the year. You guys have not. And if you're going to blame a reimbursement grant for that, like, it just doesn't build my confidence. I'm trying to get a space here where we can say, hey, we have held high salaries. We've done it for this reason. Like, I just need to know that an entity that has posted losses, not met debt covenants, can build, like, what are you doing to build confidence? That's kind of where I'm going. The fact that you're not reimbursed on June 30, or maybe you are, I don't think that's going to help me today.
That's interesting. Okay, that's fair. I will say that, yeah, we've maintained high salaries because we tried to accomplish a parity with regard to our local district. So that's step one, is that, so we've sustained and maintained that. The second thing is benefits. Uniquely, this school provides a great benefit package with that. In a typical charter program, a person would get $300 and said, go ahead, shop your own benefits and find your own medical. We provided, a Cadillac insurance policy in which the school has basically paid 80% of the coverage costs on that, which I think is a terrific benefit associated with it. On one hand, I feel it's good in terms of our overall sustainment of keeping good people within the program. Now, that being said, have we had our losses? Yes, I think that, my first 2 years here, that we probably suffered, too many, teacher losses along that line. I don't have the exact number in my head here. However, I do know this year is we have, it looks like 100% of our teachers want to return to the program for next year, with it. So going forward, the aspect is that, we have, I think, established a very careful spending, focus and attention by having clear meetings with our accountants. I mean, again, sir, I understand this 1 July cutoff is that when I have an accountant that informs me on 6 July, congratulations, you're ahead. And then, 6 months later, when the reports are due, the night before it's due to the state, I'm told, no, you're 400K out. That's frustrating, personally frustrating, with me. So we're, part of the problem is projections of, okay, what are your accrued salaries? Well, in standard form, just talking about this is they take, currently, our budget carries last year's accruals. And then they zero them out and they put the new accruals in at the end of the year. Well, I've changed that process because we're, now zeroing those out now and looking at our projected accruals in order for us to go ahead and have a profitable year. More kids equals more money, fundamentally on that. More kids means more expenses, along that line. So what we tried to do, and I think are accomplishing it right now, is paring it back so we do have a positive and at the end of this current year, with it. I feel confident in it. I guess proof is in the pudding. 1 June or 1 July, what I will do, and I'm going to ask for, is a mini audit to validate and verify those numbers effective 1 July. So I'm not going to have a surprise again and with it. And we're going to have basically, generally right now, we have monthly meetings in terms of looking at what our finances are. We have established and had a relationship with Red Apple as our accountants, as do multiple other charter schools along that line, with it. Me personally, I would love to have a guy that's in my hallway I can grab every morning and sit down and talk to me about where we are with everything. We pay our bills. We haven't had a problem with that. I know we were out of whack with regard to a covenant, but that out of whack was 1 day. It was, again, what cash do you count at that particular point in time? And that was the only reason why we're out of covenant, and they understood that explanation.
If I can add one thing, you did mention something earlier in your brief overview that was, unusual. We had started some new programs. We had some bus challenges. So if you look at some of those exacerbated just 1 year. And this year we're looking much better because we have those new buses. We have this new teacher training that we've done. We've established a class size that's very conducive to that growth. And so, we're now asking here maybe a year early because we are ready to do that. I wish our financials were better for that 2-year period, but this year they're looking very strong. And with this growth in St. George and this opportunity, that helps everybody. Our buses are doing well. Our retention of teachers is better than ever. And so this is the year for us to not sit and wait. It's the year for us to push forward. And with that optimism, I think that we will be very successful.
I have a point. So in the last probably 30 days, your staff and Marie, she's staff, right? They've had a couple of really good meetings with the Utah Military Academy. One of them, Brendan, and a couple of your fine folks here came and did a really good, about an hour-long training. And the training, a measure of a good training is what happens afterwards, all the conversations that happen afterwards. And Bill's putting into place some things that, really accept that feedback and that guidance. And then we had a phone call with Marie, and Marie had, some really good thoughts. And then I threw in a little bonus coverage, which is Marie's thought is, if it looks like, because of finances and the point you raise, member Clint, I'm trying to stumble out the words, but maybe it's when we were first approved, we were given a yes on Hillfield, we were given conditions on Camp Williams, and we were said, come back altogether brand new for St. George, right? But those conditions gave us a roadmap of what we needed to do to accomplish that, and I thought, and when Marie first threw that out, maybe this conversation leads to, you know, a conditional approach, and like, we've done that before and it worked out really well. And so if that's where the conversation goes, the little bonus that I threw in is that we have been growing, like we have figured out some things that have really benefited both Hillfield, Camp Williams, but then the online, we call it Viper Flight. And it was a great program. We had almost 50 kids and we had to shut it down. Then we've reconstituted and it's gone really well. But I'm like, well, if it's a no, maybe it's a conditional, some conditions that we come back and then maybe you do authorize like some more spots because we are growing.
Yeah, I thank you. I want to let others speak, of course, but I just. I mean, again, you have to understand, we're making a risk-based decision here, right? And I want to be supportive. I really am trying to get to something where we can do some sort of conditional something, but my challenge is like, here's a school that even with a high number of kids has taken losses about every year. Now, I think this year, because of the 200 odd student increase in funding, will come out good. I mean, I believe you're going to post about a $400,000 net income, according to my research. That's really good. But quite frankly, gentlemen, you've needed to post a little bit extra every year for all the previous years, and it isn't Red Apple's fault. It's not because we didn't get reimbursed on our grant on June 30, like we thought. Like 150 schools do this, and almost all of them manage this. And Red Apple manages this over 40 schools. I just don't think it's fair to say, well, if we would have known something we didn't know, like it just you got to manage your finances. Like I don't know how else to say it. Like that's a part of the partnership here, and that's been on the margins and the wrong side of the margins for most of the last year. So I'm just trying to like, I believe in your program. I can see how demand is building for this. I don't doubt any of that. I would love to see more kids have access to what you're offering, but my gosh, you just need to be better financially. I don't want to insult you, but so many schools are doing this with the same limitations and constraints. And it's not their business manager's fault that they get tight. It's not a reimbursement grant's fault. It's just really, is the board and the management team going to make a decision that we're going to live within our means? And this data says that you're barely there and usually not quite there. So if not for 200 more kids, I just haven't heard anything that builds my confidence that there is like an awareness to the direness of this situation. So I'll stop.
No, thank you. And I think we've all benefited from this line of questioning. I think I see both of you.
Yeah, this ties to Clint's comment, so maybe if I can just jump in really quickly. By the way, I love what you're doing at this school. This is unique. The immersive military academy, I think, is fantastic, and I don't have any concerns about the demand in St. George. I think there's going to be a demand for this. The concern that I haven't done the research that Clint has done, and I always count on him to do that, which is great. My concern is the legality of us being able to approve the school. As I read it under this USB board rule, we can't approve your satellite application unless we make a finding that you're operationally successful. Operationally successful. I assume you've talked about this with our staff in these communications, but operationally successful is a defined term, and it goes right to the financial metrics that Clint was just talking about. As I see it, based on my own limited knowledge, the school doesn't meet that requirement today. Since it doesn't meet that requirement, and ultimately we would look to our Assistant Attorney General for an opinion on that. But as I see it, since the school is not by definition operationally successful today, we are not in a position legally to be able to approve this application. I suppose we could potentially, and I haven't done any legal research on this, we could potentially approve it subject to being able to, the school being able to demonstrate before it opens or at some other future point in time beyond today that it meets that requirement. Again, I haven't researched or studied that, but from my review today, I think our hands are tied. I don't think we can actually legally approve this school because it's not operationally successful based on those financial metrics. That's the concern that I have, and I don't really see a way around that. I think Clint's concerns were more along the lines of he can't find comfort that the school is going to be successful financially if we approve this. My concern is a little different. I just don't know that we legally can. And if someone could talk me off the ledge on that, I'd be glad to reconsider that position, but I think we're stuck. That's my thought.
Thank you for sharing that.
I really, I love your model. I can see how it serves a really important need in the state and how parents would find great value in what you have to offer. I'd also point out your kind of school is actually identified specifically in the state statute as the kind of charter schools that we should be looking for and having in the state of Utah. I had a bunch of questions about the hybrid part, but you answered actually almost all of them. So I appreciate that. One question that I'm still wondering about is you have the hybrid and the hybrid students in the brick and mortar down in St. George. Do you have something like that in any other parts of the state, or are they all just in St. George?
It's predominantly in St. George area. There is other interest in Willa and Logan and Vernal about opening up similar programs with us. And again, that's need dependent. For example, we had an open house about a week ago in Logan, and we had about over 20 actual interested students in a program there. My threshold is somewhere around 25, in which I could operate, for example, a brick and mortar storefront to support them. For me, it's not a matter of a student getting online. There are some great schools out there that have online programs. Their frustration is 90% of their effort is trying motivation, get the students to stay online and to do their work with it. We believe we've solved that problem by having students come to our center for tutorial help and with guides. For example, our parents saw a deficit with regard to our providing math support. So we've aligned ourselves with Mathnasium, particularly in St. George there, to provide them with supplemental and tutoring minutes to help the students improve in math. For me, that's a test period right now. And again, back to your comments, that's not cheap with it. You know, philosophically, how much is enough? When you have school districts with $1 billion reserves, I get that. But philosophically, how much is enough on that? I understand. I walk a razor's edge because my concern is providing as much support and help and funds to the students as I possibly can within an operation program and operational year with it. And along that line, I applaud my St. George students down there because these are kids that we are, number one, we provide them with the uniforms. They come in there, they have inspections, they do it just like they're in a real program along that line. But again, they go into their assigned rooms and they do their hybrid work, again, with guides that are motivating and working with them. So I saw that as a very successful model in terms of getting to work.
Can I ask how much of your current enrollment are in the hybrid or in any hybrid or distance?
So 100, probably 100 right now.
My next question is looking at your academics, and we look at proficiencies on the is low. Then I look at growth because I know different depending on your student needs and you know how they're entering your school, you can get a better picture with growth sometimes. Your growth is kind of up and down, more low than high.
Yes.
So I guess my question, and I think as, you know, we would love to support your expansion into other parts of the state. Finances is an important part of that. Academics is also a very important part of that. And so I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit more. Do you have a formal school improvement plan that focuses on academics? What are you doing now to improve the academic outcomes for
We
your?
always do. And, you know, I can wax philosophically about like how Utah with their assessments and how we have 50 states, 50 different assessment models and 50 different curricula, things along that line, with it. But that doesn't solve the issue of my current students right now. They come from somewhere. They don't start with me. If I had a K program, I would be talking differently, a K-6 program, for example, talking differently. But they come from somewhere. Oftentimes, it's like, well, I'm gonna send my kid there because you'll straighten them out. Well, there's two things. There's skill and will issues along the line. Skill issues we can certainly work with. The will issues we work with because we have students that refuse to cut their hair, refuse to maintain standard along that line, but we work with them. We don't just arbitrarily chunk them out because they're just not fitting our particular model. With regard to our growth, you're exactly right with that. It's something that I think we have been improving, but how much improvement is sufficient? You know, we see like growth in our campuses of 1 to 2% per year, which I think is about right. Me personally, I've taken a school from an F to an A here in Florida. But I've done it with whole different dynamics of what we're dealing with right now in terms of but what we've done in order to turn this around is we've established, you know, our professional learning communities with regard to our teachers. We provided them with professional development components right there in order to help them improve what they're doing. We've given them every bit of support we possibly could in terms of providing for their curriculum that they're operating with, ensuring it meets state standards. But also we're looking at, we brought in, for example, program IXL as a supplemental component to it. IXL has great success in terms of helping students succeed with it. For us, we have meetings every month regardless how our students are progressing within the IXL components right there. The positive thing is it gives me a benchmarking information about where we are and who needs most support. But it also gives us a roadmap and individual learning plan for each student on what pieces of this that they're not catching on or not meeting, so that we're helping them try to achieve those, and again, meeting the growth standards. When I first arrived here, part of the frustration is that, you know, teachers get these prize results and Aspire results, and they don't pay attention to them. And so there's no data tracking on the students. And so we've taken aims in order to have data chats, and we're talking about students, particular growth, and looking at our particular students that need the most support and help there. And from that perspective on, is we never had an MTSS or a multiple tiered support system for our students in place. We've brought that component into play right now so that we're able to go ahead and help them grow and meet their needs. The fundamental problem is I've got students, for example, in 9th grade and even 10th grade that are at 4th grade reading and math levels. And so for me, the goal is not to get them to 10th grade in 1 year, but to get them at least into 9th grade or you know, improve a couple of years academically in their terms of their reading and their math pieces as well with it. So my focus has been math and along that line. To do that, I brought in additional tutors. I brought in support personnel and paras in order to, in essence, saturate my programs in terms of trying to support and help these students to improve their academic growth and proficiencies on it. For me, the effort is I got to close that gap. But unfortunately, you know, part of the problem I have is, you know, what's the solution for any problem? Throw more money and people at it. With it. For me, I'm trying to do is close this achievement gap as best I possibly can with it. Undoubtedly, it's cost me financially in order to do that. But again, I care and I'm concerned about the individual student and if they can read and if they can write and if they meet the standards in order to be college ready and career ready when they do ultimately graduate.
I have a question that might then help us move towards a motion. I was curious about the building for St. George. Have you been, is that a donated building?
We're paying rent right now in that particular facility. It
Okay.
was I think a building that was originally in the St. George School District.
Okay,
With it, and so we're renting the facility there. Of course, we had to upgrade and clean it. It was empty for several years along that line. Again, it gives us capacity down there for 100. If I put a modular on the site, I could probably go to 150 on a particular site, just with the cost of a modular. And again, we're funding that component out of our current general ed dollars right now that we're getting. Again, mentioning that this certainly helps having those 79 students in the program down there.
thank you. I think, Vice Chair, to your comment, I think that is something definitely that we need to consider. No, Mr. Goff, do you have anything to add to that? You know, legally, are we in a place where we can even, if they don't necessarily meet that criteria, are we at a place that we can vote? Because if not, then we definitely can invite to come back in another year. We have that option.
You're looking at 4AB, there's a full list of criteria,
Right.
and most of, you're gonna have to check a box off for every single one of those. And if you're unable to check off a box for one of those subcategories, it won't meet that definition.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Are we technically? I think we're making motions here, but what is the follow-up USBE component? Because I think I think that the rule lies with them, right? It doesn't lie with us. So can I just, if someone's able to clarify that for me, it would be helpful.
Yeah, it actually refers to us, not USBE.
Oh, it does, okay.
Yeah, and I assume you're in the same rule. It's R 277-552-6. And in sub 3, it says an authorizer may only approve an application from a charter school for a satellite school or large expansion if, and then it goes through those elements, which include the school is operationally successful. So I think, again, if the school is meeting this, I'd love to hear, but if we were to approve this, USBE would look to us and say, you just violated our rule by approving this as the authorizer. And if there's a way around it, I'd love to consider it, but I fear that the only way around this is to extend this out another year, and hopefully at that point in time, by focusing on these financial metrics, the school will be in a position to move forward with it.
Well, I'll just add
come before us again.
I'll add a comment, Vice Chair, because thank you for that. And my struggle here is I think we have a school that's probably currently in violation of their debt covenants. I mean, I appreciate the 20 million number is smaller than the 33, but we still have to find a way to responsibly pay off the 20 million. Their covenants include a 50 days cash requirement. I don't think they're currently at that. Now, intra-year is tricky, but on June 30th of last year, they were not. They probably will project to be above it this year. Their debt service coverage ratio is just anemic, right? And that's where I go back to, what are we spending money on? And so man, I love this. I love the idea of this program. I think there's validation, but I'm probably one that would make a motion to not move this forward, but I really want to partner with this school. I mean, I know we already are, but just really lay out kind of, if the financial stuff could be, and I don't want to speak for the board because I think there are academic, eyeballs looking at this that are more trained than mine, but we just have to be on stronger footing, I think, from my perspective, to do this. And I just don't see it coming down to the fact that we didn't get a reimbursement grant on time or this or that. Like that we shouldn't be to that level, right? There should be so much insulation before we get to that. And I just think there needs to be a recognition from the leadership of the school that they're going to manage their finances and commit to do that. And I
think you heard that.
See that.
You heard commit from the
Yeah.
board and the cash on hand. So I have two questions. One, are we allowed to ask for a motion to increase the capacity of the number of our students? Because that would help us financially. And to just be able to, because right now we're almost to that 1,200. But if we have an increase in enrollment capacity, that would help us with that. And number two, if you could specifically list those items of operational that we can research those and come back and answer the questions, because we're without specific elements of that broad general definition. You know, we are different in the sense that we have uniforms and we do those military commitments. No other schools do that. We are one of a kind academy in the state of Utah. And so we don't have those bigger marches. And so it's hard to compare us to those other schools. And so that's what I'd like to know, just exactly, if we could have an increase in capacity, what number would you propose?
Well, I don't.
I'm gonna ask, would you please step in? Yeah, please, thank you. Excuse me.
So working through R 277-552. Up in section 5 there, it talks about a small expansion request. We typically see those in the fall. But we are ahead of the October 1 notification date there. So potentially the board could approve a small expansion, which would be up to 100 students. And it appears that they meet the requirements there per section 5. Additionally, down in section 6, as noted, with the definition of operationally successful for a large expansion, which is considered anything over 100 students, or a satellite campus, that definition is not currently met. So as Mr. Throckmorton mentioned, we could provide like come back in a year and show, you know, that these things are met, like a pathway there. That would be an option. Additionally, as it is a board rule, a waiver could be sought from USBE. I don't know if that would be granted. And our role in that would just be a recommendation. And just as we're laying all the options on the table, under that section 6, part 10 then, it mentions that if an authorizer denies an application for a satellite school, the school may immediately apply for a new charter in accordance with our processes. So we could potentially look at approving a different LEA as this St. George option, and then at some point they could transfer operation and control of one LEA to another, as we have that in code. So lots and lots of options on the table as far as what you would like to do, board. I can speak more to any of those if you would like.
So from what you were saying, we could today approve 100 more students. Is that?
My understanding is yes, that would be section 5 there, and I would look to our AAG for confirmation on that. Board Rule 277-552, Part 5.
552 part 5.
And so that would be a small expansion request, so up to 100 students. And again, this would take effect for fall of 27. And we are able to meet the notification requirement for October 1 of 26 to the USP.
Can I ask a question while he's looking that up? It's maybe not tied to rule. So can you just please, why do you want 100 more kids? Financially a little better, but just to help me understand what.
To continue our growth, because right now we're going to 1,200. We've got more people showing interest. And if we don't get the large expansion request, the small expansion request would be what we'd be able to grow.
Do you currently have a wait list?
Yes, ma'am. What we are right now, we're over 1,200 in terms of our enrollments. So we have our old kids and our new kids because we're currently in our lottery cycle with it, and we're over the 1,200 threshold at this point in time.
Do you know your number by chance?
1204.
1204.
So just to be clear on that number, the 1204 represents your current enrollment and potential individuals.
Current kids or parents who have already re-enrolled, plus taking out our seniors, plus taking out our current.
But you've run your lottery already?
No, it'll end at the end of this month.
It was, So lottery closing is February 2nd. They're gonna run the
Second,
numbers on February 14th, so
14th.
it's not Saturday.
That's up to the.
The overall numbers are actually significantly over the 1,200, but we know some of those kids that are in the lottery get upset that they'll, and as he mentioned, the Ghost Street, they're gonna.
Okay.
They'll jump out before they put on uniform. But they're definitely above the 1,200 mark right now.
Is your desire to grow this, the Viper, what you call it, the online? Is that where you would look to increase your loan?
I have capacity in buildings. For example, Hill, we're packed. I can't grow capacity there. In my Camp Williams facility, bringing the sixth grade in has increased that capacity of that particular building. It's normally about 550, and we were at 454 for this last year in there. So there's the capacity there that I certainly want to increase along that line with it to get it to that 550 capacity that it is. For example, we do have the sixth grade. We have one sixth grade class now, self-contained. So we'll have two for next year because the interest is there for 50 students to have it cap at 25 per class within the program right there. And then the other piece would be met up with the Viper flight. And again, we feel that we'll have at least 100 down at St. George. And so now we're talking 50 more. There's possibility right now, 25 up in Logan, and filling it up with potentially out of Tooele is I think our next focus with it. Now, one thing we can do, for example, with Tooele kids, they could do their ROTC piece down at our Lehigh campus with it. How do we do that? We just provide a bus, go up there, pick them up, bring them down to Lehigh for their ROTC day.
And you have some buses. That's
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's again, the frustrating thing. We don't get transportation dollars. And so I have full committed buses, for example, going to Saratoga Springs.
Yeah.
And not as far as America, but a lot of them use the front runner. So what we do is we do pay for their tickets for the front runner. We have kids from Salt Lake City that are going down to our Lehigh campus and others that are going up to our Hill campus. So we're picking them up from front runner and taking them back every day.
There's a lot of interest in military schools, especially in Utah, because we have a large retired military and active military bunch of folks. People want to get their kids out of the run-of-the-mill public school where there doesn't seem to be a lot of direction sometimes. And they want to get them in a school that's going to provide them with a path, with some discipline. And parents are willing to drive their kids a long way to get them into our three schools. I know half a dozen parents right now. The kids to school, come home, the kids go to school 100 miles a day. And we have people coming on, on the front runner. The parents want their kids there or the kids want to be there. That's the way it works. The parents say, I want you to go to the school. The kids says, no, they send them to school anyway. And then the other way around, they convince the parents. And the result in our graduation is huge. And the result for our country in the terms of people going into the military is huge. We lead just about every school in the nation in the number of kids that go into academies when they graduate from our school. If you've got ROTC, any one of the schools here, you're lucky if every once or every 2 years you get one person into an academy. We average at least 5 every year into one of the 5 military academies. 5. So it's not just did you make your money, did you get the right number of students? It's what we're doing with the job. It's about the mission. And the mission is bigger than the school. It's for the kids, but it's for the country. And that's where I come from. This is where I've been doing my thing since my grandfather was in the Spanish-American War and he wouldn't let me go. And so it's very important to us that we provide a pathway here in Utah for kids and their parents to get their kids involved in the military. This is the first year in probably 10 years where military enrollment throughout the country has gone up. Because for 4 years, it was sliding into the toilet and nobody wanted to go. Couldn't even bribe them to get him into school. Now they're lining up. And that's one of the reasons we're getting more people. And we need more people. Our school is America's military farm team. We're the farm team. And no, we're like the Marines. The Marines never have enough money, they never have enough building, they never have enough equipment. But they do the job better than anybody else. And we do the job better than anybody else, and that's why we've come to you to ask for your help. And you know, you guys have changed a bit over the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, for one thing, you've got Marie. I mean, have you ever known anybody with a nicer person with a softer voice than she's got when she talks to people? People don't get mad at her, or at least they don't tell anybody they got mad at her. And you know, and you had some former people that were here that were less than helpful, to the point where they actually went to our bondholder and told them that we're not a school in good standing, right in the middle of the COVID thing. And we lost over $3 million because we weren't in good standing. But this, you guys did. You told them that we could. And the bondholders said, well, we'll find you another bondholder.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you if I can. I don't think this is an appropriate discussion.
Okay,
This does
fine.
not tie to your application, and I
All
think
right.
you've taken us far afield, and I'm going to cut you off even though it's not my place,
Nope,
because I'm the
nope, I
vice
agree.
chair of this board. So I think
I
we need to
apologize.
stop at
Thank
this
you.
point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it is very clear, there's no shortage of passion as well as support on our board in terms of what you're doing for the school and the role in the community. I would recommend at this point, board, that we entertain a motion. I think that we have talked, I think I'm hearing two pretty distinct ways that we can move forward at this point. And one is we ask UMA to come back in a year, demonstrating improved financials and really addressing some of these academic points that Member Hutchings mentioned, which I think is pretty significant for both of those pieces. We also, we were conferencing over here, so you saw us talking. We do have the ability to alter this application or transfer this application to a small school expansion of up to 100 students. With that 100 students, that could potentially definitely impact financials. It will give you an opportunity to continue the growth that you're looking to build. With that, it doesn't necessarily address the academic component. I mean, and adding 100 more students to that mix just adds more dynamics to the academic outcomes. So I would ask board members, and I also want to mention, I know we have a full house today. I just mentioned most likely we'll end up doing a working lunch. We know we're behind schedule, so I just want to address that. It's very clear and ever present. We also really value and want to hear from our schools and help us to be able to make informed decisions. So with that board, that's my opinion. I think we have those two, that's what I've heard percolate to the surface in terms of two directions that we can go. I would ask for a motion to be made at this point to help us move this discussion forward.
I wouldn't mind making a motion to provide UMA the opportunity to come back next year and reapply, given the conditions that are outlined at board.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I could second that. It's been said, we love what you do. That is not the issue. It is our responsibility to make sure that you're successful in what you do. And I think this would be helpful in us being able to help you to be more successful in what you do, because we do love what you do. So.
Thank you. So with that, we have a second and an added comment, which I do definitely appreciate. Is there any other discussion to this motion? Member Beasley?
I didn't hear in that motion an increase in students.
No.
Was that intentional?
Well, a couple of thoughts, and maybe it's some clarity on your end. I think increasing enrollment does provide a little bit more financial stability, but to your point, I think there needs to be some deeper conversation about what those finances are and give an opportunity to recalibrate in some areas. Yeah, adding enrollment is beneficial, absolutely. But at the core of it, I think there needs to be some bigger conversations about that. So that'd be my thought.
If I could say too, I think we've talked a lot about, and hopefully you can take away with you some of our conversation about the financials and academics that are really important because we do want to support this charter school and we would love to see it expand. I think the thing that kind of resonated with me as far as concerns when looking at this application was the statement in the application that says there are currently no known barriers or risks. And I think that addresses some unawareness of and understanding of how important these concerns are. And I would ask you, because we really would like to grant this in the future, to really take some time to build that awareness and reflect on what you can do to put yourself in a position so that we can very proudly grant your future requests.
If I could just make a comment here,
Yes.
I thank you for all of your vantage points. I really appreciate it. It's helped me. I think I've articulated this school financially should be good at 900. It should be good at 950. It should be good at 1200. That's my position. And again, I hope that the school will look wide enough to know that we have 138 of your peers that also have constraints, that have unique costs, and manage to do it, most of them. So I just think there needs to be some increased awareness of cost. Having said that, I'm actually quite open to a small school. You know, if the request made in good intent is to ask for a small gap of students, I guess I just don't see a downside in that. I don't think it threatens their academic situation if it's about 10% of their enrollment or a little less actually. So I would be inclined to support that, although I acknowledge it wasn't in the motion.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'm open to that as well. I think the barrier to a small school expansion is very, very low. It's not an exacting standard. I think getting beyond the 50 to 100 students, which is the small school expansion threshold. Getting beyond that, we have exacting standards that come from USB and not from us. USB's authorized us to come up with a policy and procedure for small school expansions. The application at least meets those standards. I think that threshold has been met, and I guess I would suggest to the board and to the school, if we were to approve a small school expansion, if we give you an opportunity to go out and recruit additional students and try to meet the financial metrics and turn around those issues, then you'd be able to come in front of us a year from now and say, hey, you gave us this. We did exactly what you asked us to do. Here we are. We'd like formally a large school expansion. So I do think this gives them some runway and it gives them an opportunity to try to make this happen. So those are my thoughts. I'm open to the idea.
Do we have an alternate substitute motion?
We could, you could rescind them.
Yeah.
Well, I think the motion is still fine. I think the motion is fine. It would require a second motion as well, but I agree with the motion as it's been presented. I would invite them to come back a year from now with a large school application. So I would support the motion as well.
Take a second.
The second motion.
So let's vote on this particular motion to start, and then we can entertain a second motion based on the small school expansion. Okay, so we currently have a motion on the table to not approve UMA's St. George new satellite application with an invitation to come back next year, and the second from Member Pulsifer. So Member Marshall, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
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 And I'm a yes. Okay, so that that motion passes. So we definitely are excited to see you next year for the large school expansion. At this point, we can entertain a motion for a small school expansion for up to 100 students.
And I'd like to make that motion.
Okay,
I'll motion that we approve Utah Military Academy for our small school expansion of 100 additional students.
okay, excellent. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, second from Vice Chair. Any other discussion to that?
Maybe just a question, you guys had mentioned capacity and maybe a little bit, just want to be sure that if we add these additional students, there's the ability to add that to your current existing facilities
Yes.
and,
Absolutely, on that, especially in our Lehigh campus, we're able to do that. I could by capacity bring in another 50 students in my Hill campus if I had to. And certainly there's capacity for 50 more down in the St. George area.
And just in follow-up, can you just confirm then that that doing this, adding up to 100 students would not necessitate a significant renovation of your facilities?
Absolutely, no renovation necessary.
Great.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other discussion? Okay. Excellent. Member Biesinger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Member Bassett?
Yes.
Member Hutchins?
Yes.
Member Marshall?
Yes.
Member Pulsifer?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. I know this is not at all what you thought was going to happen today, frankly, nor did we, but I think that this is, we want to thank you for the conversation. I think and Director, to your point, I mean, I think that we want to ensure that we are partner. We don't want you to feel that we are your adversary. We are here to support you in your growth. I think it's very clear there is a desire for this model and this school in St. George. We just want to ensure we're doing our due diligence and to ensure everyone's success. So we thank you so much. We look forward to you working with Marie and forward to seeing you next year.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, let's take just 2 minutes to a stretch break or so, and then we'll and start with Wasatch Peak.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna be to state. We're gonna.
Do they work meetings?
Yeah.
They're doing it to boys. But sometimes even.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm here. Okay, everyone. Wasatch Peak, thank you for your patience, and really everyone else I know. But you know, schedules are tentative. Are flexible as we're going through this. And again, as we're just trying to honor, we know that these are passion points for folks. Board, as a reminder, just before we turn it over to Wasatch Peak. Wasatch Peak had come before us 3 years ago for the exact same request. And I'm sure they'll speak to this from just briefly. Just the statute of time, as Marie spoke to earlier, the 3 years expired just due to a variety of factors. So they're here again. We had approved them 3 years ago for this expansion. So we're happy to see you again today. And again, just for everyone, again, we are aware of the time and just want to make the most of everyone's, or just honor everyone's schedule today. If you all could introduce yourselves and then we'll take it from there. And do you have someone online as well?
No.
No, okay, great.
My name is Marlo Wolferston. I'm the chair of the Wasatch Peak Academy Board of Directors. And I just want to mention that we had a number of other board members that really wanted to be here, but had conflicts. So they asked me to express their excitement and support for this opportunity.
Awesome.
Amy Pilkington, and I am the director at Wasatch Peak Academy.
I'm Brad Wyatt. I'm the financial person on our board.
Brad Taylor, CFO Academica West. We've served as business manager to the school since they opened 20 years ago.
Wow. That feels good to say. Great. Okay, your 3-minute snapshot. What did you ask today?
So we are in our 20th year. It's been exciting. We did come to the board and ask for the same thing a couple of years ago. We're looking to open a second campus that essentially models what we feel is a lot of success with in our current campus. So we're looking for enrollment of 525. The area that we're looking for is in Weber County, because we know that there's not a high collection of charter schools in the area. So we feel like it's a section of Utah that's underserved by choice, and that we offer a historically good choice to families from an academic perspective, from a community perspective. We did apply for this in the past, and then, you know, there was a global pandemic and lots of things happened that stresses on the school system, as well as a radical change in property values at a short period of time. And so it just wasn't fiscally responsible for us to enter into property at that time. Property is still expensive, but I feel like it's less up and down and less unpredictable. And so I feel like we can better the bigger shifts. I mean, they're there, but not the way we were in that very unique season in time. And so I feel like we can more accurately predict what's going to happen and what's going to go with that. We've gotten a few more years under our belt and a little bit more financial stability. It wasn't unstable, but it's looking really lovely now. So, yeah, we're looking to duplicate what we've had success with in the past.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Questions?
Yeah. You got an amazing school. Your school's awesome. I don't have any concerns about this, except I'm curious about your building. Do you have any concerns about, and Brad, I don't know if this is a question for you, but whoever, do you have any concerns about being able to find a suitable building and being able to afford it?
We always have concerns with finding buildings, right? With the area they're going into, though, there are actually a number of even developers that have approached and asked, hey, do you have any plans for schools? Do you have this? Because that area, you know, I live out in Syracuse, but that area anywhere, you know, that weird area where Davis County and Wheaton County meet, they're going a little further, but there's a lot of development, Nielsen Homes and that. So there are developers looking and that have even come and said, we'll set aside some land for a school, because a lot of the districts, and you see this all over the state, they can't keep up. They can't keep up with their bonding ask, right? They're either getting turned down by taxpayers, or if you look at Alpine, right, they're splitting into 3 districts. And so you have those places like Eagle Mountain and that. So the thought would be to find the land and to build around those areas that are growing. And yeah, on the side where we come in and help, obviously with a company like ours, we have some of those contacts and we've had some discussions with builders that have available land and we've looked at the area and identified some parcels that would work.
So your confidence level is high.
Well, it's as high as it can be, right? I wish we could say there's this piece of land and this is exactly where we're going, but that would also be a little, probably not the right way to approach it. Obviously, they've done the market research, we've done it. We have not only the board, but a number of staff members that have worked on putting those numbers together. So there's 2 or 3 target locations that we believe would work very, very well.
Yeah, thanks.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, please.
So at least for me, this is a short discussion because I think this is the right school to replicate. I'm glad you're doing this. And I think the previous questions have helped me understand, like, why didn't you do it before? So that's helpful. And I agree with Brad's sentiment. I mean, you're cautiously optimistic and I think that's the right posture. So I don't have any real concerns with this application. And would be happy to make a motion in favor as soon as the board members are, I want to make sure everybody gets their chance, but I just think that this is a great school and has demonstrated really strong metrics in the past. And I'm glad you're still wanting to replicate because I think what you do is helping kids and you're doing it responsibly. So that's not really a question, but
Yeah. Thank you. We'll take it.
I suspect we can make up some time.
Member Hutchings and then member Marshall, please.
I just want to say, looking over your school, getting more familiar with your school, I've been very impressed. You're doing some really solid, good work. I also want to say I've had the opportunity to work with Director Pilkington over many years in being in a lot of the same directors meetings and trainings. And she is the kind of director that we may be talking about creating a policy about something, but she's already had the policy created, processes in place, teachers trained and ready to implement. And so I have no doubt that she can manage a project like this. Really quick question and just a quick answer. Something I didn't know about your school, that in the proposal says that you have daily Spanish instruction.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
Yeah, so a lot of elementary schools have gone the dual immersion route, and what they've kind of seen is a little bit of a dip in the test scores for the subjects taught in the target area. But the brain is open to learning a foreign language before age 12 in a way that it just isn't at other stages. And so we kind of want to honor both pieces of that. So we do offer Spanish instruction every day. We have teachers that come in that are licensed educators that are fluent in this language, often native speakers that come in and teach the class for 30 minutes a day. So they get that exposure at a young age. They get to, seize all those brain self-growth opportunities. And then they still have math and science and English. And so we polled our parents at different points in time about what they want out of our Spanish program, and they don't want to see it in exchange in a different test scores, because high academic achievement is what we're known for. It's what parents come for. But that is how we offer kind of a sweet spot between both worlds.
Very cool.
Yeah, me too, just learning about your school. Really impressive. Academics are strong. You guys do great work up there. Love to come and learn from you all as a charter director. But my question is more about the community. Have you done any surveys, or do you have a sense as to the interest and desire to attend a new school up there? Do you guys know what the interest is?
I know that we did, we picked an area that didn't have a strong charter school presence. There wasn't a lot of saturation. I know there's a lot of, and that it's an area with a lot of growth. Where there's an absence of choice, you often find families that are looking for different kinds of choices. And then we think we have a robust program. Have we done a formal survey in the area? We have not.
Well, and I'll make a comment. I actually would defend that because I think I make an analogy to like a football field, right? Like I view this as kind of they're on their own 35, right? But to deploy the next level of resources and time bandwidth and financial commitment, I think it's fair that they know they have access to a charter to kind of get to down the field more. So I think the work they've done is at least for me sufficient.
Right.
I'm sorry, one more super quick question. just to confirm, your request is for 525 students K through 6. And what would your plan then be? Trying to immediately open at 75 students per grade, or you just tell us about that?
Yeah, duplicating and, I think it would be very scalable and I think it's wise to scale. I have opened new campuses and we scaled there. 525 is kind of our end goal on it. But as we got closer to things, looked at market, opened a lottery, saw what it is, it would be very easy to scale that and build it over time.
So you might not be starting year one at 525.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions or comments? Would someone like to make a motion, please?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Right.
May I?
Please.
I'd like to move that we approve Wasatch Peak Academy's new satellite school application for 525 students.
Is there a second? And a second from Member Hutchins. Any further discussion? So with that, Vice Chair, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hutchins?
Yes.
Yes.
Member Bassett?
Yes.
Member Marshall?
Yes.
Member Pulsifer?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Congratulations, let's do this
Thank
again.
you.
Okay, so we're very excited to see what you will be able to accomplish in the next few years. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, board, how's everybody doing? Are we okay? Again, I'm mindful we are behind schedule. So most likely, I think we probably will. So let's talk, so it is now 11:50. I don't know if lunch, I'm not sure, thank you all, I'm not sure if lunch is here, we can maybe do one of our large expansion applications. Could we do that, everybody, like do one, then we'll break for lunch and then come back, have our lunch, and I know it's never our preference to be eating on camera, so everyone out online, give us grace. That's we're honoring our time today. Okay, with that, Canyon Grove Academy, would you please come on up to the table, and this is for a large expansion review application.
Feel very lonely down this end.
I was gonna say, it just really thinned
I'm gonna
out.
sit over here by you. So I should have two board members online, but because of the change of time, I'm not sure if they're able to make it, but.
Is Yvonne, your
No, it
with
should be
you?
Alan Howard and Joshua Daniels. If either of them are there,
Don't see them at the moment.
it's fine.
So, thank you for being here. I know that, it's always an honor when we get to work with you and see you.
And you as well.
Let's take a moment and go ahead, if you, just, we do have some new board members, please introduce yourself, and then again, that 3-minute snapshot of your ask of us today.
For sure, okay. Kim Goetz with Canyon Grove Academy. I've been with Canyon Grove Academy for, I think, 12 years, 11 years. We run a hybrid program that is pretty stinking awesome. We just acquired or adopted, I like to say adopted, School of Performing Arts last summer, the summer before, right? So my ask today is for 1,200 additional seats. We are currently sitting at 1198. Actually, if you want to give me 1,202, that'd be really awesome, because then I won't have to keep thinking 1198. So we are full. We've been full for years, even though we had 2 small expansion requests. And even though we adopted School of Performing Arts, we just keep repeatedly filling seats, filling seats, filling seats. We had a wait list last year of over 400 students. We filled those extra that we acquired. And then we still had a wait list of over 400 students. So we just had this constant demand from our parents for more of our program, which is an honorable place to be. I love that we're able to serve our families in the way that we do, and I love that they love what we're doing, so. Yeah.
Thank you. So, this is definitely a large expansion request. What questions do we have?
I think my questions center similar around Senator Olson's comment in the last proposal. What's the facility ask? Like, is it expanding buildings? Like, what does that do in terms of what you?
Well, because I always seem to run a little bit backward. So this last year, right now, I have 2 new buildings that I just acquired. So we're building a building for the School of Performing Arts, that instead of School of Performing Arts was a 9-12. This is kind of a long way to answer your question, maybe you'll get me. We decided to take that program and expand it and have it be a K-12 and not just performing arts, but an art academy. So we're building an art academy at this 30,000 square foot building at Thanksgiving Point. And so we already have a building there. And then I acquired a church. We bought a church in West Jordan. And so I already have more buildings than students. So I have what I need moving into it. The way that I run my program too is I don't have to have 1,200 kids next year or the year after as it runs. I don't have to have all those kids immediately for my program to work. I can just build it out organically without having a big need for a building or all those things. Yeah, but I've got less kids than building right now. Yeah.
I'll jump in with a question. And even, I know that this is a very different model than the first school that we met with today,
Right.
which was Spectrum Academy. We asked about qualified certified staff.
Mhm.
I'm sure that you're aware, right, of just the need and the, we just don't have the pool at the moment of just highly qualified teachers. So one, in your model, that's definitely significant that teachers have just another level of skills. Could you speak to how you could, how will you ensure just that the academic needs of the students are met, and then how just being able to fill just being able to educate that amount of kids? And I understand that over time, but if you could speak to that just to ensure the academic quality, and what that would look like.
Okay, I love that question. Thank you. So, our teachers, their load looks a little different because the kids are hybrid. So the kids come in less frequently. So a teacher oversees more students, right? But the way we've got it structured and run, they're able to meet the needs of more students because you have a teacher in a classroom and then an educational specialist who oversees a group of classrooms. I don't know if that makes sense, Stephanie. My model is so unique, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
But our student to teacher ratio, I guess at the end of the day, is still the same. We do have tier 2 instruction as well online that helps meet the academic needs of students. And I did develop a software program specifically for that, so we could make sure that we're tracking every single student and we can see clearly that one, they're in attendance, because a lot of their attendance is not on campus. So we can see they're in attendance, but more than seeing that they're in attendance, because to me that's not sufficient. I want to see that these kids are progressing and they're getting all their needs met academically. And so we have that additional factor that helps as well.
Thank
That
you.
answer?
Yeah, it does. And maybe you could speak to this too, of just, 1,200's a lot. That's a significant ask. Even just in prior conversations that we've had over the last several months. Could you speak to just why that number, why not 600, 400, especially if you are planning to scale, not that we want you to continue to, we love seeing you and you can continue to come back, and ask for more, and that just seems, that's a big ask.
It is a big ask. And I think honestly, the reason behind it was I was thinking you were probably getting tired of seeing me and having to ask for more. So we'd like to just be asked, right, we just ask for a chunk and get it over and done with, and knowing that I don't need to grow, I don't need that initially. I want to grow into it slowly so that we can manage the growth and development, and the way my model is structured, I can do that. So that's the only reason.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments? I see everybody's brains are working. Yeah, please go ahead.
Kim, good to see you.
You as well.
And I feel like I should just say, I don't think I need to, but I've had the pleasure of working with Kim. Our company did help them secure the financing, but that contractual relationship is over. So I feel like I don't have any conflicts today. But I'm just a fan of the school, and I feel like 21st century education is bending this way towards more customization. I'm curious, in your application, it references Utah County. Where do you suspect the students are going to come from? Because you kind of have your ear to the ground, I think, in a pretty effective way. But where do you think they're coming from? And I realize you probably don't know where all 1,200,
I know.
but just like,
No, I think that's a
What
great
are your-
question. I mean, how I normally judge that is like, I'm a very organic girl, and so I normally talk to my families and kind of find out where is the need, and then build from that. I mean, this year, we are looking at Eagle Mountain. There's a big hole out there for a hybrid type model, and so we'd like to fill that hole out there a little bit. It really, does that answer it sufficiently? It really is for me, where.
I'm
is
not
the
looking for a
demand?
right answer. I just want to know, like, yeah, do you have a sense for?
Yeah.
So
Where is the
west side of
demand?
Utah County.
Asked us before if we can have a program built up there. Eagle
Mhm.
Mountain has asked us. Quite frankly, Davis District has asked us for the high school model. I mean, I've had a lot of different asks. St. George has asked us, Cedar City has asked us. I've got a lot of parents asking a lot of questions in a lot of different places. And then for me, it's a matter of doing enough research to determine, is that a viable option? And it's also for me, I would rather keep it closer. I mean, if there's families in St. George demanding and if there really is a need, I will take it there. But I know it is a lot easier to serve my families better when they're closer. And so we'd rather target closer first, but I'm willing to go where the families need us at this point in time.
So I will say, my counselor at, the school where I'm at.
Where are you?
Just a few weeks ago, Career Path High.
Okay.
She actually came to me and she said, we should go visit Canyon Grove.
Oh, you
We have-
should.
We're a hybrid school too. We have that option. And so we're like, yeah, we should check that out. So, maybe reaching out to come and see your school and learn
Yeah.
from you. I'm curious, hear a lot of great things. But I'm always quick to look at, the academics.
Yes.
Can you talk to us a little bit about maybe your academic journey? You know, where you've been, where you are, I mean, just really quickly.
Yeah.
But, and what you're working towards.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you for that question. Yes, we monitor our academics very, very closely. And I think in our elementary model, I think we've been a little on target to where we need to be. We always want more growth. We always want more. But a lot of that, especially in a hybrid model, is determined on the families and what they really want for their kids. And so I run into a little bit of a barrier there, quite frankly. We do have MTSS. We do provide, as I was saying, we provide the tier 2 instruction online. And so we're very aware of our kids and what their needs are there. I think our elementary model is really, really strong. High school for us is new. You know, we adopted school performing arts last year. And as you're aware, most of the people who are on the board, there was lots of struggles there. And we spent time trying to overcome those struggles and then build that out a secondary hybrid model with concurrent enrollment that we know there's a lot of challenges there. And so we're trying to work through those challenges and come up with something that's very, very strong. I want strong academics for our kids. So that's what we're working towards. And we do look at it closely.
You had mentioned the growth or the potential growth in these different areas, and then you had mentioned some of your facilities that you currently have.
Yeah.
Based on your description, do you feel like there's good alignment in terms of where you feel like the growth is? In other words, are these facilities that you have currently gonna be able to sustain this growth? And
Yeah.
then my next question is, you talked about kind of this progression that your 1,200 student ask is gonna be something that is kind of, what would be the timeline?
Growing into?
On something like that?
That is a really good question. I mean, last year we had over 400 kids on our waiting list. And so, you know, if that continues to be, but I'm also aware that there's more hybrid models, you're one of them, right? That are starting to pop up in this different places that will ultimately affect us. And that's great. I love that. As long as our families have what they need, I don't care where they get it from. So, and then the first question was the buildings and the growth.
Yeah, just a better understanding of 1,200 students, where are they gonna go?
Yeah.
How are you gonna?
So I've had a presence in South Jordan even before the school, so about 14 years. I've had students in South Jordan, always with a big demand for more, and never been able to fill that demand. So yes, I now have a building in West Jordan, so these kids are moving to this new building. Before I was just renting a space, so I've already have kids in that new building. And the same with Lehigh. We've had kids in Saratoga Springs. We're moving them to Lehigh into the new building. I just found out that our cap is 1198, right? I just found out we're 1153 for next year already, and February. So I don't anticipate any problems in getting students. That did I answer everything you asked me a couple, so, yeah.
Hey, board. We're all thinking. I can feel it in the
Yeah.
room.
I see it too.
But I'll just start with I was just gonna say, because I'm in support. I hear that there's a need. It's the 1,200 is a little sticky for me. And that's just where I am at the moment. So I'm full transparency. It's not a question of, again, I mean, and even just to hear you say a 400 person wait list. I mean, Kim, that's, I mean, again, substantial in today's education space. So that speaks to the desire and the need for what, just to your point, and being able to scale that responsibly and thoughtfully is significant. And yeah.
Can I just ask, I was just looking to find it in your application, but I made a note that says high churn rate. And so looking at your re-enrollment, is there 54%, 62%, 52%? So the number you just said for next year, is that committed, re-registered, filled out, already in, or is that students you have, is it taking into account your historical churn rate?
So it is a mix of current students that are returning and new students who have enrolled. That's what that number is. It's a mix of both. And yes, our population is notoriously transient. Any online school is, yeah. And so that's, I wish we could resolve that issue. I don't think we can, but I would love to resolve that issue. That would save us having to pull in new students every year. But I think that speaks to the fact of how popular the program is too. If the fact that I have a 54% return rate, but I still have tons and tons of students coming in, I think that speaks to the popularity. Josh, come join me. My board chair.
Chair, can I?
Yes, please.
I can appreciate maybe I don't know if it's a concern, but the mindfulness of 1,200, right? Kim, I guess I would just maybe start by asking your side of the question. If, and this is not a threat, but just a discussion. If an approval came at something more like 800, does that shackle you unfairly? Does it limit you? And I only think because I'm just trying to find the balance of maybe what I imagine being, 1,200, that just looks a lot different. It would be nice to have kind of a recheck-in point where it's like, hey, we've scaled to here, and we're going bigger, because none of us mind seeing you either. You're very pleasant, so you don't have any problem. But I just want to give you a chance to give a fair answer, whether you're like, oh, that would really clip our wings a little too much.
Yeah. I don't think it would flip our wings a little too much. I think the big ask for me was, I've been wanting to do this for so many years and so many years and so many years. And to finally have the opportunity to ask, I'm going to make the big ask. And also knowing the demand for our program, that to me is the other reason for the big ask. But if you need to clip my wings, I'm not going to object, especially with knowing that I can come back and ask again.
Would it inhibit your programmatic goals?
Yeah.
In what way?
Well, especially because when you ask, then it takes 2 years to get those numbers. It's
an 18-month.
It's limiting. And
Yeah.
to me, it's like, well, if I have 1,200 seats, I'm not filling all of them. Is that an issue? If it takes me a couple of years to build up to the 1,200, is that an issue? Because it seems like there's a lot of schools out there with a lot of empty seats.
Speaking for me, I am mindful of having like a huge cap and not ever getting there. I don't think that's an issue for me with you, because I think you've demonstrated high growth. And I personally just think this is where education's leaning. I do know a number of schools have asked for hybrid, allowance. So I think that, that economic kind of idea of supply and demand is going to even out. But I guess I'm just, from a board perspective, I can also see value in, let's accommodate a school that we're happy to partner with, but it will look a lot different at 2,400 than it does at 1,200, and maybe there's an incremental step where there's just is kind of an approval to that point, and then kind of a come back and let's talk again. Like, I'm just trying to think of something along that lines, because I just, I expressed a question, I think, to an earlier school, just the risk of getting diluted with your staff and getting diluted with programmatic strength. And not that I suspect that, but I think it's a fair question to ask, right? And I'm the non-education guy wondering about it, but it just seems like as schools scale, we don't want them to lose the secret sauce they have, which makes them great. And that's kind of where growth and execution wrestle, right? So I'm not even sure I'm making the motion, but I just, as a discussion point, it just seems like maybe that was the thought or a question with some other board members.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you elaborating on what I had mentioned. I think that really highlights. And that's just responsible oversight. And supportive authorizing.
No, and I honestly agree with what you're saying. I really didn't have too much of intention of adding an extra 1,200 kids to you. But yeah, that really wasn't my intention. It was, I wanted to slowly grow, but I didn't want to have that. You gotta stop again and angry parents again because they can't get into your school again. I just didn't want that. I wanted the opportunity to, okay, and have those growths, because I do keep coming back and asking. We did a small expansion request, we did another expansion request. We adopted School of Performing Arts, and so I've done a bunch of those steps. And I do understand the challenges that come with growth because I've been doing that. And so.
Josh Daniels, board chair, sorry, I'm late. I went to the US building but had a meeting before. My kids first enrolled in the school in 2017, and at the time we had to be on a wait list for a time. And at that time, I also was involved in charter school policy around the country. And it was interesting because back at that time, about 2017 or so, was kind of the first time that I believe the state board agreed to start essentially enforcing charter enrollment caps. Before they were sort of suggestions, but I think when it comes to school finance, people wanted, particularly district schools, wanted more predictability about funding and how funding for enrollment might impact district schools as charter enrollment grew. So there was a more intentional effort to sort of say, okay, well, you have to say no to people that want to enroll in your charter school. The cap's no longer a suggestion or just a fiscal monitoring device. It's more of a restriction. But the growth of our school has been, based on our cap, but the demand has never come off. It's always been 100% demand with a waiting list. And we first started pursuing enrollment expansion requests as early as 2018. It's been kind of 8 years in the process to where we are here today. And the enrollment hasn't grown significantly because of the cap, but every year we get more and more interest, but aren't allowed or permitted to accommodate the additional students that want to come to the school. So it's been challenging as communities like St. George, Cedar City, Moab have said, hey, we really want this model here. I say, well, we'd love to bring that model there, but to do that, we would need to enroll maybe 75 students, which we have interest from 75 students, but we can't just go up 75 students and start a program in your community. And so it's taken a long time to kind of get to where we're at. And I think what we're looking at is just strategically, as we look into the future, this type of educational model is in demand. We know that from the families that are on our waiting lists. And we want to just have the capacity to be able to serve those that come to us and say, we want this model in our community too.
Yeah. And I think that's the big part for me is, I'm going to get emotional. Is I get really tired of disappointing our families and saying, I'm sorry, you can't enroll. We don't have space for you. And I get really emotional about that because we want to be able to serve as many people as we can and provide the support and help that they need. And when we can't, because we have a cap that limits us, it's really hard.
No shortage of passion and commitment. That's the success of our schools, right? It is So we do, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't want to be nitpicky. I just want to make sure I have the right numbers. So as I read the application, your current max enrollment is 1198. And the request is to expand to a total of 2,200. So is that right? We're talking about an expansion of 1,002 students as opposed to 1,200? Or am I?
It's supposed to be 1,200.
When you're looking at current enrollment of 11,900, you said 1198?
It says current max enrollment 1198. So requested max enrollment for large expansion 2,200. So 1,002 students. Is that right, or is it a typo?
It was 1,200. It was supposed to be 1,200.
So 1,200 additional is what it was intended. Okay.
Looks like your math scores are a little low, Ken, just.
So, thank you, board members. I think that this has been, and of course, I think I've just appreciated your comments. Are we ready to entertain a motion?
Chair, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I think you're noodling on something, because to be honest, I could be talked into the full thing, but I also could be talked into maybe something just slightly less. I want to give them plenty of runway.
Right.
I don't want them to feel like they have to island hop and come back, and I think it was very well explained, and I think they demonstrated growth. But if you have some thoughts, I think we'd all benefit from.
Here's my, I guess my inner conflict is there is no question that this is very successful, wanted. And being able to have 1,200 seats will really allow you to scale and meet the needs in terms of the communities that have expressed that interest. And I'm mindful about what I'm about to say, because I cannot necessarily use this, right, in terms of my vote, but I'll just share that I think to the point of talking about 2017 to where we are in 2026, I mean, we're in a whole different, education it's night and day. I mean, and so it is no surprise to me that there is incredible growth, and us being aware of the hybrid offerings and a saturation point. With that, I can't necessarily use that to base my decision, because I'm voting on the school's merit, your opportunity, what you've demonstrated. So I'm sharing that in full disclosure, that I know that isn't necessarily going to, but I am thinking about that. And that's the only reason in terms of the seats, not necessarily, I would love to vote this or move this forward. I'm just mindful, but and if you don't fill the seats, it's no harm, no foul, right? So I'm aware of that as well. I think, Member Biesinger, to your point, the way my grandkids, I mean, I want grandkids, but I don't want them right now. Let me just say for the record, if my kids are listening, okay, but when my grandkids are in school, I don't think it's gonna look, it's not gonna look anything at all like what we're engaged in right now. So it's hard for me even to be like, well, 10 years from now, because I don't think any of us know, really. And that the last 5 years have taught us that. So I'm probably more inclined to vote the 1,200, and and maybe this is something that we could ask, Kim, and I'm gonna ask, I would love for you to come back and tell it, like, I guess just report in terms of, I guess I just would like that, how is it going? And I think that would give us a pulse too on the appetite for hybrid education within our state. That would just inform us in our future decisions. And I guess also, it is big. I mean, it's big because if you get to a point, in fact, I heard somebody gave me a data point the other day, and it was something like and I know this is over 300 students, it becomes very hard to create a powerful and effective culture.
I talked to that.
Yeah, and maybe that's your kind of micro communities, right, within that. So I think that also is a strength. So these are my this is what's happening in my brain at the moment to your question.
At least you knew Marie talked before and not not.
So I think if you can honor that, because I think that's what we're feeling.
Yeah.
I worry, and I do worry. I worry, I don't want us to be creating monolithic big schools that we know don't effectively create community. Especially at a time where that is what our kids need the most. That's yes. So, and again, I'm mindful of our time, so I would say, maybe just a quick response, and then I'd like to entertain a motion.
Harry, man, I'm sorry, I thought you were going to.
No, Kim wanted to.
I was jumping up and down at the end saying me. So yes, I'll be so quick. Is the way our model is run, right now I have 14 micro schools. So they have 100 or less kids in each of the little schools. I do it that way purposefully because I don't want the monolithic thing either. And I really believe that in that small school model and the culture of that and the closeness of that for the kids and the community there. And so 100% I agree with you. That is the way I do it. Lots and lots of micro schools. They all run independently in some way, and yet they're all connected, hence my software, all those different pieces. Stephanie, you and I could talk for a long time on how we do it because I obviously am very excited and passionate about the way it's run. And I think for me, the other part of my excitement, and then I'll stop talking, is I know I see so many families out there struggling, making this decision of how they want to educate their kids, but then struggling on really how to do it from the day-to-day structure. And I think the way that we support, provide resources and accountability to our families is very, very powerful. Okay, I'll stop.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to make a motion.
Please.
Hearing the discussion, I am comfortable making a motion that we approve the satellite application for Canyon Grove Academy, but make it so the school would have a cap of 2,402 kids.
Thank you.
Versus 2,200, because I think that was just a clerical error, it appears. So that would be my motion.
So we have a motion from member Biesinger to approve the large satellite expansion for Canyon Grove Academy with a cap 2402. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and a second from member Marshall. Any further discussion?
One quick one. If we have dollars, we have to, if we have, what do we call them? Sorry. Startup dollars, not WP, not operating dollars, but startup dollars. This would be a school I would candidly try to look in the eye and say, you're probably gonna get cut back because they have some of the means that I just think other schools don't. So I want to be, that would be my position. It's not a board position, but this is the kind of expansion where I'm happy to see them grow, but to have them funded on 1,200, that's gonna throw a formula, and I just think it's responsible to bring that back in. So I would actually probably want us to not skew those dollars too much towards large expansion and be what I think is equitable and fair to the other schools moving forward.
So with that, then, can I just ask a clarifying question? We approved for 1,200, then if those startup funds for 1,200 students?
And I believe that would have been the formula that the staff was using in those projections, since that's what was in their application.
Okay.
I mean, it's a difference of.
I see. So
But it shouldn't throw the formula off too much, but of course, if we need to adjust at some point.
Okay.
We certainly will.
Okay, thanks.
Can I, just something I'm grappling with. It's obvious that there's a lot of confidence in this. And I love the model. I understand the complexity and the challenges of a hybrid model. I come from virtual education and blended education, and I totally understand that, and many people do not understand the complexity of it. And the challenges that are faced with in relation to academic outcomes. But what I'm grappling with is not that I don't think you could make this very successful. It's I think currently we're becoming more and more aware of the perception of charter schools in the states and some of the concerns that exist with USBE and with the state legislature in approving schools that are not up to snuff, they might say, when you look at this, for the school report card, for example. So that's, and to approve something so large. And I do, having acquired a new high school, I mean, you must be going through all kinds of, you know, growth challenges that that you're dealing with. But I think the main thing, like I said, I'm trying to figure out right now is more of a perception challenge. And I don't know, Member Pulsifer, if you have any thoughts on that, is there any validity to that, or should I not be worried?
That's a large discussion.
Yeah.
In the legislature right now is academic achievement, and yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm struggling as well. That number is just huge to me. I came in today anticipating 1,000 and that number was ginormous to me. And so are you proposing 1,200 or 1,204? The current enrollment is 1,198.
Yeah, I guess it was,
So
the two was, I didn't mean to be cute, but. It would be 1,200 on top of what they have. It was just the current.
yeah, man, I struggle with that. I still don't see why we can't do this in some phased way. And I hate to create more work for Kim and her team, but man, I'm just so worried about the perception of adding 1,200 kids. If that number is not necessary to go out and obtain financing on a specific building, to obtain a specific loan, or to otherwise accomplish something other than being able to broadcast to potential students, hey, we're big, we got lots of room to grow. And I'm really uncomfortable with throwing down that many students. I'm not uncomfortable with the request generally, but can we have something less than 1,200, like 600 or something?
Remember
Yeah,
that?
Chair, the 1,200 is also what I've been chewing on. And actually, I think we floated the number 800. That one resonated with me. I was like, oh, okay, like that feels like something I could support. And then I know we've kind of shifted back and forth. So I just want to say that out loud. Also, that 1,200, regardless of how the maths, I thought, ooh, that's like weird. It's a lot.
And it's not a dig at school at all.
Not
Right.
Not
absolutely.
the slightest.
I
It's
am
just,
not
it's just a
taking it
mega
as a
number.
Not at all.
And to the conversation, it's again, being responsible, we're asking really critical questions about growth. Academics is significant, especially at a time where half the kids in our state can't read. Oh, well, that's not true. Sorry. That was sorry. But are struggling, that didn't come out. That's a frustrated principal voice that came out. So I apologize.
Can
for
I
that, but-
take the burden off of you and just say, yes, please approve me for 800. I'm totally good with that, especially with the knowledge that I can come back and say, hey, we're being successful. This is what we're doing with 800. If that helps to relieve your burden, I'm happy to do that.
I mean, you're always welcome here. We love your voice. And we love what you're doing in the school. And I want you to know that this is a receptive board.
Oh, I do know.
And we want you to win.
Yeah,
We want you
I
to
do.
be extraordinarily successful. And we wanna help you get there.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
Would you like to amend that? Or-
Sure,
Okay.
I'd be happy to amend the motion, make an amendment to have the number be 800 additional.
I can support that as well, but.
Sure, so just to clarify, I think, I made the motion I think I made.
Yes.
So instead of being 2,402, we would go to 2,000 students, so it'd be 800 additional.
Yes.
Well, if it's 11, it's 802, but 2,000 seems like the right.
Yes.
That's the number that, so I'm happy to amend that motion for, moving them forward, for approving their satellite application with the amount of 2,000 overall students, 802 more than they would.
Great. And I think, remember, Marcia, did you second that? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. So we do have an amended motion to approve Canyon Pro's large expansion request for 2,000 or 800 seats. Great. Okay, Member Basinger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marshall? Yes. Member Pulsifer?
Yes.
Member Bassett?
Yes.
Member Hutchins?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes, you bet.
And I am a yes. Thank you so much, and thank you for these conversations are critical.
I love these conversations.
To
I find it very
us,
helpful.
and also to all of our stakeholders. That we're definitely very thoughtful and deliberate about the choices and the votes that we're taking, so. Again, thank you for your time, congratulations, we'll see you again.
You will.
And to the folks here, we just have to grab our lunch and then Esperanza, you are coming up, just come on in. Right, but I think. Esperanza's next, yes, and then Paradigm, yes, I'll see that, so 5 minutes.
5 minutes or less.
Yes, okay, sounds great. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, we're just, if you're 5 minutes early, you're late. Okay. Excellent. Oh, okay, wonderful, right. Okay, so, board members, thank you so much again for your flexibility, and to everyone that is online, thank you for being flexible as we're eating and doing into the mic and all the things. We're excited to have Esperanza Elementary, here with us today. Back in my time at Weaver State, I had several teachers that have been in the school, and it's amazing to be in there and the energy. So just thank you for being here, and again, thank you for your patience. If you could, please take a moment, we'll introduce yourselves. I know we have Director Medina as well on the line, and then we'll give you time to do, again, that 3-minute snapshot of your ask of us today.
My name is Eliana Matias. I am a board member and also a parent of 2 students in school.
Excellent.
I'm Omar Hussein. I'm the vice principal in school, and assessment director, among other things.
Yeah.
And your face was familiar for me, so you were my teacher in Weaver, like 2 years ago.
Oh,
For
that's
my master.
true.
We were online
I forgot
together.
about
Yes.
that.
So like, okay, I know that face. What?
Yes.
So I make the connection when you say Weaver. Okay, that's you.
Oh my gosh, thank you for putting that. See, it's
You're
true.
so
It's
right.
true. I have real students out there. Well,
That's
what an
so
honor.
true. I was also in that class. I was also in
Well,
that
you-
class. Now that Mr. Gosain mentioned that,
Oh my
we were
gosh.
both in the program at the same time. So
Oh
that's
my gosh, I
awesome.
was gonna, thank you. Well, would you like to introduce yourself as well then?
Yes.
Director?
I'm Yvonne Medina. I'm the principal and director at Esperanza Elementary. Currently, our school is 90-10 dual language Spanish, English immersion school. That means that our lower grades start with 90% Spanish and then 10% English. And then as the grades get higher, it levels out by 5th grade, 50-50%, 50-50 Spanish English. We offer our extracurricular programs. Some of you are familiar with our mariachi band. We have over 200 students in that mariachi band. We have choir, we have folkloric dance, chess, and I don't know if I'm missing another program, Mr. Wasain, but we are currently seeking approval to expand to 8th grade. Right now, we're K-7th, and our families and community and our teachers and students have been asking for us to go to 8th grade. Right now, what's happening is that students end 7th grade, and the families are having to find a new school for 8th grade, and then again, a different school for high school in 9th grade. And so we've seen that this disrupts the continuity of our program. And so we want to be able to provide our students with a high performing environment and be able to finish their bilingual and bicultural learning by having 8th grade. I believe that starting fiscal year or academic year 2026, our enrollment will be 625. And so we're not asking for an enrollment increase. We're just asking for 8th grade expansion.
Okay, excellent. So, board members, so it's, the school is asking for, not additional numbers, but to add 8th grade.
Can I just say, every time I go to the Charter Day on the Hill,
Mm-hmm.
I purposely go
No.
there, yes, brother, for the what the band you guys do. It is absolutely breathtaking. And the dances you guys do, it just speaks to the culture and all those, that community you guys build. It's effective. So just hats off to you guys. You're building such an amazing community, and as you know, a fellow charter person who looks at those things and you want to build community and programs, just wow, it's impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
So.
Great, thanks you.
Sure, I'll just jump in. I'm enthusiastic about this. It makes logical sense to me. And to echo that sense of community, I can see how this is supportive of everybody. So, thank you. Yeah.
Can I give my 10-second plug as well? This should be a short discussion today. I think this is a no-brainer. But since you're here in front of us.
Yep.
Thank you for all you're doing for your school and for your community. You're doing amazing things. Keep it up.
Thanks so much.
And don't let up on your mission and your vision. And I have no doubt that just simply adding eighth grade is not going to interfere with that home.
Yeah. So, can I keep the hype train going? I have had the pleasure of being around Esperanza for quite some time. I have so much respect for Lopio, and I know I think he's retired. I don't know if he's really retired, but he's
not.
That's still busy doing good stuff. But I just will point out a couple of things that I love about this school. One, yeah, I clearly it's almost like I would say that Esperanza and we'll say dual immersion, but Esperanza simply here before us, you're really helping the critical Latino population of Salt Lake, which is viable to our cultural and economic success in so many ways. I just love that you're really helping families with that background. Not only that background, anybody can go to your school, but that background just to help thrive in getting education where they can thrive in the future. It's spectacular, and I believe I know enough to know that the demographics of besides cultural demographics, a high number of your students, maybe 90%, are kind of low income, right, on some metric. And just what you're doing, the way you're doing it, yeah, I just applaud you, and I'm excited about this one and happy to see it move forward. And frankly, I hope you come back in the future and really, I hope you look at Ogden. I hope you look at other communities, because we just need more of what you're doing. So
Thank you.
that's my comment.
I just have a question, and this is just because I'm not as familiar with the high school framework, and where kids are gonna transfer. Is there a reason not ninth grade or the high schools in the area 9-12? Is that why?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
just in my neck of the woods, they're all 10-12, so.
Yeah, and the space, we're building a
Okay.
building for the whole 6, 7, and 8.
Okay,
Yeah, so,
Got it.
yeah, actually, I asked my principal why, actually, they said, well, we need to wait 2 years for the 8th grade. But I said, okay, well, we actually have 7th grade already. I mean, like, we have our clients are already there, so we don't need to add any more. So like, well, yeah, the kindergarten, new ones, right, like we started the enrollment and we are almost full. So it's like just moving to the new building that is going to be finished by June by the beginning of the school year, the next school year. So they say, oh, why not just move we don't have to then just move to the new building to 6, 7, and 8, right? So that's our wish, but I'll continue so not to stop, because last year we started with 7th grade and then it goes so sadly that we didn't have 8th grade.
Oh, I'm sure.
So one of the issues is that we don't have a building, so it was full capacity. It's like, okay, we need the building. So now that we have the building, it's like this under construction is going to be.
It'll be a game changer.
Exactly.
I agree. When I was a charter school director, we had a similar, people wanted the secondary program. Oh my gosh, our 7th grade year, we converted the back of our gym, which was where we stored all of our cleaning equipment, and turned that into 2 classrooms, really, because to your point, we didn't have the space, but people wanted it, and then once we opened the space, it was amazing then what we were able to accomplish. I wouldn't be surprised if we see you again for a potential high school in several years, just based on that you're diving into this. So exciting. So with that, can we entertain a motion? Or would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Great, go for it.
I'll make a motion that we approve their expansion as requested.
Okay. So that would be to a large scale expansion for Esperanza Elementary, which would actually, you might wanna, more than an elementary, my friends.
Yeah.
To add 8th grade. Is there a second? And a second from Member Hutchings. Is there any other discussion? Okay, great. Member Pulsifer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Great. Member Hutchings?
Yes.
Member Beesinger?
Yes.
Member Bassett?
Yes.
Vice Chair
Yes.
Member Marshall,
Yes.
and I am a yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
For- Yes, thank you, Director Medina, and really, I'd like to say, maybe the class that you had with me just kind of gave you some ideas to like.
Exactly.
Get
Exactly.
this
That's where it all
going.
stemmed from.
Yeah, what is the first year, ourselves, Maestro Eulogio, retired the last school year. So we were both of us were, was principals, so he knew what was happening. Instead of one, he decided to have two, and, yeah, we're excited, it's our first year. With administration and with the construction of the building and it's all this excitement. Is like the only thing that we can wait, so and it's like, again, it's like, we really wanted to have like a 14th school year because we have 7th grade already. So like all the time teachers know, do we have bunch conference last 2 days? I said, okay, so next year with 7th grade, I'm going to go to the new building. And say, we will see.
Well, I can't wait to see the email that you're gonna send to your community this afternoon. I can only imagine the cheers and, I don't know, it makes me verklempt. So, yeah,
I know we have set some precedents in the recent past of visiting schools and holding board meetings there. I would love to go to Esperanza.
Yeah,
Only
you're
if
always
they bring-
welcome.
There you go.
Yeah, they practice after school every day, I think.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing. But this is a great school. I'd love to.
that would be wonderful.
Really,
We'll follow up with you. We did that last year. We held our board meetings in 2 different schools so we could get to know and gets us out of this space. And we'd love to come to your school if you would.
So more than welcome.
Wonderful.
We'll bring you the back.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations. And we're
Thank
so
you.
excited to see what you all accomplish.
Thank you, gracias.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next, thank you again, Paradigm Charter School. Thank you so much for your patience. If you'd like to come on up to the table. Thank you so much. Really, thank you. It's really, we're online, it's hard sometimes, but it's so funny. Okay, take care, bye. That doesn't feel good. Thank you for your patience. I know, heavens, sometimes the placement on the agenda, you're like, hold on. So we so appreciate that. I know you've been here a very long time waiting for this moment. So, just like we have with our other schools that have come before us today, if you just take a moment, it doesn't look like there's anybody online. So if you would take a moment and just introduce yourselves and then in that 3-minute snapshot of your ask, that would be great.
Excellent, thank you. I'm Brenda Petru. I am the board chair.
Fernando Seminari, school director.
Seth Velasco, vice chair.
Doreen Gibbons, I'm the finance and operations director.
My name's Scott Fossil, and the newest board members.
This is trial by fire as a new board member. Come on in and wait 2 hours before you get to talk.
It's been over a year now.
Right on. So thank you.
We do have some other board members who expressed their appreciation for this meeting and who were sad that they couldn't either remain or attend with other commitments. So thank you.
No problem at all.
So for 20 years, Paradigm High School or charter schools has operated with a deep respect for the Utah principle that parents are a child's primary educator. Founded by homeschool families, our classical liberal arts model remains a beacon for those who are seeking a family-centered environment. And we're here today seeking your support in proactively solving some unique challenges, which is the need to stabilize our enrollment within a homeschool demographic that has become increasingly mobile and non-traditional, particularly post-pandemic. As you know, charter schools, unlike traditional schools, must continuously market to maintain stability. And currently we do dedicate a significant resource, allotment of our resources to recruitment simply to stay level. Resources that we would prefer to focus on our educational mission. So this request is for a 2,000 student cap increase that we would like to have as part of our strategic vision. Because it allows us to meet the growing demand for hybrid and distance learning.
keeping those families within the public charter systems rather than losing them to private providers. So as a school, we are exceptionally well suited for this undertaking, and we have already laid the groundwork for its success. One of the things that we maintain ACT scores consistently above the state average, which remains our board's measure of excellence. While our families often opt out at high rates of state testing, most of this homeschool family demographic uses the ACT as their assessment of choice as they prepare their students for higher education. And Paradigm also stands on firm financial ground. We meet all of the state criteria for operational success. For fiscal year 25, our debt coverage ratio was 133%, which is well above the 115% requirement. Our proactive marketing steps are already yielding results. We've created a strategic partnership with Scola, and we've seen a 58% increase in year-over-year applications this year. Our board and administration have spent many years building the infrastructure for this moment, including we've expanded into 6th grade. We've secured some property acquisitions, and we are in process of negotiating articulation agreements with some of our neighboring charters. So this expansion allows us to better fulfill the distance learning authority already granted in our original charter. And the environment is changing, as you know, for schooling, and also many parents are seeking the opportunity to do more of the homeschool type online but hybrid, and they're seeking to prepare their children for the future world that we are already seeing unfold before us. There's precedent already set for this type of expansion with Gateway Academy in Cedar City, and we would like to participate in this as well, be able to partner with providers like OpenEd to create that hybrid experience. So we feel like this is the right time to make this request and to offer this to our family, and we feel like we're ready for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a really thoughtful and succinct overview, which I didn't ask, that I appreciate. Questions, please.
Just to clarify, one thing I was unsure of when I was reading your proposal, have you offered hybrid in the past, or this is part of this new ask going forward, is to start a hybrid program?
Yes, we actually have and do. You speak.
At varying degrees, we are always very accommodating to families' needs, so there's been, but not as a full rollout. This venture, this exploratory venture, is to partner with someone that's already robust in providing hybrid services, and partnering with them to provide better services throughout school.
What kind of partner are you thinking?
What
kind of services would they offer?
Like OpenEd, third-party entities that would be able to partner with us in providing very customized, different variety of educational services for the families that they serve.
And is part of your plan to have different sites all over the state, or just to have more of your learning center or your place where your hybrid students would come to meet when they need to in the same location where your school is currently?
So depending on, are you talking about for like testing or for?
No, just in general, will your students be geographically limited to the area that you currently serve, or are you looking to expand into other areas of the state?
It would not be geographically limited. The way OpenEd works is mostly they attract homeschool families. And again, we were founded by homeschoolers, and we understand the needs of homeschoolers. And so many of those families are seeking this type of support, and we would like to be able to help to facilitate that further. So as far as the facility is concerned, yes, for testing and other things, we would either have them come to our local campus, or if they're farther away, we would make accommodations or places available.
So part of being in a hybrid program, there usually is a facility that they come into somewhat regularly or from time to time. Would that be your current campus or in that location, or?
A little cart and horse here, because we've not made any contractual agreements with any of the entities, so that would need to be worked out with how whichever company we work with operates. But we would become the central hub. Anyone close to us geographically would come to our school for periodic, instruction and or testing and or any other sped needs and things like that. And if needed at different locations closer to where they are. But we didn't get that far ahead, not knowing if we would have to go ahead to.
Yeah. Part of the reason I ask is this is a big enrollment increase are you trying to draw kids from your current area or that's why I'm asking about expanding across the state.
The way these companies work, I think they typically gather students from wide areas. Again, we don't know where they would all come from, but they typically are from a wider geographic area than our school currently gathers from.
And so it sounds like your plan is to have open ed kind of run that.
Or us
Together.
equivalent, or someone like Open Ed.
Okay.
We've not made any contractual
Sure, but
agreements
that's a
with
good
them.
example.
Yeah, a good example that I thought is familiar.
Thanks.
And sorry, and the number is set because organizations like this is a little it's kind of the minimum threshold to even partner with some.
Yes.
2000 seems a little high for us too, but to start with what the idea we're going with, that's where we're opening a discussion for them.
And that kind of leads me to one of my concerns is that it sounds like you're letting this partner drive the decisions of your school instead of you driving those decisions. So I would just make sure that you're the boss.
We probably should point out that we have expanded our campus. Purchased the dance studio that was next to our school. And we've been landlocked for a lot of years, so we do have additional space that we've added in the last year. I think my questions are kind of similar to those, just looking at like your enrollment fits currently and over the last few years. There's definitely space for you to grow your online program or this hybrid program within the capacity of your current existing enrollment. Roughly around, you're sitting at around what, 360 kids roughly this year?
380 currently.
380, yeah, that makes sense. With your cap at 650, would just a question or a thought, would it make sense, knowing this is kind of an experiment, so to speak, you're trying this new kind of model to see if it's going to be something that's going to be preferred. I understand that partnering with somebody is probably going to demand a higher proportion of students. Would it make sense to just retain the current existing numbers that you have and build that capacity and then see where it goes from there?
Yeah, our current cap is at 630, our building capacity is at 550, so we're already operating with a cap larger than our building capacity. This would just increase that cap. And again, we're doing this preliminary based on what we understand would be a minimum threshold to even engage another entity, another organization to help partner with.
I'd like to add too that our families have been asking for 20 years to be able to partner with, used to be My Tech High, Knowledge Open Ed, other entities like that. The families that we attract are coming from those type of programs, and so we really understand those programs. We feel very well suited, and so we have tried an online kind of virtual thing in the past. What we liked about the opportunity to partner with a third party that has a waiting list that is looking for more seats, it's just the opportunity to service our families. We are a natural fit for an open ed type of education because of the families that we attract. We understand those needs. We work with our families on lots of different types of programs. We're currently an open ed vendor as well as a UFA vendor. Really try to meet families where they're at, and we're really trying to see where education is going and try to get ahead of that. So if we could start with 500 or start with 1,000, we would,
but they won't look to partner with us unless we have 2,000 available seats to become a partner with.
So your charter does allow for online option.
That's
And then you have been talking about this, the hybrid version. A lot of the open ed in iTech high school being an example of that. You know, most of those students are online completely.
Yeah.
So what is your vision of, what does hybrid look like to you?
Well, I mean, part of that is the ability for them, obviously, to come in for any state testing or other things like that. But I think also in the creation of a new administrative personnel who would oversee this part of our community and help to create micro communities in the areas where those families are. And then also, you know, just like making them aware of events, activities and different things like that, that they would be invited to participate in as they desire.
Would they be able to participate in person in classes? So
If they wanted to.
We have many students that come from the homeschool community come to our school to be able to participate. We have a fabulous band program and a great choir program and things that they don't have in their homeschool community that they come to our school to do. So we already partner that way.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, first of all, is your maiden name Biesinger?
It is.
I remember you introduced yourself to
Third
me.
cousins.
Yeah. See you, cuz. You have another quiz. Here's my short quandary. We have a school bouncing around about 350. I'll call that just a good little school. And I have some, again, I don't have the benefit of having the expertise in education. Some of these educational scores though are low enough. I'm like, oh, okay. But we take kids where they are, it's okay. But if I had my challenge here, and maybe it's similar, but we're trying to go from this to this, and I think you're bridging the gap for us in your story. So, well, actually, we've been a kindred spirit of this over here for quite some time. It's part of our DNA.
And we've actually had parents who have elected not to attend our school because they were not allowed to with what was formerly iTech High.
Well stated. I'm still kind of struggling though, because you've operated as this over here. Sorry for the hand gestures. What you're asking to do is morph from like a cheetah to I don't know, a rhino to me a little bit. And that's not a good analogy, but what you'll end up being if this were approved as you're asking for is just so much different. And I'm like, so a couple of my questions are, tell me how you're going to strengthen your academic profile and grow dramatically. And probably my bigger concern is just like, I just feel like it's like the 16-year-old kid where you give them their license and all of a sudden say, hey, son, go out and now go 120 miles an hour. It'll work out fine. Like,
right.
I wish there was kind of a crawl, walk, run step here.
Yeah.
And I know you probably heard us talk to Canyon Grove before. I don't want to, it's an apples to oranges, but that was also a large request, but they were kind of continuing to do what they were before, at least through my lens. And maybe I think the board might agree. To me, this doesn't quite fit so neatly in that box, right? I understand that you've had calls from families and you have DNA you're referencing to kind of what we've always kind of wanted to do this, and now we're executing it. But
we have done something like this.
And maybe 5 miles an hour.
Right.
Like that's my, I don't want to like get caught up there. But you're asking to go from this to this. And I'm just like, whoa, let me take this in. Let's talk through this.
Yeah.
But I think I heard one of you just say the other challenge I think we're going to have here is that you only get Open Ed as a partner if you go straight to 2000. Man, I wish I didn't have to hear that. Like that is crappy, because I could get probably momentum here of like, let's do this at doubling your size or something. But to go from like 380 to 2,500 almost. I mean, that's like going from a 1A school to a 6A school, and it's all online. And So I'm just trying to wrestle with like, how are you gonna deal with your academic, opportunities or challenges there? And just operationally, because I don't know. So I hope you get what I'm describing.
Yeah.
Can you speak to any of that you want to? Because it's just, when I read this, I was struggling of just that whole morphing that you're trying to do. And you might take issue with morphing, but I still believe that you've kind of been this and you want to become this other thing. And it's almost like I don't want to say you're changing programs, but man, you're going to end up in a much different operational space than you have been historically.
I can see why it feels that way to you. And yet again, if we go back to our founders, our homeschoolers, and the people who are attracted to the open ed program are homeschoolers. So yes, it's a lot more people, and yes, there will be definitely some growing pains as we seek to make that work. But as homeschoolers, and a lot of you maybe have come from that background as well, or are familiar with it, I do feel like there's a lot with the parents as the primary educator. They're already asking for this. There's already a demand for it, and it aligns with what we do. So how are we going to get there? Well, we have 18 months to help ourselves to create a more steady plan. Something that is very specific to make sure that we're hitting all of those questions.
Can I speak to that? There is a baby step in here. If we do get the 2,000 seats and are able to partner, we do have a cap differential of a couple hundred seats. And so we would be able to practice, we would be able to do a couple hundred seats knowing that we were building up to the 2,000 seats. So they won't partner with us unless we have 2,000 seats eventually, but they will build us next year and incrementally.
Is it 200 one year and 2,000 the next year though?
Not necessarily. Gateway Preparatory gives the precedence for this. And so we have talked with them about how this is going. We do have someone that could mentor us through it. And they were able to start with a couple hundred this year. They'll build more the next year and more the next year. So it won't be 0 to 120 or 2,000. But we would be able to practice with a couple hundred next year within our enrollment cap already. And then the next year, they would give us some more. And so we could build up an incremental. We would have administration that would be in charge of this dedicated. So we're not taking away from the program our in-school students are getting. That would remain the same, but we would be building an administration and curriculum around this group, and we would incrementally build into it, but we only get that opportunity if we're able to get the 2,000 cap. Right.
Would you share, I had also ready to share something. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Was just bringing up, for the board and the school here, that in 2024, our state auditor did do an audit of open ed and, has a list of 11 like audit recommendations. Some are specific to State Board of Ed, some are specific to the LEA themselves. So that may be something now that open ed has come up, or systems like open ed, that the board wants to put in noting that approval is like responding to these recommendations or showing that they're aware of where those audit concerns lie and how they plan to navigate that if they were to partner with such an organization.
And I would say several years before that, there were also audits with NITEC High and Harmony Ed that caused me concern too.
Member Pulsford and then member Marshall.
And so, yeah, my question really fits in with this. It feels like Paradigm would now become open ed. Instead of open ed coming in to helping Paradigm do something what they want to do, even just the idea that you have to have 2,000 seats, or we're not even gonna, it feels like they are going to be, and that makes me feel really uncomfortable.
There is the option also to not go to one sole company. It could be made up of a variety of companies, so that it's not so heavily, a takeover that it isn't perceived that way, but, yeah.
If that were the case, maybe you could have smaller numbers and do this in a different way, which might feel differently.
I think that kind of echoes my concern is, in order to create this agreement with this third party, there has to go through a pretty rigorous RFP process. And so to me, the selection, the ask is associated with a specific vendor. And there's just so many other steps that would need to happen in order to identify what your enrollment's gonna be, what that agreement's gonna be, what are the conditions that school's gonna come in and provide those educational services for you. Meaning, I think we need to remove the vendor completely from the conversation, knowing that if that's a direction you guys truly want to go, I think your ask needs to be predicated on that desire of adding these students regardless of who the vendor is. And there are vendors that are out there that will help work with you. And it doesn't have to be 2,000, it could be 10, right? It could be 20. And so I guess I go back to my first thought is there's space already currently in your enrollment. Maybe it makes sense to maybe figure out that partnership, and kind of get your feet under you in terms of what that partnership could look like and grow with, kind of to your point, grow with the organization and to make sure it's who you are.
Yeah.
Because it can shift who you are because they're providing the educational service. They're providing your educational delivery. So does that match paradigms? I don't know. Those are questions that I would ask.
Well, and just along the same lines, my question was gonna be, is there a reason why you haven't thought to just hire someone with some expertise in hybrid to give it a try, to stretch to your full path, or even ask for something quite a bit less so that you can give this idea a try without committing yourself to a vendor who requires so much of your school?
Yeah, all these are, like, we're presenting idea number 10 on the list of things, right? And that's also one of them. We realize it takes 18 months, so we're trying to open up this conversation, open up the space for that. It may pan out, may not pan out, but we're already operating at with a higher enrollment cap than we can hold. So there hasn't been a harm to us in doing that. There is room to grow within our cap. And then we would just see how much more we could grow that without having to return or wait another 18 months. But all this is very reasonable and makes sense. And yeah, we don't want to be taken over by somebody else. We very much love who we are and love to expand what we offer to these families that have been requesting us to partner in these ways so that they can get kind of best of both worlds. We are willing to look at multiple different companies at once, not just one. And we are willing to look at other ways to do hybrid without jumping full blown, but the enrollment piece is a big concern for us with this demographic. And we don't really seem to always have a lot of say and control ourselves in that. And there's always a level of uncertainty with that. And so we're trying all these different things, this being one of them, to have a little bit more control of our enrollment trends. Yeah.
I would say one thing as you're thinking through especially the hybrid part of your program, I wouldn't think of the 550 building capacity limitation as the same limitation as if the students were on campus every day. There are things you could do with that hybrid model that you could actually have 630 students with the building capacity of 550.
That was gonna be one of my comments as well, and to me, it seems that you have built such a powerful and sought after secondary program. And I think to Member Marshall's point, I would love to see you all flush out what is your hybrid program, because this is so rich. I don't want you to lose this, and I think that's part of what people are coming to your school for. And I think that hybrid, whoever you chose to partner with, should just amplify or complement really what you're doing. And the open ed thing, does give me a little bit of the ick. Especially with that kind of, very strict number, because they know, I'm saying they, the big they, but that is a significant contract win for them. In terms of the financial piece of that, right? So, I don't want to squash your, like, and I love that you've got this brainstorming or the list of ideas, and again, I don't wanna squash your ideas or your desire to grow and meet your families where they are. I think you already have the ability to have this hybrid program. I think to the point of, I'd love to see 200 kids really engaged in a meaningful hybrid program that amplifies, and people are coming because of your hybrid program, because you're still offering those core elements of what it means to be a paradigm. I don't know, I'm not hearing that from you today, that's fleshed out. It doesn't mean that it's not there. I'm just not hearing that. And I think we would love to have you come back and say, look what we've done with our 200 students, and we partnered with this organization or this company, and now we're here. You see, we're gonna ask for 1,000 seats. I mean, that's where I am at the moment. And many of the board members have heard me say this. I think we have to be aware that the ed tech landscape is $1 billion industry. I mean, it is significant, the amount of money that's being made in that space right now. And if you're gonna, and I know that you talked about there's lots of partners, but if any of our schools are gonna choose to work with Open Ed and they're gonna have that kind of parameter, I would ask them to seek out other choices. So that's just where I am at the moment. I am so grateful for your passion and your enthusiasm. I get it, because I've been on that side, and I just would like this to be fleshed out a little bit more. Is where I am in terms of what does it mean what does a hybrid program at Paradigm really look like, and that's just where my thoughts are.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm struggling with this. I'm struggling with the chicken and egg problem that you've presented to us today. We want you to be able to spread your wings and fly, but do we really have to authorize a 2,000 seat expansion in order for you to be able to spread your wings? And I'm really struggling with that today. So I don't have a question for you, but that's what stymied me. And you already heard my whinings about the 1,200 tweets a couple of applications ago. So you know where I land. I'm on the cautious side. At the same time, one of the purposes of Utah Charter Schools is innovation, and to encourage innovation and then to replicate it. Here it's a little bit tricky because we haven't really seen you replicate it in this space to the degree that we can say, yeah, you're going to be able to go even further and expand on it. So that's what I'm struggling with today.
Yeah. And that's where that just coming back in a year or with your program, to your point, Vice Chair, then we would have some more data and information to help us be like, oh, yes. But that's my sticking point. So, any other discussion, or is there a motion?
Is there another option? Is there some compromise? We wanna cut you loose to go,
But that was my concern too, like, there are concerns.
Yes.
Is there something you can come back with,
Yeah.
ideas 4 through 9, like?
The 2,000 came from just very exploratory, informal conversations, and so we thought, okay, that's it. But through those conversations, I think it was evident that there could be other entities that wouldn't have that number, or they could do for lower numbers, and we would be open to that. Just I wouldn't know what that is. I wouldn't know, but one compromise would be a lower number of than what we're asking now. Yeah, that would feel comfortable, gives us the room to grow, but not as large all at once. And
But your current cap is 630, so
We
It's almost
just,
double what you are now.
we just purchased, the building next door to us.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's why you were with us last year, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Because you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were at
Right.
sixth grade this
And that
coming
building is a
school year. We're
complaint.
so excited. In order to do that,
Yeah.
we needed to separate campuses
Yeah.
for our sixth through eighth and ninth through twelfth, and that building allowed us to do that. We now, starting this next year, we want to fill our seats on site. We don't want to fill those seats with virtual. And so now that we can grow to our cap, and we have partnered with Scola, who, wow, they're doing an amazing job for us. She said we're up 58% in our application this year in new enrollments. And so we're really feeling confident about filling our on-site space. So I think the ability to have a cap beyond that for experimenting in this hybrid space and starting to talk with some vendors, we may end up doing our own program. Who knows what the future of open ed is, or programs like that. But I think having a higher cap to experiment in that space and not cannibalize our seat space would be amazing.
Can I maybe throw out a possible
Yes.
option?
Okay.
Yeah.
Our previous discussions, we were open to providing a small expansion, because the threshold for that is not as robust. So the application here would apply for that. If you have what, 100 extra students? I don't know, could that be a possible win?
I don't know if that's in.
Would that?
But no, I think that would be.
I'd be totally great with 100, but I'm also open to more than that. And that's kind of a question for
Yeah.
you. I'm opposed, I'll just tell you frankly, I'm opposed to 2,000 just because Open Ed suggested anecdotally in some discussion that you need to be at that level before we'll even have the desire to stoop to your level and talk to you. Sorry, that was very negative. I didn't mean it. But I don't know. I love the idea of having an established school who's been successful come in front of this board and say, we're trying to innovate, we're coming up with creative strategies. We've got a list of 10 plus, we're on number 8 now. We got lots of things we're checking off. Love that. That is what we want from our schools. So is there something else we can do? What's a number we can give you to be able to allow you to spread your wings, make a go of this, and then come back down the road and say, hey, we did exactly what you wanted, killing it. And we want to replicate this and make it bigger. I don't know, is it 200 students? Is it, I don't know.
We're at 630 now. If we take it to a 1,000 enrollment cap, is that in that realm? So.
My concern with 1,000 though is it's almost 3 times bigger than what you are now. So that's quite a bit different. Can you just, what's your current wait list? Like you said, you're up 58%, but like, what do you plan? Give me your real number on next year's enrollment in your building.
Probably 450.
Okay, 450.
With adding sixth grade. Our goal is 100 each grade, 7 grades, 100 each. And
Okay.
now that we've partnered with Scola and we've got a new marketing system, a new lead follow-up system, we're really seeing progress there. So we'd like to grow to 700 at our building sites. It'll probably take us a couple years to do that.
Yeah.
And then we'd like to, so that would give us 1,000 would give us 300 to play with in that virtual hybrid type of a space. And have.
So 450, what'd you do? 450 next
450
year?
for next year. is
So the
our goal.
following year, maybe 100 more kids would be kind of your upper end as far as in-seat students. So 450, 550. So by year 3 of that 650, you're kind of running into close to your cap. I guess I'm just wondering about, to be candid, 1,000 to me still feels like a little bit of a morphine than too much. But if you think realistically your in-student attendance is going to go 450, 550, 650. Like I'm wondering about a cap of more like 850 to give you a couple of 100 kids to have a program that feels like enough to have a programmatic experience. You can hire staffing to do that. I get that 75s is kind of tough. So I guess I'm kind of coming up with a number, but I'd love feedback both from your side of the table and this side of the table. Again, I don't think there's, I get it, your DNA, I believe all of this. but Just for my seat, you're still going from operating this way.
Yeah.
And it would be appropriate, I think, to crawl and walk
Yes.
into an expanded way to operate. Again, 21st century education, I think, is going this way and trying to keep up with it or stay ahead of it. But going from like this to this, even 1,000 just feels like it just invites risk into your system that I just don't think is
We don't
healthy,
need, yeah,
right?
thank
And,
you.
But I would, yeah, I'm definitely interested in, something, but I guess for me, if you're gonna gravitate in students up closer to 600 in the next few years, something around 800 or 850 feels like, a couple hundred on top of that to just do that right, but not at too high of a risk profile. And I'm not speaking for the board, I'm just trying to get to something.
And I think that it's also kind of a negotiating thing, right? Hey, we have this cap, let's talk with these people.
So as we go talk to
Exactly.
other.
I think, yeah, I think it's more than.
I echo the comment though strongly. If there is a organization out there that's like saying, hey, we're not gonna talk to you, that doesn't feel like the right organization for the charter school movement. Like, I don't know what movement that is, but that's not a movement I'm interested in. I just think that's reckless more than anything else, to be candid. But I would like to, have you be able to have some flexibility here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree. I'd almost rather start at 100 and come back and incrementally build up, just because what you're doing with bringing in sixth grade and doing that, it feels like you're working on that, you're doing great, but that's a work in progress. And having that work in progress and this work in progress at the same time is a lot, but I understand that you have parents that want that. I maybe could go to 200. I almost feel 100, then come back, just say, this is where we are now. I don't know.
Just a technical question on that. If we did 100, would that be for the upcoming school year, or would that still be 18 months from now?
Oh, 27 is what
Oh,
we're considering at this
yeah,
time.
so about 27.
Yeah, that's right.
So, because we've missed the small expansion deadline to have them this next coming year. So,
But you do have 300
Yeah.
students in your cap right now. So if you think your building's going to 450. What I'm saying is, but for fall of 26, right, your FY 27 year, I haven't heard you yet express like, well, we're gonna be full. I think you said, we want to focus on in-school students. We're gonna be 450, maybe you're a little higher than that. But to me, that still gives you a couple hundred kids of flexibility.
Yeah.
And if you do 100 more, that's 300 kids more, that you could do in your hybrid program. And then kind of come back to it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't feel like you're being shackled unless you see this differently.
Okay, I'm just trying to kind of think the timelines, because we have the seats already, you're suggesting we go ahead and start with the open seats that we have while we're in the waiting period to get the 100 extra.
Yes.
And we have 450 starting in fall of
Yes.
2026. But then those extra 180 are available to begin the exploration of this program.
And then the following year, you'd have another 100.
And then we'd have another 100, and so.
And I get you might have more.
In.
This is kind of like a 2, maybe 3-year runway. But I think that's kind of what we're trying to get to is, let's give you some runway, but.
Yeah.
But approving a school that's been kind of tied at 350 in a building, we're just trying to like.
That's understandable. I think the only heartburn there is that it is that 18-month. Like, if we're able to fill all those seats, we get this hybrid program up and running and we've filled our cap already, and now that we're stuck there for 18 more months. So it doesn't allow us to kind of see how big we can grow this, especially if we are able to partner.
You're stuck, but at the same time, you're still learning and growing. So I don't really look at it so much as stuck, maybe because we can't add more, but you're still in that process. And even if it's 18 months, you're still in the process and you say, okay, I still see it as a good runway.
Can I ask, what is your current wait list?
We don't currently have it with us. We run in lotteries every 2 weeks.
Okay, one thing I'm kind of trying to figure out, it seems like right now there's quite a bit of lack of clarity in your own minds, what you're trying to build. Because I'm hearing there's plans of having 700 on campus, but your ask was for 2,000 that were gonna be hybrid. But it also sounds like you're actually thinking of more of a virtual program rather than a hybrid program, which are different things. I really think taking a year to explore what you can do with what you have could be really beneficial to you and help you clarify exactly what you're trying to do. So then when you do get the bigger numbers, you have some experience behind you in, we definitely want to do hybrid, not virtual. Or if we do a little of each, this is what it's going to look like. And this is how many kids we do want to have on campus. Just because I'm hearing different ideas still being kind of tested right now, so.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for that. You can see that we are very much trying to create a future, that we are trying to be creative, and we are looking at a lot of things. So I think that's maybe what's kind of coming through here. But right stuff.
Love it, love it.
I guess I respect the 18-month window. From my seat, I haven't heard nothing that interrupts you for this coming fall. And probably you start to maybe get interrupted a year from now, right? So I would be open to 100, right? To give you kind of 2-year flexibility, maybe 200, right? Something in that to give you 2-year flexibility to kind of dial in on this, see what animal you really want to become, so to speak. Not a good analogy. This came from Africa.
The rhino
But,
and the cheetah.
But the thing is like versus getting a no and coming back in a year.
Yes.
Like plan on coming back in a year with some granted flexibility and just like continuing the dialogue. And maybe that means you could come back in 2 years. But I think there's consensus here that the 2,000 ask is just not probably appropriate, but so I would be I think it's fair to say just go back, have a year planning, you have some flexibility, but I would be inclined to approve something that was 100 students and just give you a little flexibility and maybe give you a 2-year runway versus just a 1-year runway. Because right now I think you have a clear 1-year run. But I can respect the fact that you need maybe a little
more running, to be able to get that.
But I think the guidance would still be take the next 12 months or whatever, maybe a little less, but come back. And then I think we can have a discussion with more data. Because I think you're sensing like, we're not against this.
Right.
But I do think there's support here, but it just, I'm not even sure quite yet what it looks like. And it's hard for us to grant big numbers when you don't yet know kind of what it looks like.
Well, I appreciate that so much. We would love it if you could get as close to 200 and in the feeling realm.
And I think this is a wonderful and very fruitful conversation, right? Because again, I think what you've heard is that we're your partner. We want you to be successful. It's part of our responsibility to set you up for success. And these questions definitely help us get to what that might look like. So board, would a motion. I'm glad that we were able to come back and talk about, we have other options now on the table. I think very similarly, I think if we went a 100 seat route, that would be a small expansion. We decided to go over that, a 200 seat request, we could easily accommodate that within this large scale expansion request. And then of course, again, invite to come back.
Quick thought before somebody makes a motion, man. I don't see any downside to us as a board approving 200. we have an established school. I get the fuzziness of what is being proposed. There are a lot of things that need to be fleshed out, but I want to give this school enough of a runway that they can feel very confident about being able to give this a go. And I just, like I said, I really don't see any downside to that. You know, this relative even to some of the other schools we've talked about today, I don't see that it hurts us to increase that cap just a little bit more. They've met all the qualifications, all the requirements for either a large or small expansion. So it's not really a question of that. It's just a question of how much they need to really make a go of this. I'd be in favor of bumping it up to 200. I really don't want them to be stuck. And Member Pulsford, you may be right. They may not be stuck, but I don't want to give them that risk and clip their wings in any way, shape, or form we can avoid it. So those are my thoughts. And I'm glad to make a motion in that regard, but I'm interested in your thoughts.
Well, I would second that motion. Those are my thoughts.
Well, let me make.
Well, I think you're looking for a little more discussion.
I'd like to hear more
I'm in line with you.
Because I don't want to impose anything on the board. Everyone has their own view, obviously.
I guess my only thought is, even given their own current enrollment, there is space for there to be growth. And there is, in my mind, enough flexibility there that allows them to do kind of what we're asking without, I think, limiting them with an extra 100 students with a small expansion. Even if that was even less than that, I think there is enough space there for them to, it's a lot. If there's, it's a lot. To go through and try to figure out all those components as a school that has gone through this,
Yeah, you would know.
Yeah, it's more complex than you realize. And although we speak to the landscape as being kind of open and, you know, that's where the educational growth is, there's a lot of competition too. So I think it would give them an opportunity to kind of figure out what that landscape looks like, really kind of target into who and what organization they want to partner with. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't be, you know, in favor of a 200, but I think 100 could give them what they need. So.
Wow.
Well, it's good feedback.
We can continue our discussion after a motion is made.
I guess I appreciate all the comments. I'm not sure the downside of the extra 100 kids, if that's kind of what we're discussing here, is really that big versus maybe the flexibility. And I know they may not need all the flexibility.
That's fair.
No.
But it is nice to have flexibility, and I don't feel like it changes the programmatic continuation they're gonna have. So I'm probably inclined to go with 200. Because I like how Vice Chair Olson captured that. So that's kind of where I am, but open to more feedback.
Let's get a motion.
Yeah, why not?
Can you start?
Why not? Let's get it rolling and I would move that we go ahead and approve the Paradigm Charter High School large expansion, but with a cap of an additional 200 students, which would put them at 830 as a maximum enrollment.
And I'll second that, since I said I would. Sorry,
No, I'm glad. I was looking right at you, so that's great. Okay, so we have a second from member Biesinger.
I almost got an upgrade there.
You sure did. Notice how I caught it. Any other discussion? I think the discussion to this point has been very important, and I think has illuminated the complexity, but and also the support that we would like to offer. So with that, we have the motion to approve another 200 students for Paradigm Charter School in a second. Any other discussion? Okay. Vice Chair, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Biesinger?
Yes.
Member Bassett?
Yes.
Member Hutchins?
Yes.
Member Marshall?
Yes.
And Member Pulsipher?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. thank you for working with us and board for such, it's such an important conversation, and I think too, it's like a gradual release, right? Because we want you to be successful, and I would encourage you, just here at this table, you have two directors that are engaged in hybrid, really successful hybrid work. This is a very giving, as you know, community of charter school leaders. Please reach out to them, because I think that they would be able to offer you some guidance and support when you've got competing voices that know that there's an incredible opportunity and cash. So I'm just very mindful about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so congratulations. We cannot wait to see your program develop and what this is going to look like for children across the state, and especially within Paradigm. So look forward to working with you and seeing how this develops. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Yeah. Okay, let's take just a 4 or 5 minute stretch break, and then we'll have EPA come on. Thank you so much. It's really for your patience with me. So long today. Yeah, some board meetings are not like this, but these couple are.
I just didn't want to throw something.
Yes, there are lots of mints and cookies, but be mindful of your sugar. That's a quick boost and then you'll crash. So if there's any fruit, you know.
Good for Ephraim, tough for Eagle Mountain.
Yes. That sounds perfect. That sounds great. That sounds great. And again, thank you to our schools that have been waiting patiently. I know we're behind schedule. It's just been, it's actually been a beautiful day of conversation, but it just takes sometimes a little bit longer than we expect. Okay, so board, we have a few more. We did split these up just due to the number of what we had today. So we just went through and did our large satellite expansions. We now have large expansion requests. I just combined and made a new, we started our morning, if you recall, with 3 satellite applications. We now have three more. Before we dive in, Vice Chair, would you like to make a comment or public?
Yes, just a quick comment. I will abstain. I won't recuse, but I will abstain from the discussion and the vote on the 2 APA applications today. I'm gonna sit here like a potted plant and just be an observer. So.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you stating that. Okay, so with that, we do have 2 APA applications. We're gonna take the Ephraim one first and then the Eagle Mountain one second. To begin, I know that these are different locations, different communities, but it is the same in terms of the same original school that is looking to do this. So if you could, and it looks like nobody's online, you all are here in front of us today. So if you could please introduce yourselves, and then why don't we start with Ephraim? We'll take each school separately. I think that'll be really important. And just a 3-minute snapshot of your ask for us today. Karen, would you start with the intros?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm
I'm gonna
start.
Who's gonna start? I'll start. My name's
Great.
Matt Howard. I'm the vice chair for the board here, out of Cedar City. Down there where we have a satellite school down there that's in its 2nd year of operation. So, yeah, that's
Great.
Matt
Thanks,
Howard.
man.
And next.
I'm Thomas Young. I'm a board member.
I'm Ruth Kellersberger. I'm a board member and the parent advocate.
Excellent.
I'm Tom Horton. I'm a board member. I live locally here in Sandy and have 4 kids that attend APA schools.
Excellent.
And I'm Carolyn Charette, and I serve the board as a contracted management team. We have a team here. Thomas is our chair currently. Thomas Young and Matt is our vice chair, right? That's your board. They only have 4 members right now. That's something that I think that they've been talking about changing as well. They've been talking about that. It's not part of this discussion necessarily, but this is actually our full board, because I've tried to point out that they made it up from Cedar City and Salem, and we're excited they come in person today to be able to support that. And then with me, we also have Mike Ballard, and he's representing, what's the name of your group? Sorry.
We have a development called Ephraim Crossing, 300-acre master plan community.
Yes.
Okay, and so the quick snapshot on this school is that Mike reached out to us and said, we have some cool things going on in Ephraim and we need a school here. And so he worked with our business developer for a while to vet the whole thing to see, and then they brought it to the board to see if there was anything they were interested in, and I'll let you take it from there if you want, just where we're at, then we can invite Mike up maybe. You want to do that too?
Yeah, you wanna go ahead and tell us? I guess we can have Mike tell us about the.
I can just stand right here.
Good.
So, we started developing a community called Ephraim Crossing 6 years ago. And it assembled over 300 acres. It has 60 acres of industrial. It'll have 600,000 square feet. We have a big manufacturer that's coming in with 500 jobs. We have Intermountain Health, about 39 acres in the middle of the development. And they have informed us that it's gonna look a lot more like the Spanish Fork Hospital than any rural hospital they've ever done. And they're planning on starting construction next year, is our understanding. And they've told us they plan on bringing 200 jobs as part of that development. And we've got other employment opportunities within the development. And we have 1,200, almost 1,200 home sites that'll be there between single family homes, condominiums, townhomes, apartments for rent, townhomes for rent, and that type of thing. And so we've always had a parcel set aside for a private or charter school. And once we heard about American Preparatory Academy, we reached out and have had great dialogue and have been coordinating for about the last 4 months.
Matt, did you want to add anything?
No, just that, my experience coming from Cedar City, kind of a similar type of situation, with a small or rural community. It's been great to have APA there in our town. It's really become like an important part of the education community there. And so I can see how this would be a benefit for Ephraim as well, and that area to have a charter school like this, have the options for those rural families, because the rural families do want those options, especially like in a college town where there's maybe families that want different options than just what the district can offer them. So it's been successful so far in Cedar City. So I'm excited to see what we can do.
If I could say one more thing real quick too. About 10 days ago, I said, would you like letters of support? And thinking I'd get 5 or 10, and we got more than 20 letters of support that we submitted to them. Yeah, and the college, you know, for their recruitment of faculty, they'd love to have a charter school like this. We believe the hospital also would love to see charter school in our community as well. So the community's been very supportive.
I think I'll use that as a segue, if that's okay, just to start, and the board members feel free to jump in. I couldn't agree more. I think that is really an important piece of that. Speaking of just speaking to the community aspect, did you all complete any do you have any direct survey data or anything that you can share with us that the community has said we are open to this school from families? Do you have anything like that you could share?
It's a good question. Do we do any?
No, we don't really have, my name's David Charette. I did some of the market research for the school. As I kind of explained, I think to some of you when we had our meetings, and the board could speak better to this, but APA's mission is to bring our education to any family in Utah that wants it. Due to construction costs and stuff, we can't go and just start building schools everywhere. So how it's worked for us in the last decade is people like Cedar City come and say, this is the landscape of our community, and this is how we want to change the landscape of the education in our community. And so we've kind of taken those opportunities to do research and say, could our schools succeed there? We have these letters of support. Do we go out and spend money on a market research? No, not really. We've done the market research as far as the numbers, population statistics, the expansions, those kinds of things. So we think that our school does really well in rural areas based on our test study that we've done in Cedar City. I've been to plenty of events in Ephraim and Chamber of Commerce events and talked to people who are really excited about it. So there's a lot of data that's not paid for market study, but data that's sufficient that we felt like we could put our program there. Although it'd be a micro program, it's a small community, 6,000, 7,000 people in the community. Be a small school, but we are comfortable with what we have seen to think that we will be able to be successful. Not with 400 kids, not with 600 kids, but enough to serve enough families that will sustain a small school.
I appreciate you sharing that, and I want to be very transparent with all of you. So I know we met last week. The next day, I received 10 emails from a variety of different stakeholders in Ephraim against APA opening in town. The culmination of those emails were probably over 100 signatures. including the superintendent of the school district. Now, we would be amiss not to have that raise a flag. Now, I get that there are, we want to expand choice and opportunity for families across the state, especially if there is a need and land, right, available. With that being said, community support is, and especially in a smaller community, is going to be, it's inherent to your success. And community collaboration with your education partners that are there. So I'm wondering if, and that's why I asked about the survey data, because what we received as board members does not match what you're sharing with us at the moment. And I'm wondering if you can speak to conversations, collaborations that have taken place with the education stakeholders in Ephraim or in the surrounding area. And again, I'm not saying that this is, I'd like to think there's plenty of room in the sandbox, right? But this is not necessarily about room in the sandbox. It's about everyone cooperating in the community and being welcomed by the community. I mean, I wasn't expecting those emails, but they showed up in my inbox in a fever. So I just, again, I really want to be transparent about that. Because I think that's a critical piece to the Ephraim puzzle. Member Bassett?
Yes, so I'll echo that. I'd love to have that response. I also do, I'm from rural Utah. I live in Juab County. And I think it's a mistake to say Cedar City and Ephraim are similar. Every rural community is so unique. And Ephraim has many of my friends. And I also was, I'm gonna use the word bombarded, like those letters caught me off guard, the strong voices. And I do value hearing those voices. So I'm also just seeking that contrast or more, give me more from your side. Because again, in full transparency, that is what I read. And those letters of concern, I would say, I don't know the right way to frame it, but I just thought, okay, I want to come to this meeting today and hear more with that out on the table.
Agreed.
And I haven't seen those letters, so it'd be hard to address them
Right.
specifically. But we would be happy to work with the community to try and garner additional support. I would say that if we only expanded where there was no opposition, we wouldn't have any schools.
Absolutely.
So it's hard for us to address when we don't know what the concerns are, but certainly we want to work with the community and we've developed a phase approach to this school because we're not trying to displace all of the students out of their schools. We want to grow as the demand grows, which we think is cooperative with the local schools there. So we don't think we're taking an approach that should be detrimental to the community at all. So it's hard for me to address anything specific.
And if I can clarify, I don't think I'm not looking for you to respond to these unseen letters. I want to hear from you, your interaction with Sanpete voices and community voices. I know that is an unknown, but I want to hear what you have talked about with Ephraim, with Sanpete County.
Yeah.
I'll just say, talk about my interactions. We have sought the school district support and we've been actually, I think, really good about that in the past. In Cedar City, we have letters from the superintendent, from the school board, from the mayor, from the city council, everybody writing in support of our application, which eventually got denied anyway, but and so we have reached out to the district. We have talked, we've been in discussions with the district. Same with our other application, Eagle Mountain, where the district has been, I would say, much more positive about our application for Eagle Mountain. I would like to know kind of more about the reasons, my interactions with the superintendent of the school district. I mean, to put it simply and bluntly, he doesn't want us taking his kids from their school. And we understand that concern, which is partly why we've developed this phased approach to try to absorb growth through this community. And the reality is, if this community is built up over the next 5 years, there's going to need to be another elementary school. And we want to do that in the elementary school. We don't want to take all the kids from the district school. That's not our goal. But we don't think we could, right? There's lots of demand from the district school. But I have had interactions with them. We've met with them with the city, at the Chamber of Commerce, and with the school district. They've expressed that they don't want us to be there, and that's the honest truth. And like Thomas mentioned, we sometimes receive more opposition than other times, and this time the establishment education that's in the area is not supportive. Okay. But we have had interactions with them.
Yeah, and that's where powerful survey data comes into play, because it helps contradict or counter these other voices and concerns that we're hearing, right? So that's why I asked, because it helps us have the more data to make informed decisions.
I was just gonna ask, you said you had around 20 letters of support. Could you share with us who those letters are from?
Could we?
Yeah.
I'm asking, yeah.
They were workers at the hotel, they were residents of our community, that type of thing. We just asked people to, some of the people in our community, do you know people who would write letters of support? Again, we didn't realize that there were people mounting a campaign against it. And so we just did it out of just trying to do it. I'm oblivious to this negative feedback, because everybody we've talked to, we brought him around to David around to the Chamber of Commerce. And the feelings were so positive. And I saw like the president of Snow College just stop and spend 15 minutes at this event when other people wanted her attention, and she was talking about, and I don't even understand all the stuff that you were talking about, related to education and certain programs, that type of thing. And so we're willing to help. And there's all over Utah. I went to the Utah Housing Summit, and there were a whole batch of folks that are, anti-development, anti-growth, that type of thing. But there's a demand, there's a need. The president of the college wrote me letters for years saying, I make 25 offers for faculty and senior staff to come to the college, and they get accepted. And then half of them renege because they can't find housing, and they can't find good enough schools, or they can't do this or that. And so they want to see certain things that are going on, while other people don't want to see it. And, that's just part of life throughout the country, I think, where there's people that are supportive and people that aren't.
Can you clarify your enrollment ask? I see on the application it says 420, but I thought I heard you might be asking for less than that.
Yes. So we're asking for 420 total. We would like to eventually get to 2 rounds of 30 kids each for K through 6. But we would start probably with just 1 round at 210. Just because we think it's going to take time. Like, again, we're not trying to cause a problem for the local things. It's going to be based on demand, but we think it's going to take time to build up to the 420. So we don't think we would enroll that many on day 1. We've done this before, right? So that's just not how it works.
Definitely. And I also want to clarify that any decision that we make today, it's not about if there's enough kids and enrollment concerns. For me, it's about community advocacy and community buy-in and community partnership. Because ultimately, right, part of the success of the school in Cedar City is because the community has its buy-in and people want it. We're just in terms of what the feedback that we received, this is not a welcome school in the community. Now, again, 20 letters of support from the president at Snow College. I don't know. I don't live in that community. I can't necessarily speak to the dynamics that are there. I can only speak to what we received as board members, and we all received these letters, and from powerful voices in the community. It's not, frankly, like somebody on Smith Lane. I mean, which is just as valuable when you're hearing from your leaders in the community. I think there's an opportunity. Right, part of the success of your schools is because you have incredible relationships with the communities in which you're in, and I don't know if that's here. So I just want to be really clear that for me, it's not necessarily about that you would hurt it's a hurt to a school's enrollment. That's not it. It's about the opposition to, right, because what if it, because I'm just saying, what if it was a, you know, again, you know my background, if it was a Montessori school, right, just, or a expeditionary school, or some other model that the community's like, oh my gosh, you know, we've been waiting for this. Can't wait to have this option. We're not hearing that the community wants this option. Now, they might not know what they don't know, but I'm just sharing, I just want to be really transparent about that. Yeah.
Chair, if I could.
Please.
I need a few minutes to unpack this. So since I got the same, I think the letters came in from the board. I will say, couple of things about that. And then I do want to just kind of talk through some points I've thought through, because I've actually thought a lot about this particular, since these letters came in, I've thought a lot about this application. And actually had my day not blown up yesterday. I was actually going to drive to Ephraim just to like see how this, but I've been in that area. If I could, I just want to take a moment. I'm not going to read all the letters, but this particular letter, I think, captures a few components that were consistent. And I will say, I believe all, if not all of these letters and signatures did come from schools and school districts. So Ephraim, Gunnison, and so I you know, I'm mindful of that, right? A cynic could say this is protectionary, right? And actually on fair ground, you could say this is protectionary, because I'm thinking through that. But the comments here are just, while we recognize there's value in the role of charter school, we urge the board closely to examine the unintended and potentially harmful consequences such as approval in already underfunded rural district. It goes on to say, and again, I'm picking here, but I think this is consistent from what I read. Unlike larger and urban districts, we do not have the capacity to absorb enrollment losses. They talk about the WPU. Then they do a really nice job here of saying it's important to recognize rural districts often serve as the heart of the community. Our schools are not only the center of learning, but hubs for community engagement, stability, and local identity. And then they ask, and they kind of say in here, choice should not come at the expense of sustainability, nor should it deepen the inequities between students who attend different publicly funded institutions with the same community. So to the degree that the good folks from Sanpete County are going to watch this or watching, I really took this to heart. But I would also say to those folks too, one thing, a technical thing, which is important, but and I know that Director Stephenson did respond. Part of our statutory limit is we are specifically asked to make a decision not taking into account the harming of other school districts or charter schools. So we cannot say, hey, I'm not going to vote for this because it's going to hurt you over there. That is statutorily what we are required to do. So to a lot of these folks, I have to say, look, your appeal in your letter, although I hear it and acknowledge it, it is statutorily tricky for me to say, hey, got these letters, it's going to hurt the district, so I'm not going to vote for it. Can't do that statutorily. What I can do though is look and say, is there a demand profile? Is there interest? Now, if you just bear with me here, I have a real empathy and identity with rural communities. My mother's from a rural community. My wife's from a rural community. I have lots of immediate and extended family in rural communities. I so much value rural communities. I think of Sanpete County and I'm like, these are multi-generational folks. Many of them are a teacher and then they're a coach and then they have 40 acres they tend to after work and livestock and they don't make any money on the other that most years, but they do it because they've been doing it for 5 and 6 generations and they're not going to be the person to stop the train, right? Like, but it's so wonderful. I love that. This community particularly has produced our governor and first lady. Like this is a high quality community and I don't pretend to be an expert on this area. But I acknowledge all that, and I just want those folks to the degree that they tune in to understand, at least my voice, that I hear what they're saying. Now, I also want to say something else, though. I appreciate the appeal of, hey, we have a community that is breaking even or declining in enrollment and our resources are precious. But I will say, one, I'm optimistic on communities like Sanpete County. I think my own kids may look to living in Sanpete County someday because they're not gonna be able to afford much on the Wasatch Front. And they might go, hey, we could buy a little place there and do well. But then they're gonna ask the question that's been brought up, but what is available to us, right? And I would appeal to all of these good folks that at least from my seat, what is going to help communities like Sanpete County thrive are strong foundational options. And I'm not saying the current status is not one, but I am saying that we all have to be willing to adapt and grow. And I also have a practice in my professional career where I do work in states where it is more hand-to-hand combat for kids, right? Not every state's growing like Utah is growing with their young population. This community, I think, is appealing with that. Like, hey, if you take from us, we get hurt. Now, this is not my lane, but I do want to acknowledge it as long as I'm trying to be transparent. I do note that we have a North Sanpete School District and a South Sanpete School District. One district with about 25-ish hundred kids, the other with like 30, almost 500 kids. So if a community is going to have a difficult discussion over, hey, how do we really thrive and keep money invested in our kids? It's not my lane, but it is part of what I'm taking in. That now maybe in 1915, when this was established, maybe because horse and buggy was the primary means of transportation or walking, it made sense. But probably since the 1970s, it's pretty easy to drive from, Manti to Ephraim or Gunnison. And certainly it is now. So I think that this community and these schools should also be willing to look inward. And like, if you're concerned about keeping resources, there is already some overlap. And I do struggle a little bit with two small districts saying, hey, there's not room for anybody else. They're kind of, it's a little bit like, the kettle calling whatever black, whatever phrase I can't think of. What calls black kettle? Thank you. Whatever that is, I slaughtered that. But most importantly, what I've kind of come to is APA, I recognize in corners of the education landscape, there's history, they're a bit of a lightning rod. But I will also acknowledge, and I would appeal to the folks of Sanpete County, they are the largest charter LEA in the state. They have a proven track record, much of which is really, really good. And they're dang good at helping kids read. And I have family in these areas, and these families, they're like, I wish I had choice. So I anecdotally, and maybe it's unfair to me, but I just don't think it's unfair for me to know that there are folks in this community that would like an option to focus their child on. And there's future folks in this community, maybe in this development, but that are going to be like, hey, I'll move there. Man, I don't want to strand my kids, or I'm not going. And so with that, I'm inclined to be supportive of this application, despite the acknowledgement and well-written and heartfelt messages. I'm not going to choose to view them just as protectionary. I think these are real concerns by real folks. However, I would tell those real folks, from my seat, if you want your community to thrive for the next 25 or 50 years, education is the best way to insulate yourself, having good choices. And I believe APA represents a good choice. Now, it might not be everybody's choice, but if we combine these two districts, they're asking for probably less than 10% of the kids. Now, that really does matter. I get it. There's going to be some pain somewhere in here, and can they hire teachers? And I get there's going to be a rivalry, the potential of that. But if I think about this through the lens of kids, I value small communities having good options. And I think APA is unquestionably proven as a good option. So I just want to be transparent. Thank you for letting me speak here for a bit longer than I should, but I really have put a lot into this, and I'm supportive of this application because I think that in the long run, choice and excellence really is how we're going to help our rural communities stay relevant and thriving. And I think that's what this represents for me. So I just, not everybody's gonna think like I do on this, but that's where I am. I'm gonna be supportive of this application. I know that we would like them to have more feedback, but again, back to my previous comment a couple of hours back, I view the same situation. They're on their own 35. To put the necessary time and financial resources to negotiate a lease, they need to know they have a charter to move ahead. I think that's a fair ask. This is a proven operator. It's not a brand new school where I think we need to look, like a lot more deeper. And I'm not trying to give them an unfair pass, but I think there is a track record here of an operator that has taught first generation Americans, has taught in Salt Lake County, has now taught in Cedar City. I agree Cedar City is maybe not translating directly to Ephraim, but I believe this team will have the resources and the care factor to translate this into this community. So that's really where I am. And but I understand there's going to be probably some differences, but I wanted to take a moment, articulate that for the board, but also for those that I do think are going to tune in and make sure their voices were, at least acknowledged.
Thank you. I really appreciate your feedback and insight on that. Definitely think that resonated with a lot of us. Go ahead, Member Pulsifer.
I just have one quick question. And you say you're involved with the APA school in Cedar City, is that correct?
Yes,
And what is the name of that school?
it's American Preparatory Academy.
But it doesn't, it's connected exactly to, they're all one school, is that how it works? 'Cause I was trying to look them up and I couldn't find a Cedar City campus or whatever. Couldn't find a separate school that was APA Cedar City or something like that.
It was called American Principals Academy when it was established, and then it was last year, July 1. Oh gosh, it's only been like 8 months, so maybe there's the records haven't caught up. So it went through the charter transfer process from your board, and it was effective last July 1.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you remember that, Member Pulsifer.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I know there was one meeting where you left early, and
yeah,
it might have been that
it
meeting.
might have been that one.
But yeah, there was Cedar City, that it was a separate LEA. They had contracted with UCA, but then they came back and the board did vote
It's probably the one that I.
to merge them. So it is one LEA with one board, but they do have these different campuses. And I think Cedar City is probably their small town campus currently.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Member.
So thank you for that. That was super helpful for me. In your experience down in Cedar City, I know it's not a 1-for-1. But knowing that there's this community feedback and there's these potential challenges that you may face, and I think viability is a real concern, right? Like you're gonna go into this community, you gotta get 210, I think initially, and you gotta get to, what is it, 450 roughly? Knowing that those are the potential barriers, what would be APA's approach to address those things?
Yeah, Cedar City had more than its share of people that were opposed to a new charter school that opened up. I mean, it was, while we did have a lot of letters of support from, the mayor and members of the school district, the school board, we certainly had plenty of people that did not like the idea at all. So what we did down there in Cedar City is we had, how many community meetings? Dozens of community meetings where, leadership would come down, hold community meetings, lots of mailers, marketing efforts and things like that, to bring in the community. So, it's not like a 1-to-1 comparison, obviously Ephraim to Cedar City, but I think it's pretty reasonable to expect that Ephraim, that area, is going to encounter a lot of the same challenge that Cedar City has over the last 10-15 years of just growth. And the Cedar City schools specifically were full, they're bursting at the seams. And even with those schools bursting at the seams, the attitude seems to be, well, we still don't want a charter school. We want to pass more bonds. We want to incur more taxes. We want to build more district schools. And the residents of Cedar City have voted down a lot of those bonds. And so the school district kind of finds themselves in this challenging situation. And so APA has been like, this great solution. We don't need bonds. We don't need to funding from the county in that way. So outreach, education, those kind of things that have been successful in Cedar City. I think they will also prove to be successful.
But maybe a difference, sorry, maybe a difference between the two would be, according to some of the letters of the concerns about the enrollment that's down there. If the situation in the public school system down there is that it's kind of plateaued, right, or decreasing. Maybe a different challenge, or maybe just a different sell, I guess, to the community. Maybe talk to us knowing that that is possibly the bigger concern. Not that it has to be the thing we decide on, but it's something that I would love to get some feedback on here, because you have to go down and build a school and fill it. So I just want to make sure that, that's realistic. So sorry.
So I'm sorry, I was just gonna reiterate one of his points, which is it's really difficult for us as a board to say, put a ton of financial resources into this outreach and all of this research when we have no authorization. I mean, it could all be for naught. So there's a lot more work that if we were granted authorization that we still need to do, and that we would need to do. So we would have to start that outreach and additional stuff. We don't have secret funding sources that the school districts down there don't have. We're funded by the same WPU, right? So it has to work financially for us as well. So again, with a community of almost 1,200 homes going in and hopefully families moving in, we expect growth in students that eventually is going to be a problem for the LEAs down there. We think we're being collaborative, especially with this phased approach where, we can start with one round and that's 210 students. So we don't have to be 420 students right out of the gate. And so we're only going to build part of the building to start. And then if we were going to expand to the 420, we would have to do some additional building, because we're trying to be responsible with the state funds that are given to us and to make sure that we're extending ourselves and just putting everybody in a bind. Just like they don't want to build a school they can't fill, we don't want to build a school they can't fill. We're in the same boat. So please.
And can I give a perspective? It's not apples to apples by any means, but Salem's campus was very small because the rural area had not grown as exponentially as it has in the last 5 years. But there were parents that were desperate for an option, and they wouldn't have chose the local school. They were looking at homeschooling, online. They were looking at different options. That's what my problem was. So I've been with APA for I've been involved with trying to get my child in AP for about 14 years. And my daughter right now is an 8th grader. So since she was 2, I was looking for options living in Santaquin, which at the time was about 6,000 people. And the options were not what I was looking for. And parents that I spoke to, there were many of us that were like, we don't have an option. And then when APA took over the charter school in Salem, and then we saw the learning model, there was a whole cohort of us. Like, I could give you names of parents. All of us were like immediately speaking to Richard Fillerup. What do we have to do to get our children into the school? And our kids were 2. And so I do think that there are needs in rural communities that sometimes the local school district cannot fill, because certain parents and certain families are looking for a structure that's outside the norm. And when you're in a rural community, your options are so limited that it is literally a godsend when this opportunity becomes available. And you'll find people that are coming out of the woodworks that are not maybe already part of the school system. They're part of the homeschooling cohort, and that's literally their only option. And so I would just simply speak that coming from a rural community that now Santaquin now has 20,000 people. In the 12 years I've lived in Santaquin, it has grown so much that the school systems down there are not meeting the demands. Like Payson built a brand new high school, and it is already bursting at the seams, and it's brand new. So and Ephraim is again not apples to, it's apples to oranges, because they won't probably grow as quickly or as fast as South County has. But I think you can see kind of a comparison. A lot of people looked at South Utah County as like it wouldn't grow very fast. And it seems like we have just had an influx of people from the point of the mountain. Because people from California flew to the point of the mountain. And there's been this spillover. And as a parent and as an aunt of watching my nieces and nephews try to figure out housing in Utah, they are looking at Eagle Mountain. They're looking at Ephraim. They are looking, what can we do to build these communities? How can I work in this community and have a family and have the dream of an American home? And they're sometimes not finding that on the Wasatch Front. So I think you're gonna have spillover. So like I said, I don't know if it's proper for me to state this, but I see the potential in Ephraim and in Eagle Mountain. Because I saw the potential when I had a 2-year-old and I had no options. And now all 4 of my children go to APA. And so that's, so I don't know if that's helpful.
I think it's very helpful. I mean, I think all of these comments and the questions are extremely helpful. And I mean, for me and for those of you that have known me, I mean, I'm a, kumbaya, let's, can we work together? And so I think that's my vision for the community. Again, I'd like for everyone to be present and for that choice, the choice to be there. We just were not expecting the influx that we received from the community. And I'm just sharing that with you because I think, building that school is also building your space and place and relationships with people in the community. And that, what I'm saying. So I hope that's resonating. I mean, I
I
get
can
it's
just
not all on
echo,
Mr. Rogers. I understand, but I just, in the big picture. Yeah,
Yeah,
please, Matt.
excuse me, I can just echo those statements as well, that APA, I personally, my wife and I, we have homeschooled our young children up until about high school. And I know personally 4 other families who homeschooled, and then when APA came to town, sent their children to APA. So there are students out there that are not currently participating in the school district that may choose to participate in a different model that suits their family's goals.
And the support in the community might grow. I think it will grow because we've seen it in Salem. That now we've got wait lists. Like once the type of families that want to come to a school like this see it, the support starts to grow. And then the community says, okay, we can make this work because we can't really service the students that you're servicing. And so, and then more of a collaborative type relationship develops. But maybe that collaboration can't actually happen until they start seeing, oh, you guys have actually filled a need that we couldn't fill. And so then it becomes a little easier to start having those really good conversations as opposed to we're just not sure if you're gonna work here, so we're just gonna say no. As opposed to really just giving APA a chance to do in Ephraim's community what they've done in other communities. And it does take time, like Salem took time to grow. But I think that's why our phase approach is, I really think it's a great model that we have started to initiate. Start small with the idea of growing when needed, not growing huge, building more than we need to try to then fill it. And then we're starting to poach and take from people that maybe feel like we're not trying to create a collaborative environment. As opposed to we're saying, hey, here is an option. Let's see if we can fill it. And so.
Thank you for that.
I'm gonna respond real quick, just feel free.
Sure.
When we first talked to the hospital about 4 years ago, when we heard they wanted to talk to us, we looked at the Richfield Hospital and the Price Hospital and the Nephi hospitals. And one was 8 acres, one was 9 acres, one was 14. And so we designed a 15-acre site that we thought would be attractive to them, thinking we're gonna upsell them. And the guy laughed in the first minute because he said, I was sent here because our research says the growth is coming south, just like it came south through Spanish Fork and Springville. And this town, of all the towns in the county, is gonna do the best. And so they told us they could buy no less than 35 acres. So that was one of the things. Number two, we talked about homeschool a couple of times. I was in a meeting yesterday at the city, and one of the executives said, and I mentioned that I was gonna be here, and they said, it's gonna do so well, because I know so many families, including several that have here in the city, that are homeschooling because they don't feel comfortable right now because the school's overcrowded. And, we had set aside, like I had mentioned before, a site for a school in our development for years, for over 4 years. And we had approached the South San Felipe School District about potentially taking that. And they said basically they had issues with their bonding and they wouldn't be able to build anything new anytime in the near future. And, our market studies say that our 1,200 homes should be absorbed in 8 years. right? And 700 of those, over 700 of those are family type homes. Those for children. And, you know, if they're gonna have 2.5 children each, that's a pretty significant number over an 8-year period, and it's gonna take them a year or two to do what they're gonna do. And so I just know, you know, there is an absolute interest and would love you at least to let them check out the next step to see if it's viable.
Thank you for that. Member Biesinger, is it a motion by?
Yeah,
chance?
I would like to get to a motion.
Thank you.
Unless, I think our discussion center, I don't think, I don't have concerns or about academics, but if there's anybody else, but other than that, I'd like to make a motion so we can kind of see where we are.
That would be fantastic.
Understanding that a charter approval is needed to get to the next stages of community meetings, awareness. There is an outcome here where, like we saw before with Wasatch Prep, that, you know, they may not be able to do anything in the next 3 years, but I would like to make the motion that we approve American Preparatory Academy's Ephraim satellite application for Ephraim to include grades K-6 and a cap of 420 students.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, Member Marshall, second. Any further discussion? We talked a lot before. It was, I think, very, very important. And I'll just say, to me, I so appreciate the conversation and the discussion and everyone's point of view, because we're in an interesting position to be in. And I think we want the success of the schools within our portfolio and for the children, and to provide choice. And also, it's important that we acknowledge, to your point, Member Biesinger, the voices that we did hear from as well. Okay, so with that, Member Biesinger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marshall?
Yes.
Member Pulsifer?
Yes.
Member Hutchings?
Yes.
Member Bassett?
No.
I am a yes. So that motion passes. And congratulations. You know, just please be compassion forward, solution seeking, and community centered.
We can do that.
Because I mean, when I was a charter school director, I would say all the time, you know, there are plenty of kids to go around, especially in Utah. And ultimately, our kids are going to end up together, working together and living together. So we want them to understand, what does it look like for us to work together? Because we're the models. Okay, please don't go anywhere. Let's talk about the next one. So we have Eagle Mountain and I would say it's a different application. In full transparency, we did not receive any feedback from Eagle Mountain. So for you to be aware, thank you so much. Really appreciate you and your comments. How about, again, just a quick 3-minute, maybe 2-minute snapshot on Eagle Mountain. I think we understand your desire and the background of that, but what makes Eagle Mountain unique in this application in terms of APA being in Eagle Mountain?
Who's best suited to go? Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah, so this is another K-6. We're applying for 630 students. We see that Eagle Mountain is growing rapidly, and that the Lake Mountain School District is currently being formed, and that the demands for them to build schools seem higher than what they might be able to readily meet. And so I know that our administration has had meetings with them, and they seem to be in favor and recommending areas for us to target that would be beneficial to them. So this one seems very collaborative. We seem to have support from the local LEA. And we think that by the time we're ready to build and house students, that there will likely be plenty of houses and families nearby, and that it's another area where it's rapidly growing, and that there's a good chance that we can, again, take a phased approach and grow with the community and bring our model and some school choice and options to people in the Eagle Mountain area. And so we're excited at the opportunity, but we certainly need authorization and support from you guys.
Is there anything you want to add to that?
So, point of clarification, Chair. Per the board, they said it's a K6, 630 student. In the application, the satellite is listed as a K-12 with.
You've under-asked.
1,140 students.
Yeah.
Proposed approach then, just.
Sorry.
Saying K-12, 1,000.
140.
Who says that?
Your
Sorry, Marie.
application.
Our application said,
The satellite school would be K-12 with 1,140 students in the Eagle Mountain area.
I am totally baffled by that.
So we're just clarifying if it's a
Uh,
K6, 630 or K-12, 1,100.
No, I apologize. We're asking for a K6 with 630 students.
Okay.
We had, as you guys maybe know, we had 3 applications in, one was for Provo, we decided to rescind that, but it was quite a bit of, work and boggles in my mind that I messed that up. The board is asking for 630 students, K through 6.
That would be 3 rounds, basically. So thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, that's raising some hands, so this is good. Let's do member Biesinger and then member Pulsifer.
Go ahead. You,
No,
Oh,
you
great.
want to, you were first.
well, I don't wanna pick my words, but this is not rinse and repeat, but I think as far as like, I don't have any concerns with, APA and Ephraim, nor do I have concerns with them in this location. I think this is another one where we all know everybody's going Eagle Mountain. Now, do I eventually think again, supply, I don't know where that's gonna meet, but there clearly is a need out there. I know we've already approved a lot of seats out there. I'm actually happy to see this was K through 6. That's, I think that's easy. So, just to cut to it, I'm really particularly more comfortable with that and subject to any questions anybody wants to ask, but I would be happy to make a motion, to support this one.
I just want to bring up my comment, maybe before.
Oh, yeah, I'm not trying to rush you.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I don't have any problems with this, but what my overall concern is I look at your application and I see that, market analysis and all the growth and everything. I've been on this board for just about a year. I've seen this many times come before our board for expansions, new schools and so on and charters, and it's been quite a few of them in the last year. And they all use the same market data because it hasn't changed. Because it takes time to build the schools and all of that, so it hasn't changed. And I know one of the concerns that we do have to look at is the market analysis and say, will it be? And I am getting a little bit nervous that we're going to because we're doing it all right now. And it takes a year or two before, and I just have a caution about that. I'm a little concerned. I do very much appreciate, I know the people out there. I have kids that live out there and I know the people, and I really appreciate you've gone with them in that community and have talked to them. But I just am a little bit nervous about, because if I thought this would be the end and we would have no more, but I'm afraid that we're going to in the next year have a whole bunch more that come with the same market analysis, because that's what it is currently. There isn't something different to look at. So it does help that it's K6 because it's smaller and, but just thinking about, we approved a gigantic school just, last month, for the same. And that's my caution is, how can we think about this in the way, we just love it if there was a way that we could put a hold or a cap or something in place to say, we don't know how this is gonna fall out and we don't wanna set people up into a bad situation. So I have that concern. And it's not that I don't think you're awesome and do a great job and I appreciate what you've done. I just have this, and this isn't really for you, it's for everybody who has come and is coming before us. That I think I'm very concerned that we're, again, using all the same data, which is true because nothing has changed yet. I think I'm just a little concerned we're going to have a sort of like a traffic congestion, too many. For the available, for what really will be available in 3 years.
Yeah.
So that's my.
You know, it's a great comment, Member Pulsifer, and I share that same, you know, caution. Again, I go back to the statute, it's just, we're kind of like, they put blinders on us, right? And Blake doesn't like the statute, but I have to respect the statute, right? But I will say with respect to this application, because I know this area a little bit, this particular location, I think they mentioned Firefly, that's a particular development. It's been, there are homes there, it's kind of out in the corner, so I guess my other comfort here is that there is kind of a specific spot in the sandbox where that developer does want a school. To be honest, they've spoken to kind of several different potentials and for some reason evidently landed here again. That negotiation, like, it might turn into nothing, but I do think there is a specific area on kind of the far, well, what's now, 10 years from now, it'll be right in the middle, but it's kind of at the far corner. And there is an ongoing development out there. So again, I just think to help any school, but this is the application before us, move down the road. I just combine their track record, the APA track record, and knowing that there is, you know, that they were basically asked to go there. That's kind of what's described here. That, you know, whether they get there or not on economics, I hope so, but I don't know. But I do think they kind of have carved out their spot in the sandbox. They're not just blasting out like, we'll find somewhere. Cause I think some of the, you know, I think some of the other applications are just more like that.
That's true.
Yeah, I think that development is taking over the mountain bike trails. Just saying.
Risking
Yeah, there's like great mountain out there that's disappearing very quickly, but anyway, that is not about what we're here today for. Did I see a hand? I think that's a valid point and a valid point. I mean, I've lost count of the ones that we've approved that are gonna be in Eagle Mountain. I think that just speaks to you better, just the schools need to have really powerful marketing strategies and a program that people want. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the demand.
No, it's true. I mean, if we can know there's need out there, but you know, Rockwell wants to get bigger. Azure Fields was approved last year. I think they're gonna end up more centered to Provo, but Ripple wants to go out there.
Yes.
Ensign, thank you. They really wanna go out there. And now you have this one, and John Hancock has already been approved for a large expansion out there somewhere maybe, so. Yeah, there's, you know, in a sense, kind of on the way. I mean, they're out there, so Beehive's going out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there comes a point where the districts are gonna build buildings too. I
Yeah.
think the demise of, you know, the districts is kind of over advertised as well. I think it's. But I, you know, I retract, I just go back to my point. This is, I think, centric to a development, so.
Right. So with that, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the new satellite school large expansion for the APA location in Eagle Mountain. At want to make sure I'm clear on this, K through 6.
Yes.
At 630 students.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a second from Member Bassett. Is there any other discussion to this motion? Member Marshall, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Bassett?
Yes.
Member Biesinger?
Yes.
Member Hutchins? Yes. Member Pulsifer?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Hold on for the ride, friends. I can't wait to see what this is gonna look like 3 years from now.
I'm a little bit.
I am too, and I would say to Member Biesinger's point, I don't want it to be that, for the record, we are not ignorant or oblivious to to the decisions that we've made in the growth. We are just bound by statute in terms of how we can make our decisions. So I just want to be really aware that we want everyone to be successful. So thank you for your patience too. I know we're about an hour behind and for making the drive from everywhere. And we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, let's just, we'll take a stretch for one, just like 2 minutes, and then we'll transfer to North David Craft.
And then put that into their market.
A saunter for about 2 minutes. So I think-
Kind of in see. Right. We really could have. Also. It's like, well.
And you don't want to send it to them.
No, and they all belong at the same time. A lot.
To six, like 3,000 seats.
Yeah, yeah, and they make the, but it probably that all come right at in 3 years. Exactly, yeah. And.
So come and follow them and say.
You building at the same time.
It's the timing of
And
it.
it's gonna be like. I'm getting really.
Yeah. I feel the same way.
Good experience. Yeah, I actually wanted to bring that up to both UC and the U, because I've heard Kim say we need to change this at first.
Yeah,
I don't know if you have.
I have.
But I would like to kind of, I think this is a fair discussion point.
I think so too.
You know, for whatever the circumstances back in the day.
I mean, not that there aren't no good news, but to be helpful. To talk to you, that must be one place they could go.
It was actually hoping to bring it up to you.
Yeah, make a,
This would be a really good example that we could take to them.
Yeah.
Maybe we can relate that.
along these lines, not that we're trying to keep, be the referees and say we like you and not you, not that.
It does open up other serious problems. with this.
Yeah.
I just don't want to blindly be like, well, I guess.
And it takes 2 or 3 years, everybody using the same market stuff. Analysis.
And then soon they're all gonna be opening up, wondering where.
Yes. You're gonna be setting people up for fail.
Yeah, we don't want that. And I do think that's a risk. It's a real risk.
So I was just, oh, really, my friend. And he said, I said, what do you think about it? Because we're fine with it. They're great out there. They're very. He said that. She says it's also. We've got this one. This one. Right.
Yeah.
I said, I'm gonna make this.
So.
You can't change it as, as legal, I was making it legal. I just. Funny, because partially because it's complicated by Alpine not being built schools out there. You know, complicated by all these factors. They're going into it. And they're on, they're gonna have one. No, they're gonna have one head of issue.
They're not.
They might, for the same reason. You could specifically for the trust. And testing, but again, I can't over it. Okay.
Well, you want to.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think we'll, that I'm gonna, I'll call. Talk about that.
He's leaving us?
No, I'm just thinking about.
If I offended you.
This has been a very full meeting. To combine the busy couple of months. It's not Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start. I know Member Beaster will be back here in just a second. We have one new satellite application request. And then I think we'll be okay. We have some substantial conversation that we want to have about the legislative session. We'll take a break again after this, just to regroup, because that'll be kind of a switching into the last part of our meeting. North Davis Prep, thank you so much for your patience. I know we are behind schedule. If you've been tuning in just every single one of these applications that has come before us today, we have taken very seriously and very thoughtfully. So we will do the same for all of you. Let's go ahead and begin. It doesn't look like you have anybody online. So if you could please just introduce yourselves and then go ahead and give us your 3-minute snapshot ask.
All right, well, hating life is probably an understatement for all of you who have been here all day. So I'll make it as quick as possible. So I'm Monty Paul, and I am the board chair of North Davis Prep Academy. And I did take some notes, otherwise I'll ramble and make things even longer. So several of our other board members were unable to make it. There was kind of a perfect storm that we had going, but they wanted to be here, but it just didn't work out. But I think bottom line, our financials, our student retention and school history, I think speaks for itself. You've read through that and you've had the opportunity to ask questions there. I'm hoping that we can share our experiences simply to gain your trust. And that's really what it comes down to. With that said, I'd be remiss if I didn't share that we have over 60 years of board experience between ourselves, including myself with almost 20 years on our board. And several of us have had our children attending NDPA from the very beginning in 2004. I wanted also to call out that we have one board member who is a lifelong educator and a former director of a local charter school that has gone through an expansion just almost exactly like we're pursuing. So we're excited to be able to utilize his experience and background to help out here. We have our NDPA administration with our current director, Ryan Robinson. He has over 15 years with our school. And of course, you're familiar with our Academica West group and their vast experience and history with charter school developments and all that comes with it. That said, I'll let the school administrators introduce themselves and then follow up with our Academica West representatives.
Awesome. So I'm Ryan. I'm the principal over there at North Davis Prep Academy. This is my 12th year as administrator, 15 years teacher and administrator. And then I've got Jessica and Misty. Well, here I'll let them introduce themselves.
I'm the assistant principal, and I was a teacher first, and now I'm an administrator and have been for 4 years.
I'm Misty Meacham, and I've been with the school for about 11 years and an assistant principal for 4 or 5 years now.
As long as it's not 6 or 7.
Yeah, I'm proud of it. You know what? If we go on all day.
We have a junior high,
Thank
so
you.
that's really good.
I think that's good for all.
And in case you forgot from this morning, I'm Brad Taylor, CFO at Academica West, and we've been the business manager of the school for their full 21 years of
There you go.
operation.
Excellent.
Yeah, here. All right, we have to do it. And then, like our ask,
Yes.
we want to expand.
Tell us a little bit more about
I
that.
know.
Yeah.
So we're a dual language charter school, English and Spanish. We have a unique place, I think, in Davis County. We're a fairly large dual language charter school. We have 4 classes at each grade level, and so 2 of those are in our immersion program, and then 2 aren't. Which means we have a lot of foreign guest teachers that come to our school every year. Which brings with it not just first language instruction, expertise, but a lot of cultural components that I think are hard to find. When I first came to the school, the previous administrator, I was teaching in the DLI program. I speak Spanish. Quickly found out that just speaking Spanish is not the same as like teaching in a dual language setting. And so one of the major focuses that we try to keep up with is bringing foreign guest teachers from other countries. They spend 3 to 5 years with us. They share with us their culture, their personalities, their families, and then they return back. And so it's a little bit of a unique challenge in that regard. Recently, we went through our kind of our 5-year review, and through that process, one of the things that we were able to kind of identify is where we have a hard time if we have a hard time with enrollment, where that is families just quit trying. It's where you have, I explained to my son, if you keep saying no to your friends, inviting you to go out and play and do stuff, like pretty soon they quit asking. And, we have a pretty robust enrollment in the early grades. It's then hard to maintain because everybody wants to be in our immersion program and we just don't have spots open up. And so one of the hardest things to hear is that people want more of what you have and that you just tell them that, we don't have space for you right now, that, apply for that again next year. Most of our movement happens in the side of our school that isn't part of the immersion program. And I'd say the vast majority of those enroll, hoping that a position will open up in our immersion side of things within the year or two from their enrollment. And it just across, so for 1st to 6th grade, with that'd be 12 immersion classes, less than 10 spots open up every year, 1 or 2 spots in a grade. And so recognizing that, we thought we should now would be a good time to open up the satellite and give more families and students the opportunity to participate in that program. So we're asking for the K-6 expansion for about 772 students. We like the model with 4 classes at about 28 students per class. 2 of those being in the immersion program, 2 of those being in what we call the cultural. So one's language, one's culture, where they're fully immersed in both, but one is a focus on language production while the other one is cultural exposure.
So Ryan, and just on my notes, where are you want to be in the Layton Kaysville area or?
Yeah, kind of south Davis County, west Bountiful area. We've got a few sites that we've looked at, we haven't like nailed down. Much like I heard in the previous one, we're not sure how much work on that end to do until we know that we could do it with some momentum, but yeah, we feel like we have a great relationship with Davis School District. We have for those might know, every other month we have a den meeting with superintendent and his staff, and that goes really, really well. As I drove on Legacy out here, so much development, obviously, and then right next to that, you see portables everywhere. And so there still is a lot of kids for the area, for the schools that exist, and whether there's the population or not, I think we have a product that people want. And so we're excited to expand, given your approval.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's pretty proximate to where you are. I mean, it's not next door, but enough that you could capitalize on and share resources.
Yeah.
Geographically, it would make that doable for you.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with our campus, we have a K4 building and then a 5-9 building. Right now they're separated by just a PE field, right? They're 100 yards apart from each other. And so an additional K6 a little bit further south offers the opportunity to kind of enhance our junior high a little bit. It's a really unique and fun community with our faculty. You bring these teachers in from primarily Spain, but other Spanish speaking countries. And one of the benefits that we have is we have so many in our location that they build like their own little community while they're here. Some of our experiences, other schools that just have one strand of dual language, it's kind of hard. There's like, 2 teachers in a school maybe, right? I think right now we're over 40% of our faculty are first language Spanish speakers. And so just having an additional campus, within 2-3 miles of our current campus just offers the opportunity to just expand that cultural community of our visiting guest teachers that obviously rubs off on the rest of us too. So, yeah.
Thanks. Hey, comments, questions, board members? Yeah, please go ahead. Start us off.
First, I thought I might want to declare a conflict of interest because I served my mission in Spain. So I'm a little biased. I've been watching your school. I'm rooting for you. I think it's awesome.
We'll let you go.
I want to go on one of your trips. So yeah.
Along that same vein, I apologize, my phone went off. We actually just dropped, I'm emotional. We dropped my daughter off there for this morning. So she's gonna call anytime this afternoon, so she got there. That was not her. Apologize.
Where's she going?
What's that?
Where's she going?
Chile. So she's going to Mexico right now.
Which mission?
Puerto Montt.
Oh.
So southern Chile. Yeah, anyway, that's.
You're having what I like to call a high emotion.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm holding it together, my wife's. My son actually just returned on Wednesday past, so he just got.
Oh, my gosh.
I bet you had family pictures last week.
3 times.
We've done that.
Three
I
times.
know.
Miserable.
I know.
That last one, nobody was smiling.
So love your model. So
Yeah.
I think it's great. Quick question about wait list. I did have a question about the proximity and I think you kind of explained a little bit, but just curious what your current wait list is.
Yeah, so currently, like the exact number, let's see if I have that in all my notes that I have here. Yeah, there we go, 250.
Okay.
Right there.
So you do.
Right, so, and it is primarily in the lower grades, kindergarten through 3rd grade. As we get into the older elementary, that obviously thins out a little bit. But really, we think it thins out because they ask, they can't get in, then they just put some lines, so.
That's good.
It'd be really nice to be able, I think we're close enough to work as a team, not so close that we'll necessarily compete. But it'd be really nice that those that are on our southern border of where we're drawing from, if they can't get into our Layton campus, to be able to point them to the other one that they could possibly get into, so.
Great. Next question about academics.
Mhm.
And so right now, we're getting, I would say there's a pressure or attention towards the academics and student outcomes that our charter schools are showing and then that we're approving and expanding and things like that. So your academics aren't fabulous.
Sure.
I'll just say. I do understand that dual immersion schools do have a lag. This is what I've been told, so maybe you can help me with this a little bit. There's typically a lag because they are learning a second language and that they get caught up and then do better.
Yeah.
But I dug in a little deeper, looking at your different grade levels, and I don't see that catch up going on. So just love to give you a minute to kind of tell us where you are with academics, what you're working on,
Sure.
what you're seeing that way.
Sure. I want to preface it by it's hard not to sound like we're explaining things away, right? And that's not my attempt, but I do think that this is what we notice and what we see. And so, we find not so much that they lag. I think there is a lag, but obviously then that's influenced by you just have grade levels that for whatever reason have a personality or a characteristic that blow that up, right? I think anecdotal evidence sometimes is too small, but my own son in 3rd, he didn't pass the language arts end of level until 7th grade. And now he's an honor student, he's graduating high school and it's just fine. My other son, I remember trying to help him with his math homework and he couldn't tell me what the 10th place was. And I was losing a little bit of my patience. He goes to my school and you don't know what the 10ths are. And I was like, it's this number right here. He's like, oh, that's the same as. I was like, oh, yeah, we just need to call it the right thing, right? And so then he was able to do the work. So clearly, the numbers are what they are. I think what we like to focus on is if you look at our growth scores are, I think, to use the word on the page, commendable. I think when we look at the growth of our students, we do hit the marks that we would like to have, especially, and so if the growth is good, but the achievement is low, one of the things that indicates to us is that they start low. Another thing that we've noticed in the last 10 years, in 2015, we had 1.6% English language learners. Last year we had 18.4. And so right in the middle of that also was COVID. And we know that some of the population that was hit the hardest in COVID is English language learners and low socioeconomic families, right? What that taught us is the kids that came back to us were vastly different than the kids that we had even just 1 year before COVID. And we're playing a little bit of catch up. We've hired a full-time ELL teacher. We readjusted our RCI program a little bit. And we think we're making gains. And then the odd thing is, you coincide some of that data with, now their numbers, like, so we have like 79%, 80% of our kids as ninth graders pass the AP Spanish language test. 10 years ago, that was primarily put out families with the last name Robinson, Smith and Jones. It isn't anymore. And so a lot of our second language ELL students are taking the AP Spanish test and they're passing it. And it isn't a language proficiency test. You know, it's reading essays, it's deriving opinions, making comparisons. And so it's odd, not quite frustrating that we struggle in some areas, but then in another area we do so well. Another area that maybe isn't easily identifiable is we have this really cool program. It's called our Science in Utah program. It's 4th, 5th, and 6th graders. They do some deep dive scientific study in astrology, biology, geography, chemistry, and STEM. They're not science projects, they're deep dive research experiences that then they present completely in Spanish, 100% in Spanish. Right now we have 60 students that are choosing to stay after school 2 different days a week for 2.5 hours to learn deeper science stuff in a second language. When we started that program 7 years ago, it was suggested we might go to Spain and participate in this science thing that they have. Only if our kids qualified. So we presented via Zoom with the judges in Spain, our kids qualified, we went. After doing that for 4 years, it was just my personal competitive soccer coach belief. But we, as our small school, we won 10% of all the awards given that particular year. The next year, you could only participate if you came from a country whose official language was Spanish. And so we can no longer participate in that program anymore. So we shifted and we found a private school in Toledo, Spain that accepts us every year. Our kids stay in some host families and then they do their presentation to that school for a week. And so that's cool. Yes, I get that our RISE scores, our achievement scores could be better. I think our growth scores, I'm very comfortable with. But I think there's a lot of other things that don't fit there that we can say our kids are certainly achieving. And I think it's that focus. We talk to the board all the time. They're very patient. I know that it can be hard for them sometimes maybe to see those scores, but our focus is always back on the language and the culture, and that's why people come to our school. And I think even with those numbers, you'll see that our student retention is super, super high because our community knows what we provide. And so, you know, always try to improve. I don't want to dismiss it and pretend it's not important, but it's kind of like once you're in, you know what it's about and people don't leave. So, and then that's kind of why we decided we should allow more people to get in. And the reason for that, so.
Thank you. That was a great answer. And I want to say, this is a really good example of how the outcomes and the report cards don't tell the whole story.
Yeah.
And sometimes we do need to provide space for that story so that we can fully understand the benefit and impact some of these charter schools have. And that parents are choosing these schools for other reasons too, that are very important to them. And I think this is a great example of that. So thank you.
Thanks.
Just in terms of the metrics, right? And being able to, sorry, remember being, I just
Go ahead.
so appreciate that from an educator perspective, because you know your data, you know your students, and you're very aware of the metrics, right? And how you're measuring that growth over time. But even on just we're having, I mean, I hope even on the legislative level, we're having bigger conversations about the diversity of the way that we are able to demonstrate outcomes.
Yeah.
So I just have to say thank you, right? Member Biesinger, go ahead.
No, thank you. I think it's great. I mean, in my thought this morning, one of the aspects to that is, you know, a willingness to look deeper and is a great real world example of, I think, a good explanation and, you know, somebody who can look deeper with a good background. So look, you're a great school. I'll be honest, I don't have any concerns here, but I do have one question that might creep into the concern category.
Sure.
So with respect to area, I see your cool map with the circle. But when you said like West Bountiful, like you're coming quite a bit south of that if you're thinking like West Bountiful.
Yeah, I'm from Ogden, so like everything south of Lakeview, yeah, Weaver River turns into, so we're looking for about 1.5 to 2 miles of our current address.
Okay, and that's, so it almost sounds to me like you really do want a satellite that, or because you want to bolster, you want to take the K through 6, because one of my questions, which I think you've answered, is why not K through 9? You want to take the kids from campus B, I'll use that term, to come to junior high, so you really will have a satellite kind of idea.
No, for sure, I mean, yeah, all of the cultural stuff that we participate in, so in the last 5 years, we've really tried hard. The idea of expansion has been floated for years. And for a long time, we said, let's just expand our impact without expanding like our geography. And so we've started like a fall fiesta, we've started like a running of the bulls activity, we've started a lot of things to bring the community to our location.
Yeah.
Wherever we end up, we don't want to run 2 fall fiestas. We want it to be normal that these two schools work together. When we do professional development days, it's a group will meet at this site, a group will meet at this site, and we really want it to be one school. Just.
I would say you're the most satellite application of the satellite applications. But my question is this, 772. I know the statute I cited earlier that I don't memorize says I can't prove, like based on hurting somebody else, but like, I just like, I'm sure you've thought through this, but how are you not gonna like, hurt your, like, are you gonna have enough demand with that close? Because literally some students might say, well, now I've got a new campus that's actually closer to my house.
Yeah.
So how are you gonna cannibalize yourself? Like, do you really have confidence that that you can get to 772 versus maybe a 2 or 3 wide program versus 4?
Sure, no. No.
Well, you did answer the question.
No, I think so, like, in addition to that map, we did like a scatter map of every address of our school, right, of the kids that attend our school. And we're very heavy north of our current location with a little bit that comes, east of us, and then it kind of fizzles out as it comes a little bit south. And so it's possible that some of those south choose to attend the southernmore campus. But again, all of those people that we've turned away because they can't get into our immersion program, we think will just take their place. And so we're very confident that, if we need to, and as I mentioned before, grow at a level of interest, I think we can, but it's what I've learned in the DLI world is if you don't have enough of the school that's involved in the DLI, then you really have 2 schools within one building. And what we don't want is to have a strand of others that are doing a thing while the rest of the school is just a normal elementary school. And so to combat that, I think it's really important that we have those 2 offerings, right? So that half of your population is involved in the DLI program. And then the other half is just bolstered. Like when we do the running of the bulls, one group learns about it in Spanish, but the other group is learning about San Fermin and the running of the bulls. And so it's a cultural activity for them. It's a language activity for the immersion kids.
Do you really do the running of the bulls?
Absolutely.
And can you invite me?
No.
When you do it?
Let's hold a board meeting at that. I want to see a few of you run from the.
So we
wouldn't quite make it.
So this year was great because it didn't snow. So our elementary school built a gym in the middle and it's just a ring around the outside, right? So we line the halls. We have the 6th graders come down, they do the San Fermin chant. They're all white with their red handkerchiefs. And then you have some students who are more than happy to put on the bull hats. And they get released a few seconds late, and it's one of the only times you can't yell at kids to not run in the halls, right? They take off and.
So if I could just follow up with one last question so with respect to 772 being 4 wide, I don't know if this is a Brad question or but
if you need something.
But are you doing, are you gonna build all that building at first? Because if you do, you're kind of leaning into needing to get to that enrollment, or are you gonna do like a phase 1, phase 2 approach? Like,
We'll look at both, and we have some experience doing that where a school can have the core of like 500 whatever, and then a little add-on. But those will be kind of like we said, once we know the numbers, what the numbers, if they're approved here, to look at some of those different options. Because yes, it could be one where it's like, hey, we build this core building that has 3 sections. We'd probably do at least 3. I don't think we could only do 2. And then have another little add-on that expands that by 7 extra classrooms,
Yeah.
maybe 8, because then you have an extra, special ed room or some breakouts. But yeah, so we're not 100% saying, yeah, we're gonna go
Okay.
do a.
So there is a
60,
real
70,000
world
square foot
scenario
building
running where
right
you
now.
may not get to 772 at least quickly or all up front, but you're already being mindful of it.
We do think though that having, as you've seen, when schools come and ask for these satellites or a new one. It's hard for them to fill those terminal grades if there's nowhere for them to go, right? And obviously with one like this, you're still probably gonna have less demand in 4, 5, and 6. But you'll have more than you would otherwise have because you have an outlet for them to continue to the junior high, because 1, there's a junior high, and 2, it's close enough by that you can facilitate that, so.
Okay.
So let me quickly add as well, our existing population, we have done no advertising. It's all been word of mouth. And so we have that lever to be able to pull down the road to be able to add and help incorporate adding students to that as well. So we haven't even attempted that. It's just word of mouth. We have this backlog. We have a full school. So we'll also do that as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, how about a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the North Davis Preparatory Academy satellite application for K-6 satellite with 772 students.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Vice Chair Olson seconds. Is there any other discussion to the motion? Okay. Select Member Hutchins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
Member Biesinger? Member Bassett?
Yes.
Member Marshall?
Yes.
Member Pulsifer?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. Congratulations. We cannot wait to see this. So please invite us to these events.
Absolutely.
We would be honored to attend and really excited. I think to Member Biesinger's point, this is when we think about a satellite, I think this is really exemplifies that and really excited to see this come together.
We are as well. I'm making a note from Bagley, so.
This is real.
This is.
Yeah, here we go.
Thank you so much.
Right on. Thank you all so much. Board, let's take a saunter, 3-minute saunter, and let's try and be back by 3:25-ish, and we'll get going. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah.
Stressful, yeah, you're right.
That's so right. Can you come on up? I'd love for you on It's nice to see you. Oh, no, I don't see you again. Yes, you're there. Oh, right on. Thanks, y'all. Yeah. That unlocks, so you all, in my tenure, or in my past, I worked for the West School, so they, all those folks, and Ryan, and I, we became directors right around the same time. So it's, and Amy Hilton as well, who was here from Wasatch Peak, the first we were together. I mean, I probably would never have made it without Amy Hilton. And so that's Stacy's, well, and I know this, I would say this to anyone, but Amy is brilliant.
Yes.
And in fact, I will say it is rare. I would probably say that about every charter school director. I mean, we're just,
You kind of have to.
you have to be, because you are, you're not a school principal, right? It is such a big dynamic job to be a charter school director, and you often feel that you are very siloed because you're like in a district of one. So your fellow charter school directors are your compadres and understand the life. So it's, I said it, they understand the life, like we're in the mafia or something, but it kind of feels like life, you know?
That is what I'm not.
I know.
A really interesting, when I was doing my master's, I did a little survey, it was very unscientific, but it was talking to some charter school teachers and district teachers.
Yeah.
And asking questions about the autonomy they felt they had and the ability they had to affect, curriculum decisions. Very much stronger in charters.
That's exactly it. That's
It's
exactly
really
it.
Exactly.
Yes. That's.
So even though you're siloed,
Yes.
you have that.
You
ability
do,
to really
to create that, and I think that's what meant for many of us that become charter school directors. We have an incredible innate, powerful desire to create these really,
which is
just these communities of choice and voice.
Exactly why. We'll get to it. I think we need to check on legislation.
Yeah.
We can use that.
Yes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to us talking about that. Well said. As a reminder, everyone, there are lots of snacks. I'll be grabbing another drink here in a minute.
You've got refills.
And thank you. So I'm not sure who's I think is it Andrea or I'd say normally, but she's with baby, which can I share a fun fact? And I'm sorry, Cambridge, but I'm gonna do this because I just learned this is like, do you know, like baby head smell, like when babies' heads smell so good. So a friend of mine was telling me that's actually baby brain that you're smelling. Because it doesn't last.
Right.
Like, like the smell of a newborn baby, you just can't, you just want to smell their head. And my friend Joy told me that it is baby brain because it's so thin that you're actually smelling their brain.
What happened to teenage boy brain?
I don't know, I have a teenage girl, so I feel sick.
It's not the same experience.
Strong. Oh my goodness, okay, so let's transition, we just have just a couple more business items and we're gonna just switch just a couple things just because we want to honor the folks from Cambridge Preparatory Academy. If you all would like to come on up to the table, that would be great. I just want to remind all of you, so last month, so it's great to see you all again so soon. Last month, we approved Cambridge Preparatory Academy as a new school. Although their charter agreement has not been executed yet. All right, so they have, why they are here today is because they have submitted a waiver request to open this coming fall. So they basically want to open a year early. And I'll just say, this is also because the school did not meet the October 1 notification requirement, the board rule 277-552. So the state charter school board would provide a recommendation to approve or deny the waiver request. which then would forward them to USB for final consideration. So we're not, what we're voting on is that we're not necessarily approving or denying the waiver, but we're giving our recommendation to USB for that purpose. And I'm sure you all will speak to this. I think an impetus for this is building.
That's what started it.
That's what started it. Okay, great. Awesome. So with that, should we, I think we could, remember Marshall was online last meeting, so maybe if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourselves again, and then we can, yes, and then we can move into presentation.
So I'm Stan Lockhart. I'm chairman of the board of Cambridge Preparatory Academy. I've been trying to get approval now for some form of the school since the first time we applied to Utah State University, which is another authorizer, is back in 2019. So it has been a long. But we're finally at a place where I don't know, there are no coincidences in life. And we started in Salt Lake County looking for a building, and we ended up in South Provo where I raised my family in exactly the same neighborhood. And we were just in the building a couple of nights ago having an open house. And I mean, really, it's a very, it's become more meaningful as we've ended up in a place where I know many of the people in the neighborhood surrounding it. So, let's see, we have been approved for 450 students. Oh, we have Laura with us online. Thank you, Laura.
I was here in person, I think, last.
No, she was sick last time. We didn't want her here. Let's remember.
That's right.
Yes. And she would be here today, but she has another meeting in a little while.
No
She won't
worries.
be up. She had, we all have day jobs, and so everybody's balanced on what we're doing. But anyway,
Great.
long story short. We've been approved for a school with 450 kids, grades K through 8, which is roughly 80 or roughly 50 kids per grade. We have not yet acquired the building, but we've been in negotiations for that building for quite some time. And another charter school provider was asking for a waiver last month at this time, and was using that kind of in the negotiations with the building owner. And so we just felt like if they're going to do it, we've got to do it. But then we've really warmed up to the idea. We've been preparing for it, and I'm looking forward to telling you all the things we've done to prepare. The competitor has now opted out, which is wonderful news. And should I just go into what we've done in the last 30 days to prepare us for opening earlier?
I think that would be beneficial. Yeah, and I would say we want to make sure, and I'll just say in the spirit of time being, let's us all be mindful of that, but we also want to hear that as well. Just
okay. So one of the things that sets us apart is that we have a large charter school operator as our partner. Charter One, I believe, is the largest charter school operator in the country, although there may be someone else who have roughly 30,000 students around the country, with about half of those in Arizona. They have a long track record, and they tend to have about 10% higher test scores than the neighborhood schools around them. And so they're doing something that's just enough different to provide higher student outcomes, and that's what really attracted us to them. Our goal is to have 100% of our kids progress at least one grade year or more in our school. And we talked about how we plan on doing that last time we're here, but it's really just simply implementing the tried and true best practices and educational practices. With a dose of leadership, a dose of teaching kids how to be contributing members of society in a little more intentional way than you might have in a comparable school. We call them our raised standards. So what we've done with our partner is there are 3 components once you have the facility that we've focused on. The first component, of course, is to attract students. Second component is to attract teachers. The third component is to attract administrators. So our progress in each of those areas are as follows. We have gone out and let people know that we have been approved, and we have asked for applications for our administrator. We have received Matt Throckmorton, tell me your name again. Mitchell Schwab. Mitchell Schwab. Mitchell's one of the muckety mucks there. Matt's the guy we work with on a day-to-day basis. How many applicants do we have, Matt?
Last I heard, we had over a dozen that are ready. We could start doing interviews as soon as next week.
So that's what we have on the administrator front. On the teacher front, just from the network of teachers that Charter One has, they let the word out that they are opening a couple of schools in Utah, with one with the possibility of this year. They've already had many teachers expressing interest in coming and teaching in our school. Matt, what kind of?
So as soon as we get a yes, like you don't want to tell people, get them all excited and then have say that didn't work out. So as soon as there's a yes, there's emails that are going to go out. We're going to get slammed with resumes. We can only guess, but we'll have many to choose from. Plus, we're going to do activities here in the state local to include a job fair, and all of that's going to hit really quick. And the great thing is it's February, right? So we're in the sweet spot of hiring for everybody. So we're competing with everybody in the right time.
Yeah, March is the month.
They start signing contracts in March. All the good ones are gone by the end of March, so.
I'm aware of many teachers that have been inquiring over the last few years. Keep in mind, we've been working on this since 2019, and we really partnered tightly. At one point in time, we had approval to start a school, so we did an RFP where we selected Charter One. And from the very beginning, we had teachers in the Charter One network asking when they could come to Utah. And so I am confident there'll be plenty of teachers available for us to choose from. As far as students go, we've done a fairly aggressive social media campaign. And what we've asked people to do if they're interested is, as we've had interactions with them, we've had online, teletown hall type events. We've had on-site, as recently as a couple of days ago, we have had on-site town hall meetings. But we've had an option for them to input some information and opt into our interest list. And that interest list has grown to 1,100 parents.
Kids.
Or 1,100 kids. Well, 1,100.
Approximately.
The parents want to come back to school too.
Parents might come too. Well, of course, we want parents to participate with us. And so what I passed out to you is equally as important as our interest list. That is what Charter One has done in their most recent schools that they have opened, and how they perform in year 1, year 2, and year 3 of their new school openings. I think the most important component for getting the students in the school is what experience do you have and what has happened previously, and that will be the best indicator of what will happen in the future. So this is the Charter One data of what's happened in the schools that they've recently opened. You can see that that they are coming in the first year with very high rates of what they've gotten approved for. I'm confident that they have the marketing capabilities to do the same thing again for us.
And if I could just add, like our families and all that, my experience, Charter One's experience is pretty similar. Like you get a lot of people excited, and you guys are charter school people, right? You know that you're not going to get most of the kids. You get 30 to 40% of the kids. You actually land them. That 30 to 40% of the kids means we're kind of walking around with somewhere between 300 and 400 kids right now, and it's still February. We move this forward. We're like highly confident that we're going to hit our numbers without a problem.
And that is my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Stan. Yeah, they're definitely and I know we had this conversation last month, but seeing these numbers again, it's definitely interesting to see, except for Sierra Vista, you're definitely going to be the smallest school that they work with.
Best.
I was just gonna say,
That's a
like
better
most
word.
targeted.
They do have some small case senses in Arizona, some of their very first models, but they just grew into the larger model.
Yeah, this wouldn't be on the charter one schools. This is just a few,
Oh, yeah, just a few target.
a lot of them are smaller.
Oh, okay, thanks for mentioning that. So, thank you. And I appreciate, it might just take us all a minute, because it's been a big day.
Chair, can I?
Yeah, I was just say question.
Question?
Yeah.
I don't even I wanna direct it maybe to Director Stephenson, so can you just? This was referred to earlier, but we've missed the October 1. Kind of date for schools that are gonna open up, so we would have to make an ask here. I could open us up to the wider board, but. How do I say this? Do we irritate? I'll use that word. USB, like. I think there's evidence here that there is, I approach this cautiously. Just because I want schools to open right, not just quick. But I acknowledge, I think we got the right team. I think they have a good support team. I think they've got some good data. They do have the building, which is usually the trickiest thing, although please go get a flood inspection on this building.
Yes,
I just beg of you.
We talked about, we talked about 2 nights ago, didn't we?
It's very astute of you, Clint. But I guess my first thing is just help me navigate the USBE part of this and. Yeah, and really want to know, like, in good partnership, are we doing this or do we cause some friction? Maybe it's an unfair question, but.
Can I add to that before you answer? Is it, I don't know that we ever hear back after we recommend waiver requests to USB. I don't know that I've ever gotten a response back saying granted or denied. What generally is their reception to this, if you know?
Yeah, so we have a standard letter that we would prepare and we actually give it to the school. And then the school includes that in their application packet to State Board of Education. From here then, it goes to their law licensing committee and then their full board. And so typically we've been more hands-off at that point where we've just provided a recommendation. Most of the time, it seems that the board has agreed and approved those recommendations as of lately. However, starting, a timeline there, that's not a request we make very often. Typically, it's more like a 4-day school week or a graduation requirement change, or for like an early college, high school, or something of that nature. I know that this does then start getting into student projections and affecting multiple systems across the state board. There was, as Lisa mentioned earlier, that law that was put into place last year that if a projection is different by 10%, we have a fund that can be pulled from. So I think that aspect, has some safeguards in place now from the state side. But recognizing that it does start to affect the accountability system, the licensing system, like all the different systems. We've had some collaborative meetings across the USBE agency and realizing every department has different requirements and different deadlines. So they have the October one, it's kind of that common one that everyone rallies around. But there will definitely be, I think, some departments that feel more of a crunch from a late approval like this. Does that answer that question?
No, that's helpful. I mean, my driver is like, what's best for kids and for continuity. And I'm open to that, right? Like, I start with these like, but hearing what's happened, I think it's very encouraging. They have a building, they have a support group, they have, this is the right timing to go get your school leadership and staffing. I'm not sure the timing would be much different this year versus next year, quite frankly. So that's encouraging. Yeah, so I guess I appreciate your feedback, and that's probably the best you can answer that.
And I'm wondering, for Member Hutchings, who was on the board, did you hear or feel any irritations or concerns when?
No, so I was just thinking, I think this is a good example of a very reasonable request. I think the irritation would come if it was a school that just hadn't gotten it together and now they just realized and, you know, but, you know, they were approved last month. They just were, you found out they're able to get the building now. I think it's a very reasonable request that they would be open to.
Can I add one more thing, Chair, is that, I was gonna say, this does also then throw them into our cohort of schools that are opening this fall, if that was to be approved. And so some additional timelines we would have, you know, March or April, where we're getting that first big report back on their readiness to open. That final readiness to open check comes May or June. We do certify to the superintendent in June. That, you know, these are the schools that are ready so they can start receiving their WPU on July 1. So, you know, all of those systems from our end are in place. So it would just be making sure, like we said, you know, Cactus, accountability, you said Utah grants, like all of those are ready to receive a late addition into this.
Is the downside to that they just open in fall of 27 anyway? Like,
Yeah.
if they didn't meet
that's
the readiness metrics, they would just fall back to where they were going to be in. But they say, look, we have a lot of evidence, we're ready to go. So I guess they don't end up worse off.
Your authorization for them was listed in place.
Right.
We would adjust that.
But I'm just saying, if they didn't meet the readiness metrics, the fallback is fall of 27 again. So they don't end up in a worse place. Okay. Do you, just to ask a candid question, I don't, so originally there was kind of a building race here, right? And I also appreciate the, you know, school who rhymes with APA that we named. Being
By the way.
just candid, like I really appreciate, I do appreciate how they handled that.
Me too.
But do you feel like, I don't want this to be like a pressure to lose your building thing. But it doesn't sound like that's where you're coming from. You're just like, we kind of did this because we were mindful of that, but now we really have a lot of momentum. Is that
That's true.
what you're saying?
Something else that weighs in our favor, I believe, is that I'm a former member of the State Board of Education. And in my day job, I work with the State Board a lot. One of the first things that happened after we got approval and we knew that we would be applying for the waiver is I called Aaron Bruck, who's in charge of data at State Board. He said, Aaron, here's something that's coming your way. Now, he didn't opine on it. He didn't tell me, oh, that's great, no problem. He didn't say any of that. But he did appreciate the fact that I was informing him. We've also been in touch with a couple of state school board members who have not been negative about it at all. They basically have said, you know, if it comes to us, we'll consider it on its own merits.
Yeah.
And that's all it is.
Okay, Board, any other questions, comments, or are we ready to entertain a motion?
My only comment quickly is, I don't know that we're earning any goodwill with USBE by making this recommendation. I do like, and I'm glad this was pointed out, that we're not the ones who forward this to USBE. We generate a letter. They still have to carry the water to actually make this happen. And I'm glad to be able to support.
I'm happy to make a motion.
Go for it.
Now, I think this is not an approval, this is a
It's
recommendation.
a recommendation.
I'm not good at this stuff. Amongst the things I'm not good at. But I would attempt to make a motion that we recommend Cambridge Preparatory Academy to adjust their opening a year earlier and open fall of 26. And yeah, with whatever needs to come with that, but that would be my motion. If that was
Great, because that's official. We don't need to
phrased.
say anything about a waiver. We just that would recommend it. Or did you say that? Did you say
I made a recommendation.
recommendation
Yeah,
for to waive the start date or the,
to move it up a year.
yeah, okay, great. Great. Awesome. A second? Great, and a second from Member Hutchings. Is there any other discussion? Okay. Okay, Member Basinger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hutchings? Yes. Member Bassett?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Member Marshall? Member Pulsifer?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. I know, Stan, you're like, I cannot believe it. I've had to wait up until years.
So, can I take just a moment?
Please.
Our first experience together was not great for me. But my request wasn't great for you, right? And here's what I've discovered after meeting with you a number of times. You are all about school succeeding. And it's all about, can you succeed? And oh, by the way, here's a bunch of helpful hints for you as you go back and try to come back with something that will succeed. I'm a believer that we've got a great charter school board, and not because you approve me, but because I was just pondering this actually as I was driving in today, that I really believe that you are trying to set us up for success. And that's your motivation. And I mean, that's my observation, just being with you a few times, but I think that's where you're coming from.
Thank you for that
That's
feedback.
okay.
That means a lot to me, because I think the last place that we want to be is your adversary. And I think,
Well, your
and
questions are-
often there's a lot of competing voices and interests, right? That sometimes enter this space and it clouds our real intent. And so I so appreciate that. I know we've worked really hard. We have worked really hard over the last several years to build our relationship. Because one thing is we're all passionate about what we do.
And your
that's our
questions are
strength.
hard.
Yeah.
Your questions are not easy.
Yeah. And I think again, because what's at stake is the most precious thing, it's our children, right? So that is our responsibility to do that.
I second Stan's motion.
Yeah, so thank you for saying that.
Hey, I'm looking forward to March when you come back to try to get the hat trick. Like,
Yeah.
3 months in a row.
Great.
See what you're here for.
So we're gonna now just shift to online hybrid program applications, and I'm just gonna yeah, let me just shake hands for a second. See it, so let me saunter and shake. Okay, everybody, we have about an hour left, and I do want to try and stick to our code and time that's for all of us and our life we live outside of the charter school board. It's a risk one, I don't know.
She's so tired of me calling her.
I know, no, I love it. That's my long lost cousin. When Susan calls, I'm like, oh, good, it's been a day. I know. No, but I will say, and we'll talk more about this after this next agenda item, but really, my heavens, I'm just so grateful for all of you. Okay, so we have a discussion and action item. This is on our online hybrid program application. This was we'll just have a very brief presentation. This is the application that the authorizing committee developed. So that way we can then have a succinct application that schools will use to apply or to submit for an online or a hybrid program. What we're just hearing this presentation, and then if we have any feedback, we can provide it. And then from there, it will be released for a 30-day public review period. And then it will come back to us for a formal vote. Probably in, probably most likely April meeting. So authorizing committee, I'm not sure who's on point for that. Do you have?
Would it be
Authorizing?
I'm glad to, or Stacy, you want to?
Yeah, I'll start and then you can.
I'm listening, I'm just putting it in.
Well, I will say, thank you for the credit, but Marie did the heavy lifting on this. So she presented us with some really great options, and we had a couple suggestions that she's incorporated. But we really feel that this application really encompasses what we need to know that the schools have thought through about their hybrid and distance learning programs as they're preparing to ask to start them. So as you look down with just the different board assurances and the questions about the model, instruction and student support, really important. But as you look down through these things, it's basically the things that we've seen through experience are important to make sure. And I think you've seen in the last couple of meetings, some of our
are, wanting to start hybrid and distance learning programs, that it's a lot more than just, hey, we'll put it online. And so I think this is a comprehensive, but not overly burdensome application that gives us a good idea and actually confidence that they've thought it through and have a solid plan to be successful.
What a great example, even of some of what we've heard today. And I think we're only getting through more and more of these online and hybrid applications and the morphs of schools. And to the point, I mean, and we all said this, but there are companies that, right, have products that might not be great, and that though people don't necessarily have the knowledge, and that's partly where we can come in to help with this process. So it pushes them to do research and that vetting, make sure that it's applicable and appropriate.
Yeah, I may add something. I think the other just really important thing to note here, and it is the title, but this is essentially an amendment application, not a new school.
Yeah.
And so we did, bold and italics, like this isn't changing your max enrollment, it's not giving you another location. Those are still processes through small expansion, large expansion, or satellite. This is really just that amendment to their instructional model. And so just wanted to point that out as another important part here.
Yeah, because this is really hard work. Member Marshall, to your point, and I know Member Hutchins, you know this. And to do it with fidelity, and you're not just putting a kid in front of a computer program. Which also too is very interesting that we're having this conversation in the backdrop of the minimize screen time movement that's taking place right now. So I think this is even more important for us to consider, that we just don't want to.
Yeah, so Marie just gave me an idea of something I'm gonna add. And it's tied to a thing I had earlier today with one of the schools. And possibly adding it, and I'm trying to think through what it would be, the exact wording, but maybe a question about how this amendment would reinforce or support their current school mission. And
I like that.
I do too.
Because I think we're seeing some disconnects, and we want to make sure that the original mission and vision are supporting the online, not something that's separate. So,
How about adding that in point one, where it says, how does it support your school's learning model? How about adding to that, Stacy, your school's mission, vision, and learning model? I mean, is that a good fit?
Yeah,
for it?
that's
Just right in there, right out of the gate.
I like that. So if you don't know that, it's gonna be really hard to move through the rest of the application.
Maybe
Start
change
there.
that heading right before that as well, Marie. So current mission, vision, and educational model. If we talk about.
It's a great enhancement.
I like that.
We will make that.
If I can just comment, I would love to see some summary data about the portfolio of schools and who is hybrid, who's been approved, you just would like to get a sense for it,
Yeah.
just informational. But I would like to get a sense for how much of our portfolio school, how many of our portfolio schools are
Yeah.
currently, because I know several of them have come for approval in the last year, but it just would be nice to have a visibility.
I think that's a great data point for us, again, in the backdrop of the conversations that are happening on the state level. Because even we, we did get it was some interesting press and coverage when we did the ARVIA school. Just so, I mean, that's separate, but also just that we're really thoughtful and what that looks like across our schools, I think would be important. That's a great ask.
Under point two, it talks about describing how instruction will occur online in hybrid format. In the previous discussion, we talked about, other vendors, and a lot of times the vendor will be the teacher of record, so to speak. In other words, they're the ones who are delivering the content. And I wonder if there could be some clarity on that piece. So I think it's pretty critical. In my experience, being able to ensure that, that the school is obligated to make sure that they are the teacher of record, regardless of how they interact with the content.
Yes.
I think that's maybe something, I don't know where to put it in there, instructional student support, maybe an element like that would be helpful.
100%.
Kind of fits in number 2.
Other feedback? Would you let us know when it's posted for? Like, is that what this, like, what's the turnaround time? Like, if you make these edits, how fast?
Well, if that's. Pending.
We need to make a
edits,
motion,
so
right?
then
I'm guessing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Pending that action and that the edits are made, we can post it as soon as tomorrow, and then that would start the 30-day.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great. Well, it doesn't seem like we have any other feedback, so let's, would someone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm glad to do that, unless, are there any other comments? Anything else? Okay, all right, I will move that we approve the online or hybrid application draft that's been circulated, subject to changes that have been suggested by members Marshall Hutchins. And I guess that's it.
Second.
Second that.
Sure. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes. Although tonight I know all of your, tonight I'm gonna be like, to go to bed, I'm gonna be like, Member Bassett. For Hutchins Vice Chair. Member Marshall. Looks like you having a nightmare. Yeah. I'm so excited about this, actually, because this came out of a conversation that we had a year ago. I think just based on the number of schools that were coming to us and really wanting to ensure best practice and thoughtfulness as schools were making these decisions. So thank you, authorizing committee, for taking this on and bringing us this draft. I'm really excited about that. Okay, right on. So I think we are in the last part of our meeting. And definitely, we saved the best for last. I know we're, I'll just provide a little context and then I'll turn it, and then I think Royce is online, great. And I think that we have a handout. Oh, okay, great, from Royce. Or is it, we have another one that was on the table? I remember, okay, great. So obviously, everybody knows we're in the midst of our legislative session, definitely several weeks in. It has already been a little bit of a roller coaster, but not it's not as not a full swirly up-de-doo one, but definitely a roller coaster for sure. So this last part of our meeting, we asked Royce to briefly present very similarly to last month when Kim and Royce both came. This month we did ask both. Kim is sick today, so she isn't able to make it. I think I have to go back and look at the text, but she might have had a few comments that she wanted to share. So with that, we'll hear from Royce, and then from there, which is good to be able to get the association perspective. Then I've asked Member Pulsifer to briefly present from the legislative committee and what we've been doing and the perspective there. And then just to prime you all, we just really wanted to have a conversation about one voice, shared voice, our voice as a board. What does that look like in these legislative spaces, and and if there's anything in particular, any bills that we're really adamant about that we want to ensure that we have a voice on as we move through the rest of the session. And then a process, of course, because something could happen next week, as we all know, that would cause us to need to get together. And we just wanted to briefly talk about that process. Okay, so any questions about the next 15 minutes? right, Royce, we're gonna turn it over to you.
Thank you, Stephanie. It's good to be here among friends. I say among, that's probably not quite the right word, but in a post-COVID world, maybe it works. I will, there's 3 or 4 slides here that are most important. The next 2 are about funding. I think most of these here are relatively clear, a 4.2% increase in the value of the WPU and $165 per student increase in the LRF. Both of those are baked into the base budget that has already passed. I expect, based on what came out of public ed appropriations, that we'll see a significant increase. You can see the numbers there for at-risk students and literacy and math. 15 of that 25, or maybe it's 16, I don't remember exactly, is tied to Senate Bill 241. We'll talk about that a little bit later. There's been a lot more interesting discussion on the next slide, which is really tied to Senate Bill 186. And the way the Appropriations Committee tells the story of what has been recommended and not recommended can at times be a little bit opaque. So I tried with this slide, and I say I really mean Tamara, my staff, to make it a little bit clearer. In the base funding, the legislature for the last several years has had $7.865 million in ongoing money appropriated and $3.6 million in one time with another $1 million tacked on. And we'll get to what that $1 million means in a second. The recommendations from the Appropriations Committee, the Public Education Appropriations Committee, is to take that $3.6 million in one time and add it as ongoing money in the next budget cycle. So that's a significant win for us. It does leave the $1 million that will continue as one-time money. That $1 million, both historically and as expected going forward, is designed to make sure that schools, charter schools with more than 2,000 students, don't fall off a steep cliff. The state board is given discretion about how to allocate that. And they've come up with reasonable solutions for that $1 million the last couple of years. And so you will see this one-time funding, that $1 million has been recommended to continue. Again, not clear what executive appropriations will ask or will actually appropriate, but these are the recommendations from the Public Education Appropriations Subcommittee. So I'll just stop there and see if there are any questions about that. It is perhaps the most confusing piece of the charter school funding coming out of public ed appropes. Doesn't sound like it, so I'll move on. I should note, and this I've talked with Susan about it, but they also recommended a cut of $200,000 in the training funds that you guys administer. I think that was expected. I didn't put it on here. I know Clint and Susan and I have talked about that. So yes, thank you for advancing to the next slide here. HB 241. This is by Representative Candace Perucci. The bill says that if a school district decides to decommission a school, they want to then sell that school, that charter schools and the city in which they're located can bid on it at the same time. And then the school district, the school district gets to decide, hey, who do I want to sell that to if they have multiple bids. I don't expect this is going to be used a ton, but we have had examples. I know of schools that look at some of those decommissioned schools and say, hey, that's a place that I would like to expand into, and there's a building already there. This would make my life a lot easier if I could work with something that was already designed to be a school. There are some pieces at the end of the bill that clarify charter schools are public schools, which you wouldn't think is necessary. But in the wake of the Oklahoma St. Isidore decision last year, we thought it was useful to further clarify. Among the most notable there is the requirement that members of a charter school board will need to take the same oath of office that you do. It's the constitutional oath of office. And then the bill builds on the work that Representative Walter did last year with the revolving loan fund. But frankly, the only discussion has been about that right of first refusal and allowing charter schools and cities to be on the same page. Any questions about that?
Royce, one for me.
Please.
Well, is it likely that the 50 million will get separated off, or is that an all or none package?
You know, I don't know what's going to happen with the 50 million. There are all kinds of proposals with what to do with the stabilization account. There are between 3 different bills, proposals that would swallow the entire $490 million. And the Appropriations Committee included recommendations that take the available revenue in there from its 440 or so million down to 350 or 360 million. So I don't know what executive appropriations is going to do there. Will they do 2 million? Will they do 5 million? Will they do 50 million? I just don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to the next one. I mentioned before Senate Bill 241. This is Senator Milner's early literacy bill. The headline number that a lot of people are focusing on is that the reading on grade level is moving, and I'll say that in quotation marks, from 70 to 80%. And I say that with quotation marks because it's also fundamentally changing the metric. Historically, we've used the RISE test, and that RISE test is somewhat challenging because it doesn't give you data in a timely fashion so that teachers can react to it. What Senate Bill 241 says, let's use the Acadience data. It doesn't say Acadience. It says use a benchmark assessment, nationally norm reference, that it gives 3 assessments per year, which is just another way of saying Acadience. But by doing that, it says we can give data to our teachers in a timely fashion so that we know at the beginning or the middle and the end of the year where those students are. It's useful to note that statewide, that 3rd grade benchmark level for students is 71% today. So that 80% feels like the gap got much, much bigger. That's actually not true. If anything, this says that our reading scores are better vis-a-vis our national counterparts than the RISE tests say. You'll also hear a lot of discussion around retention, particularly in 3rd grade. I think that this very much leaves things in the control of the schools and at a very individualized level. It's designed to say, hey, school, take a look closely with the parent at the specific needs of that student who is below or well below benchmark, and let's fashion some tools to make sure that that student is making at least average, if not above average progress, so that by the time they complete their grade, they are reading on grade level. Representative Walter with HB 426 has he has put together a bill there that for schools that use learner validated methods, the schools have to adopt a policy or set of policies that verify that the student is making progress over time. Had some very good meetings with Connections and Mountain Heights and UTVA, as well as Gateway Prep. They were concerned that their methods would be unduly scrutinized, and Representative Walter has been very good to work with. So you'll see there's a first sub that's out. It hasn't been adopted yet, but that's the one that will move forward, and it looks very good. The last one we'll talk about, SB 69, school device revisions, just says we're going to take the default last year was classroom, no devices, and instead the default becomes bell to bell, no devices. But if you as an LEA want to use it, just adopt a policy that says how you want to. So those are, I've probably already bored you to tears and taken up too much of your time. But if you want, I'm happy to go through the last slide. It's got another couple, 3 bills on it.
Hey Royce, I do have a question on the 241.
Yes.
In terms of the consequence for schools, has there been any discussion or change if they don't meet benchmark? Are they still looking at some financial, I guess, consequences, if you will, to require schools to lean into their at-risk money at 50% or whatever that benchmark was?
So that is still in there, yes.
Thank you.
Friend of mine commented yesterday that she said, mark my words, she's a teacher. She said, 20 years from now, we're gonna look at a child in the grocery store, a baby holding a phone, and it's gonna be just as bad as a baby holding a cigarette.
Well, Representative or Senator
But I just put
Fillmore,
it
I mean,
out
there's
there.
actually a number
I mean,
of bills that look around how devices and technology are being used in schools. You've got another one by Representative DeFay, which is HB 273, and a third one, which is much more far-reaching, and the implications of it aren't clear. It just came out yesterday, Senate Bill 267 by Senator Cullimore. I spent a couple of hours going through it last night, but I will say I don't really have my head around that one, but it's an important one that is going to affect probably technology and software companies more than schools, but schools will need to be aware of that. And it's not clear to me how that's going to end up. It does have some significant drafting challenges. I'll say there are pieces that are just not clear yet, but that's to be expected with a first draft. So anyway, let's go to the next one. Representative Matt McPherson, HB 407. That has been a topic for a number of years. The state board, the state auditor, the legislative auditor general have been concerned about the quality of data that the state board has, and really that comes out of all LEAs. And so HB 407 says we, the state, are going to procure a much better SIS system than Aspire. We'll stop supporting Aspire. We'll make that available for free to all LEAs that want to use it. There will be inevitably some transition costs in terms of training, which will be reflected in the fiscal note. If an LEA wants to use a different SIS, and I have no idea what they're going to choose, but let's say they choose Skyward and you want to use PowerSchool, you would still have that option as long as PowerSchool has the right modules and talks to the state's system cleanly. So I see this though, and we've had a lot of good conversation with our charter schools. It's an opportunity really to cut down on a lot of the reporting obligations, because instead of receiving a request from the state board, various staff members there, or even from you, hey, I need this information, they'll just go and say, hey, we are all on the system. Let's pull the data out. Here it is. Oh, good, we're done. Senate Bill 167 by Senator Wilson is going through a couple of different iterations. Initially, all LEAs were part of it, and it was designed to restrict the cost of buildings. Charter schools got pulled out of it because our buildings fundamentally are cheaper, and we can talk about that, but I don't think we need to. In conversations with Senator Wilson yesterday, as well as the folks at the Division of Facilities and Construction Management, they are inclined to say, hey, we think that you've got to pick from a menu of pre-approved school designs. That piece is going to go away, and the state board is no longer going to have a permitting office. So either you are going to work with us, or you go and work with the cities, the locals, and historically that hasn't been an ideal fit for us. So I think that the next iteration of that bill is going to say charter schools will still be going through the same permitting process as the school districts. And frankly, Clint probably knows this better than me. Eric would know this better than me. But I think that historically the process we've worked through has gone well. Certainly Nate knows this. So I'm not too worried about it. But it is, and it's unclear to me, frankly, whether or not that one's going to pass. I know that the school districts are concerned about it. So we'll see what happens there. And then we talked earlier about Senator Baldery's SB 186. The last piece of that that I think is going to make progress will be the study that says, hey, let's make sure that we have some meat on our assessments that say how much, what, if any, distinctions equitably are there in the funding between districts and charter schools. So that's my assessment of where I think that one's going to end up. And yeah, happy to answer any questions. If not, I know we have our legislative watch list, which we keep updated. It's on our website, so feel free to look at that. It's got a much lengthier collection of bills and the positions that the association is taking, as well as how important is that one. There's some that we're monitoring, but they're really important, and we may take a position if that becomes necessary. There are others where we've got a position, but it's very high priority. You'll see ones that are the Senate and a separate tab for those with the House. So appreciate you taking the time listening to me yammer on.
Royce, we are so grateful for your time, and I really appreciate the handouts. That's really allowed us to follow along, and of course, to you and to Kim for your voice and presence representing charter schools. We're very grateful for that.
Well, you should not thank me for the handouts or the slides. Tamara on my team puts that together. She makes me look much better than I deserve to. So thank you.
Right on. Shout out to Tamara. Thank you, Royce. Any questions for Royce before we move on to our next piece? So Royce, we don't have any questions here. You're welcome to stay on. We're going to continue to talk about legislative session business and also.
I need to get back over into House Ed, so I'm going to run.
Okay, sounds great. Awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Susan, would you like to add to that compliment? Add your
Yes.
Voice to that.
First of all, I mean, you've got this. And not surprisingly, some of the bills, most of them are similar to what Royce had. But first, I wanted to talk about at the top, and you pull that up. Those first two, and hopefully we can get this sent out so they can have it to. Make it to. Sure. Most of you are probably familiar or aware that at the beginning of the session, the state board was asked to cut 5%. In fact, all government agencies and appropriations are asked to cut 5%. And thankfully Royce called me, caught it really fast and called me and it was very concerning because on the state board's list was to cut all of our funding, all of it, so we would no longer exist. And that was, you know, very concerning, so I called our legislative team and we went to work. That we were able to keep it off, that particular one off the list. There were several others. The charters were on the list and one of them was to cut our administrative budget some. And there was some from charter schools and there was also actually cut all of our training budget, which would make it no longer exist. And so we went to a lot of meetings and talked to a lot of people, did a lot of things, but we were able to get to a point where, well, so what happens is the state board presented their list, which didn't really go anywhere. They had some situations, but anyway, their list didn't go anywhere. LFA, LFA is the legislative staff for public ed appropriations. They had a list. And their list all didn't have, it did also have a cut to our, in fact, I think completely cut our training money. Now, I feel like it's important to say this. That legislative training money was attached to code, which means it was attached to a bill, which means it came into existence. I don't know when, I wasn't really watching, you know, I don't know how long ago, maybe I voted for it, but it was a while ago. It created this pot of money and it's fairly specific of how it's spent. So, and it requires a fair amount of it that's passed through to other organizations to do the training, okay? So, so you have to think about where that came from and why and all of this, but it was attached to a bill, so it's in code. And that's the pot of money. Now, it was on both the state board's list and LFA's list to cut it entirely, and both of them said the reason to cut it is because we don't do the training. That money is just getting passed through to other agents, to other places, groups, and they felt that wasn't a good use. And both LFA and the state board, that was their reason for cutting it. So I think it's interesting. And I think it's really good for us to think about that in terms of looking at bills and what we support or what we encourage or whatever. Because sometimes there can be unintended consequences, you know, if the state charter school board supported that one, I'm sure they had no idea that might be an end. We just have to we sit in a different place than somebody else in the charter world. That makes sense. You know, so I have to think about that. I think it's good to know. After some talking, we were able to sort of negotiate that we only lose half of it. So that's, at the end of the day, they did not cut up what's up there, and you have a link to it on. And if we can get
I will send it as soon as we're done
okay,
sharing.
Yeah, she'll send it out so that you can go look at it yourself. So at the end of the day, they didn't really cut any. So what happens, the state board's list was not utilized much. It was mostly LFA's list. That was what their recommendations were. And the nothing in the charter world was cut, as opposed to looking at a lot of cuts, except half of our training went. And so I felt like that was a huge win. And, you know, we did a lot of work thanks to Stephanie and to Marie, and, you know, we went up and we talked to the Public Ed Appropriations Committee, and we gave them examples of what the training, you know, so I feel good about it. And yeah, anyway, I think that was a big win for us to get that far and only have that much cut. We learned a lot through this process. We learned that it is really important that we have effective communication with the legislature, but with the state board also. And realizing we need stronger, communication and so on, and saying things the right way and so on. So a lot to be learned from that. But it's not done because this is only the list that will go to executive appropriations, and it could become completely changed at that point, which is at the end of the session. And it's not done till the last day. I have a story about that. And so then they'll decide what they're gonna do. But that's where we are at this point, which again, I'm feeling like we're in actually quite a good place. So, just so that you're aware, it's been quite an experience. And appreciative of everybody's work and.
Can I add to that? First of all, I want to give a shout out and add a girl to Susan.
Yeah,
I'll let you use her
great
first.
job, well done.
Her relationships and ability to talk to people has been nothing short of amazing and crucial for us. But I would add this. My perspective, I've been on the board about the same time as Member Pulsifer, as Susan, just I think a few months longer because she was finishing up her legislative service, but in about a year's time, we've been threatened with basically extinction twice. Once through a legislative bill.
Which is not done yet.
Which we worked crazy hard last year to talk through that, and it ended up being kind of tabled. But it's still out there. There's still discussion about it and momentum with it. And the bill itself is, I think there's a lot of it that I think we would embrace, right? It's about authorizer choice, but the language of it was very punitive to the statewide charter school board. It, basically would require us to have higher fees than any other. We'd have to start drawing fees from schools, and they would have to be higher than other authorizers. I mean, it was really,
Come to the.
yeah.
The charter schools.
More recently, the USBE said, hey, we don't want to, but if we have to cut 5%, you're gone. We'll just probably absorb you into us and feel bad about it. But so the actions of two of our key partners, in about a year's time, we're like, we don't know if we view you as necessary. Now, I've tried to look introspectively and say, just because I'm on the board, maybe I shouldn't view it as necessary. But I will say, after putting some thought into this, I do think having a specialized board that is focused on the unique dynamics of charter schools puts kids and families and frankly teachers and schools in a much better place than being absorbed into a larger entity. And I'm happy to say that on the record. But we, I kind of categorize, we have several stakeholders. One is our portfolio of schools. I'd like to say that really because of our staff and our leadership team has been really strong. I mean, I think it's very positive. I think the culture within our organization, our staff appears to be really strong. But those other two key stakeholders, it's just clear there needs to be some, I don't know what the word is, but
Stronger communication and stronger working together and transparency. And respecting and understanding that one of the things that became very clear to me is we are a line item on the state board's budget. That's who we are. We're not really an entity of ourselves. We're really a line item on their budget. And so we need to understand that and keep those relationships productive.
yeah, thank you. And so just to finish off my thought here, I think it's good that the board's aware of this, board-wide. And it kind of goes into this discussion about, I think there are times where it is important that I just think honestly, these groups were a little bit of an enigma, right? We're this kind of mysterious group and we show up to USB and they're like, you got all these surplus funds, like we just don't. And so we just need to have a clear and, not unique, but a concise voice. I so much appreciate UAPCS and UCN, Royce and Kim, and Debbie, I think is here. I mean, they're great, but But I also will acknowledge, and I think they will too, I've shared this, you know, they're paid by member schools, right? So there are gonna be those instances where maybe even our voice might be similar, but not quite the same, and in some cases, maybe even a little different. And right now, quite candidly, to those two groups, we just don't seem to have evidence of the voice that we need to have. And so that's not gonna be solved by March 4th. But I do think it needs to be a concerted focus and the real cognitive mindfulness of the board level of just kind of moving forward and becoming not just an entity out there, but a voice, and then really a respected expert voice that should be looked upon for policy and discussion. Because I do think in a lot of these cases, we just get skipped over.
Yeah. And
I know. So
no,
I just want to add.
very, very well said, and those are lessons learned, you know. I think we need to be, I appreciate all the work we've done this year in getting our mission and I don't know that we need to change that drastically, but we do need to refine it in a way that helps us to see what do we really need to be doing and what do we need to be doing. Not others that work with us, but what do we need to be doing. And I think there's some significant things, again, we've learned that how do we help? And so if I can quickly go over these, I mean, Royce did a great job, he did a great job, but there's some things I thought these were fewer than he showed, but everything he showed was wonderful. But just a couple of things, the SB 186, and if you want, can you go to la.utah.gov? And this is the one that it's on a second reading calendar in the Senate, not it's moved past where I put it. But this establishes, again, a statewide charter school-based funding group study, which it could be really beneficial in understanding how we are compared to districts, but I think we need to be careful, again, you know, thinking about us and where we are. And we need to be a little bit careful about that in understanding, not putting us. We want to be different. We're the schools of choice. So if we get too linked, not linked, but compared to district schools, I think we lose some of that uniqueness. So I just think I'm a little bit nervous about that. And then we had a little problem when this came up in public ed appropriations. No, it was in Senate committee. Yeah, there was a little problem in this, in that this goes back to us thinking about what we should be doing, and the bill from last year that was thinking that the state charter school board is really not that helpful to this bill that is on hold. But at the end of that discussion, Senator Johnson that ran it said, oh, I think we need to come back and we've got to get that bill out of here. And his thought was the state charter school board should be doing the recess work, which he has a point. Maybe we should. Maybe we should be the place that runs that, not a whole new group now, whole new office somewhere. It's something we need to think about. Because he's like, oh yeah, they're not doing anything, we need to get that bill back. It's like, oh. So and these are things that we really need to think about that's come out of this, and you know, I'm not saying I know all of it, but I just wanted to point those things out. I'm a little nervous about that, and I have communicated with him. I tried to calm him down and talk to him and say, you know, you have a good point. Maybe we should do something we need to discuss and talk about and see. And then after he thought about it, he said, let's keep in touch. So don't bring that bill back. But so anyway, I could say some things about the school thing too, but the early literacy, I thought he did a great job covering it. I think that's a really important bill that could affect our schools. The school device, he talked about that, and again, on will have impact on our schools. And then 234, several of you are aware of the education testing amendments, trying to put more schools, more tests in and not have to choose the ones. It fell in house, it's gone, it is no more. So anyway, this is just, whatever you guys think, there are some in here we probably could, but we need to, if there are bills that there's two things you can do with the bill. One is you can talk to the sponsor and help them make changes that make it more appropriate, which is, we've done that a lot. Then the other thing you can do is you can either go and speak for it or speak against it. I feel like, first of all, one person or two people or three people cannot do that. This has to be a full board consensus if we support something and to speak to something. And so we need a method to be able to do that. And if you have noticed, the legislature moves very quickly, so we can't wait till the next board meeting. We would have to figure out a way that we have an electronic meeting or something where we say, hey, this is coming up and if we need to. So that's something we need to think about and figure out what to do. My feeling is maybe don't speak to too many bills too fast, because like I said, our position might be slightly different than other school or entities. Some of them will be exactly the same. We're like, let's do this. Okay, yeah.
So if you look at USBE, they start several months before the legislative session and they review the legislation that's coming up. And they actually vote as a board, whether they want to support it, oppose it, or just stay neutral on it. The nice thing about that is it gives the board a chance to talk it through and look at it from different angles and different perspectives. And then it gives the director and the legislative committee or leadership the authority to go and speak to it for the board. And I think something like that could be beneficial for us, whatever, scale. It does take a lot of time to do that.
We do.
I think
100%.
we could have avoided some of the problems, especially with the Senate committee, if we'd had the chance to talk about it as a board beforehand and see, the different perspectives of the bill.
Absolutely. And I 100% agree. That's exactly what we need to do. And then have a process that's nimble as we get close and changes are made.
I think actually timing wise, that could work out well for us in terms of board business. That if we, thinking about October, that's a good time of the year for us where we, just thinking about the difference of where we are right now. And the time that we needed to put in the last couple months and these applications, I think it just giving us the brain space to think about it and then be proactive. I agree. And I think part of what we felt is we didn't want to be in a situation, and that's like what happened a couple weeks ago. And then we have to be so mindful about then how much discussion we're having as a board, as through email, and then making sure that that if I'm speaking, I don't know if I'm speaking for Stacy, right? Because we haven't had that full conversation. I think, if I can just say from my experience on the board, and it could be my own involvement and knowledge, but I don't remember, and Eric, maybe you can speak to this. Like, I don't remember us, I remember us talking about legislation as a board, but it wasn't, we weren't as involved in that process. There were folks that were definitely there having a voice, but I like the idea, and this is what has come to light, is that we need a process to ensure that everyone's voice is heard. And that if Susan is there speaking, she has the power, knowing that she's speaking for all of us. And if not, well, then that's okay. And what we have to do though is then be mindful, even though if for better or for worse, if you show up and you say, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, you're still a member of the charter school board, and those optics are still very obvious. And so I think, and the legislature won't, in my opinion, I think it'll be very hard to discern if you're Susan or a reporter. You're always Susan, but you know what I'm saying.
And just, if I can just break in just for a minute, just on that exact thing, is there might come a time when that could happen a little more easily. But as you can say, there's been several things that have happened the last year that have right, so I feel like we need to be less, that could happen less. We're not in a place where we could have strength. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I like the idea of an electronic board meeting. For me, it's knowing, I mean, just what's the tipping point? When do we know that and I think to your point, if it's October, but we also know just what we've lived through.
Sometimes that happens in
Sometimes
the
it's
middle
gonna
of
happen in the
January.
middle, right? And we're like, where did that come from? So I think if we can,
Well, USBE meets weekly during the legislative session.
Yeah,
They meet
do.
weekly.
They do, they have a, they do. And
and
so,
yeah, I think I remember, yeah.
and we could, so, starting in October, but then meeting electronically weekly during the session, and it might be short if nothing's going on. It might be longer if an emergency comes up. Yeah.
The other thing we had talked about. Maybe it was more informal, but. You know, I think kind of the fallout from last legislative session is, hey, let's try to meet with, members of the legislature and, I think we didn't execute on that totally this last year. I do think revisiting those things, coming up with some, I'm not saying going on offense, but we spent a lot of time on defense. But there are some meaningful things like, for example, coming out of our meeting last month and today, 53G5304, right? The part of the code that says you can't look at harming any other district or charter school. Like, I'd love to have a thought-filled discussion about just that, right? So I think we could identify some talking points that are just, this is what's on our mind. I think it was you, Stephanie, that said it. It was Susan, but at the end of the USBE presentation, I think you've got a question of, what do you need?
Yes.
Or what, what's most important? And I just think it would be nice to have, kind of some collective thoughts about that. And to then express those in that kind of pre-legislative season to our, the legislative partners we have.
Yeah, and really, the best, most effective way to do this is if we have some of those that we're aware of like this. Right now, we actually start in May.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when you start talking to people is in May, and you start meeting with certain legislators that are, and making them aware and thinking about it. And getting their ideas, and then even if we have the opportunity to bring things up during interim, I mean, it's a year-long. Can't wait till the end.
Yeah.
When are the bills? I know, when are they published?
You
Like,
can
get
start-
numbered?
Well, a legislator can open a bill file in May.
Okay.
And so they open them in May and June and July and August, all along the way. They generally don't get numbered until in the fall. And some of them after the session starts. And so it's a very process that goes long and.
Yeah. The other thing I'm mindful of is the bandwidth this takes to do well. Because, man, we have these like emergency meetings, and I've even said a couple times, like, I feel like the JV team trying to show up and compete against them. Like, we just need to like get better. So I do think we need to really think about how we unify, where I think we're pretty unified, but we clarify our voice to all of our stakeholders. But then, like, how do we, with our limited bandwidth, do this well? And I don't have an answer to that,
Well,
but
one of the
we
things
need.
I know in years gone by, it's kind of been left to Royce and Kim, and they've done great. But as we can see, then what do we do?
Yeah.
So in their minds, we don't need them anymore. I mean, why do we need them? Do you see what I'm saying? So I think it's important for us to work with them.
Absolutely.
Because they're fantastic, they're brilliant, and they spend a lot of time and they work with them. But we need to have our presence also.
And I will say, in my industry, we talk about a fiduciary responsibility, right? So I have a fiduciary responsibility to my client, and I put their needs above all others. Like, that's even my own, that's how the SEC interprets it. I so much value Royce and Kim and their teams, but I also, we have to recognize they do not have a fiduciary responsibility to us, right? So I think we're aligned in a lot of cases, but we need to acknowledge that. And that's where I think just having our voice, and maybe sometimes it'll be in lockstep right alongside, and maybe sometimes it's gonna be, you know, like, hey, we're kind of over, or we stand back and say, you know, we're not taking a position, but I think we need clarity on these issues that to move forward and really, you know, establish that voice and really build a rapport, especially with the USB and legislature.
Okay, so we have how many weeks left of the session? Right, so March 4th.
Probably
Two, a
three.
little bit.
Yeah.
3 and a little.
Yeah.
Is it three?
So
Okay.
how,
On March,
Okay, 3 today.
it ends March 6th.
okay, so I have two questions, I guess, for us as a board, and as we're about to wrap up. Is this something that we feel, I mean, already we're gonna be having a special meeting. So I think that'll happen in the next 2 weeks. That could potentially suffice also as a touch base point for us to, where are we in terms of the legislation? And if there's anything at that point that we want to have a voice on. You know, outside of that, I feel, is there anything that's really like, right now that you're feeling like, based on the presentation, what Susan shared, what Royce shared, you know, that you're like, yep, this, I feel really strongly that we need to have a voice on this particular bill. So I'm asking those questions. What do we want to do in the next 3 weeks to ensure that we're connected? Because I think that the processes that we just talked about, I'd love to, I feel like I want it in writing. It seems kind of vague, but just something where we're, thanks, Marie. Yeah, that then, you know, when May hits, we know, right, okay, this is what the next 6 months are gonna look like. And then also, and the words that came to me as we were talking about is we need to advocate and educate. We need to advocate for who we are, what we do, our schools, of course, the charter movement. And then just, I think that one of the biggest things I've learned over the last couple of weeks is the education piece across the board. And it doesn't come, it's just, it's a kind ignorance. You know what I mean? It's not like, I think people are like deliberately like, I don't want to know about charter schools. You know, it's just, people just don't know. And I mean, our stakeholders. So we're in an incredible place to educate as well. And we can do that in a variety of ways that I think we could continue to brainstorm. You know, I had talked about potentially doing like a legislative breakfast, but even more so like the consistent relationship building. Hey, did you know that this is, you know, we'd love to, can we meet with you? We've got this school doing this really innovative work. Or, I mean, I think that we can think strategically about how we advocate and educate. So that was a lot. So I guess the two questions that I'd like us to take on in the last little bit that we have is, how do we want to work together over the next 3 weeks? And then is there anything that you're like, I am really passionate about this and we have to have a voice on this particular bill?
Yeah, so, and this is just my thinking. I don't know if you guys feel like super passionate and wanna have a voice on this session. Otherwise, if you do, then we should go there. But otherwise, I feel like maybe just continue out the session having some presence.
Yeah.
Like Clint came up, and this
Followed
week,
Susan like a puppy dog.
and I
know the feeling.
I like introduced him to chair of the Public Ed Appropriations Committee and all that. It's like, he's on the state charter school board. I mean, this is a good thing because now they're seeing, and anybody else that wants to, I'm happy to do that. But kind of have a presence, but not necessarily advocate unless there's something you want to.
I think for this session, you put out the fires for
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
actual legislation,
Yes.
any threats we're feeling that
Yeah.
way. I think it will be important to really follow what's going on in EAC.
Yeah.
Just for the
Yes.
rest of the session.
Yeah.
And just
Which will
track
be
of
the
that.
last week.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
Which kind of aligns in a meeting in 2 weeks.
Yes, so
That's
would
pretty
that,
aligned.
would that be sufficient for us, knowing we're gonna meet in 2 weeks or within 2 weeks? We definitely have an issue that we need to discuss, and then we will also talk about getting a legislative update and see where we are. And then I think from there, this could be a great action item for us as a legislative committee, is that we could bring back to the full board our strategic plan legislative strategic plan of how we want to work together. And I think, I agree, I think if we feel that weekly meetings are necessary, it's just that's a big ask of all of you, so I'm really mindful about that, and so I'd like us to talk more about that. I think it's beneficial though, I think based on the speed in which things were happening, and to your point, Clint, that we have a lot of expertise. That's why we're on this board. And so how do we help, again, be present and a sought after voice in these spaces?
And to that point, I think that's the other thing. Now, again, this really won't happen until after session's over, but I think we need to look and say, what is our value? What can we do more?
Yeah.
For us to help, and then when it's clear in our minds, then we can communicate it clearly to the state board and to the legislature, and those things, I think that'll be an important thing we do as soon, next month.
Yeah, and I think that could be a great like mini retreat, or my hope was that we would be in the midst of talking of revisiting our strategic plan right now. But our energy is going towards finding a new executive director. So I just want you all to know that as soon as we're through that process, I'd really like us to come back to our strategic plan. And I think that's linked to what you were talking about.
And that is what, when we were presenting for public ed approach, I kind of said that too.
Yes.
To help them to say, don't cut us. And don't, be kind to, I didn't say those words, but what I was saying is, we are in the process of making changes. And so, too, Clint and I actually talked to several legislators before the session started. And we're saying that, what do you see? And just helping them see, sort of take it easy on us, because we are rethinking. It's a new beginning for us with a new executive director.
Yes.
I like you mentioned, some sort of board, I don't know if you used the word retreat, but I'm a fan of that. We haven't really done that since I've been on the board. And, but I think we would do well. We've had some changeover. We're gonna have a new permanent, and long-term director. I think there is merit to trying to find some time where we could have some, a discussion about where our agenda is more strategy and that. So, and whether it's here or even, somewhere off-site where we combine an overnight with an activity and then do a couple of meetings, like that can be, beneficial too. But I would definitely throw my voice behind something like that so that we can I think we need some extended time to kind of, work through those things. These meetings are great. We're such filled with, like, what is it, the immediate and important, but we need to talk about the important that maybe isn't always immediate, although then we find out, gosh, it is immediate.
Right. So true.
So
I'm on board for that.
As we think about how we're gonna do that, I just have to throw this out. Another little tender spot is how we spend our money.
Yeah.
That has come up many times, so I think we need to be a little bit cautious. Because just even at the charts, when I pulled you over.
Yep.
And members of the state board were like, did you pay for this? No, we didn't pay for it at all. But there's a concern there, so we need to be cautious. The optics isn't that we're spending a lot of money on just whatever parties and banquets.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. But I at the same time, I know even charter schools will have some sort of board retreat. That's very common. And who knows, maybe Roundtable could sponsor a 3-hour rafting trip or something.
You're talking like
So, but I do think there is something, it is kind of nice to be in a different place. I think it just brings a different focus.
Agreed.
And so I do want to balance those two things, but I don't want to be embarrassed about making a strategic mission and, using time and resources to do that. I think that's all very appropriate. So
Agreed.
There's got to be a balance there, because we don't want to be seen as, wasting the people's money. But I don't think, my gosh, we run a lead ship. I would defend that to whoever wants to listen.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we need the space to think. Great, okay, so our next step will be touching base in 2 weeks.
Do we want to pick a date?
Are we choosing? Probably. Should we look at that right now? Okay, he's like, yes.
For me, just in full transparency, if that's the week of the 23rd through the 27th. There's a conference that I'll be in on the 25th through the 27th. So. And then it's our spring break the week after that. No, we're good.
20th, 23rd, or 24th then?
Say the 23rd is my school's accreditation visit. So
Perfect time. for you.
Shout out to everyone. Could we do, but you're out of town that week, right?
The 25th through the 27th.
Oh, the 25th.
Or to the 23rd or the 20th.
Oh. We could do maybe the 20th? Is that too soon? Either that or maybe the week of the 2nd?
Fridays are good for me, like a Friday morning.
Yeah.
But I could do the 24th in the morning too.
Be ideal. That would be best for me.
The 24th.
Yeah.
I think it'd be nice to do before the second. It feels like we're gonna crescendo into the legislature said, about the 26th, 7th, that'll be that last week. It'd be nice to maybe touch a base before.
Okay.
And our other item, I think also, it'd be good to get to that sooner than later, so.
Just double check. Yes, I'm free afternoon, like afternoon on the 20th. I could potentially meet, we could do, no, this might be I'm an early person, but I could do like an 8 to 9 on the 24th.
And we're doing this virtually.
Yes, virtually.
Yeah.
So is that too early for all, what am I, you all are educators, you're like, Steph, you can't come up at 5 in the morning. Okay, yes, let's do a hold for 8 to 9 and then we'll follow up with Teams invite.
8 to 9 a.m. on the
Yeah.
24th.
Yes,
And you're gonna send that up?
Sending it right now.
perfect.
Okay, let's try.
And I think now will be sufficient for the work that we need to do.
Present.
Um,
going to be out of town that week, so.
okay,
But if you need somebody,
okay.
or somebody.
Thank you. We've been in conversation, so I can
Okay,
fill in.
okay.
some of the
Yeah, we'll
feedback.
touch base. Thanks, Darren, for sharing. Okay, everyone. And I would say if you hear of anything, all of a sudden you're like, oh, a new bill. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna talk about that on the 24th.
Oh, she's calling me again.
No, it's good. I say it all the time, but I'm so humbled and honored and, the world is crazy and sometimes you wonder if our political system is broken, but when I'm working with all of you and I have an opportunity to be on the Capitol with all of you, I feel a sense of hope. And that we're trying to right the ship with our presence. Not that this ship is, I'm not saying that to our legislature, but I mean, the very big picture of the world in which we're in. I think that so I'm so grateful. I'm more grateful that we're 6 minutes over. We did not start to our, but hey, we're only 6 minutes behind after a day where I had.
Rally.
This morning I thought, oh my gosh, what is happening? We're gonna be, so I do think that the conversations that we have with our schools were so valuable. It allows us to really make informed decisions. Because again, like I said, the consequences of our decisions have significant ramifications of good and bad. So
Yeah.
thank you all so much for an incredible board meeting today, and please be safe driving home, and then be on the lookout definitely for follow-up information about our meeting on the 24th and anything else.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, meeting is adjourned.